Figure out the video game. You're on your phone and we're streaming. How could you?
Oh, are we live?
How could you?
I just said, are you ready to go? And you said yes.
Oh, that's crazy.
This dude.
What could this cannot be?
He's eating a burger on stream.
Hand me that remote, Jacob.
Hold on.
And give it here.
Eating a burger with no honey mustard.
Okay.
Here's the remote.
Okay, cool.
Well, do we want to talk for a minute before we
Well,
start?
I'm just gonna go ahead and like queue it up. I'm not.
Well,
gonna
you also gotta
start
grind
running
for
around.
blood vials anyway, don't you?
Blood vials.
Oh yeah.
Blood, whatever the health items are.
Yeah.
Whatever the health items are.
Oh yeah, we're outski, aren't we?
We're out.
We had 18 left, I believe.
We had 18.
I tried to grind for some more in this baby starting area,
And he died.
and I found one
A lot.
and used one after I
Sick.
killed everybody in
Awesome.
that first area.
Excellent.
You had 21,000 souls though. You could buy like 20 with that.
Hey, right, you can buy them. Let's just go to the cum zone.
I'm down.
I don't know that we can try now that it works, but I don't physically know if we can get there yet
Why is that?
because I don't know what the prerequisite chalice is.
Oh, good
for
point.
it. So let's see. Let's try to go to the cum zone.
Look it up, Joey.
I'm looking up the code. I could not look up what was required. Bloodborne chalice.
Which altar do I go to for that?
Any of them.
Any of them?
Any
I'll
of
go to
them
the
except
last
for the
one.
first one. Search by glyph. Yeah.
Yeah, figure out what resources we need, Joey.
CUMMFPK.
I was talking to some friends last night, and they remembered this literally just by heart.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. Well,
It's 2 M's.
okay.
Is the
two
C
M's.
capitalized?
No, it's not.
Oh,
but I
shit.
don't know if capitals matter for this.
Yeah,
or
it might not be case sensitive.
FPK.
FPK.
Yep. Come on, please let us go. No! Oh, yeah. So you don't have the prerequisite yet.
Joey, what did you do wrong?
Well, no, it's that you haven't.
Joey, what did you do wrong?
You haven't progressed far enough in the chalices to have unlocked it.
Am I not? I've done multiple.
Yeah, but there are like 5 levels, and you only have.
It's Joey's
like,
fault.
You only have like 2 chalices. What a shame.
I'm so sad.
I think you also like jumped ahead to level 3, which is like meant to be played after beating New Game Plus once. I don't think you like finished all the low level ones, which are
Oh no, I'm so missing out.
It's not that you're missing out, Joshua. We were agreeing with you that Chalice Dungeons suck. I'm just saying I don't think you've like necessarily cleared the prerequisites for making stuff by doing that. Because there's like, isn't it like there's 10 that just exist that are like pre-built quotation marks?
Okay, this is okay. Good. So this is how it works. So there's the general chalice dungeons, but they're called that because you need a chalice to enter the dungeons. Crazy. You get the first chalice done. The first chalice was from the Bloodstarved Beast, which we fought previous stream.
Yeah.
And that's kind of to kickstart you off, and then the general progression is you go through and you will get a chalice.
Yeah.
Typically speaking. And within them, there's like 1 or 2 optionals that you can get. Like you can buy like the Hintertombs chalice or something like that.
Yeah.
And that's just an optional one that you can get.
Hey Joe, you can turn the by the way, turn the camera towards yourself while you're giving us the exposition about the mechanics.
Yeah. By the way, everyone, I'm just gonna run to one of the optional areas right now while we're
maybe
waiting
tilt that
for
up
people.
a little bit.
Because we don't have much time today.
Yeah.
And we're not doing a 5-hour stream today.
No, it is a
So sad.
it is a short one.
Sorry,
today,
Joey. Go ahead and
sorry.
explain more about Chalice Dungeons to us.
I mean, that was basically it as far as progression goes. Like, there are a few that you find in the game, and then the rest you just find from doing the default chalices. So there's a chalice dungeon itself is predetermined. It was designed by a dev, or at least approved by a dev. It's the root chalices that are the random ones. But typically speaking, it's like you get the root chalice dungeon from doing the chalice dungeon that you're in.
There's a guy screaming.
There's a lot of screaming. There's a lot of screaming from inside.
Oh god.
The other,
I forgot about these guys.
man, there are so many problems that come from the chalices, but like really, like the cum chalice is actually a perfect example. It's like all of the low-level chalices are completely worthless. It's like the only stuff that's even remotely interesting doesn't come until like the very end. You have to grind. You're not even grinding.
I'm trying
you
to
just
not aggro this other dude, which means I have to let this guy shoot at me.
Yeah, I hate fighting these guys, so I don't.
Yeah, fair.
'Cause they don't give you anything.
But it's funny.
He's funny. He gave up.
Ouchies. Ouchies.
Oh, he's fast. He's faster than Sonic.
Oh, the other
His
one
friend
aggroed
came.
me. Great.
So the NPCs in Bloodborne.
Well, he's
like,
angry.
NPC enemies in Bloodborne are the hardest in the entire franchise.
Yeah, they
Like,
move so fast.
There is one that if you do like the good route of Eileen the Crow's questline, you have to fight an NPC called the Crow of Canehurst, and it's probably the hardest like default fight in the game.
Nice.
It's because he does, I mean, like any NPC, he's got an insane amount of health. He does an insane amount of damage, but the real kicker is his gun is I forget what it's called, but it's the double pistol. It's the pistol that shoots 2 bullets, and it's typically if you swing and he shoots you, you're dead. Like it does so much damage. It's so good and balanced.
So it was funny. I ran into this friend I was talking to last night, who probably has like 3,000 hours in Bloodborne. I was talking to him last night, and he was telling me how much he disliked the Elden Ring DLC. You want to know
What did he?
the reason he disliked it?
Yeah,
I'm going to tell you right now. Guess what it was?
I mean the logical, like, understandable response is that it's huge and there's a lot of empty space in it.
No.
What is it?
He never upgraded health, and he was pissed that everything one-shot him.
Awesome. So it's a skill issue.
Yeah, literally.
Awesome.
I did not take time to redo these, but for whatever reason, the when it's full screen on us webcam, it's like the bottom part of
called
the
the
frame,
repeater,
and when
yes,
it's down in the little
it is.
corner, it's like way high in the frame, so I have to just adjust the cameras manually. I didn't take
Sick.
time to fix it in the actual
Oh, come
setup.
on. Does this guy not have any staggers?
I mean, he does, but he's tough. I avoid these guys
You
like the
avoid
plague.
these guys?
I do because
Why?
they don't give you anything for
Do they
killing
not?
them.
I thought
No,
they gave you
they don't
stuff.
give you anything worthwhile. Like they might give you like bone marrow ash or something like that.
Oh, yay.
That stuff is good, but it's not worth fighting. Like
Okay,
just
I'll
just
just
like
run by
grind it. You know what I mean? Like
No,
buy
you're
it.
right, you're right.
So yeah, everybody, we don't have a lot of time today, and that's kind of my fault and kind of my friend's fault. I got prior engagements, so we're just eking out what we can of this. There's not a real goal for this today. We're still just gonna play. We can keep on progressing. We can do side stuff. You could
Yeah.
start the DLC if you wanted to.
Yeah, Jacob, do we want to do side stuff or keep going main quests? Because I can turn around right now.
I have no opinion on what we should do.
I can turn
this
this
is not-
ship right around right now.
Well, you're not heading to side stuff. You're heading to main progression, but I don't think you have the ability to do it yet.
No, I'm not heading to main progression. You still have to go do the password area before you can go down here.
Yeah, you're right.
This video game. You guys do whatever.
Yeah, I was just
The main
gonna.
thing is, I don't think we bought the DLC. I don't know if we installed it.
It's installed.
Oh, it is. No.
You have the item.
No, so I forget.
This is one of those good games where
You just
the
use an
DLC is just an unlock code in game. You already have it downloaded.
Were you the person I was talking to who downloaded Kingdom Come Deliverance with all DLC?
I didn't download it. I bought it with all DLC.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now. Whenever you play it, don't activate any of the DLC until you beat the game.
Okay.
Because there's one called one I actually like. A lot of people dislike it, but the reason people dislike it, it's called A Woman's Lot, and you basically
You're
play
about
as
to
one
die.
of the. You play as one of the... Oh, I am?
Yeah, you got frenzy.
I didn't even notice.
Those guys can frenzy.
Yeah. It's called A Woman's Lot, and it's basically one of the secondary characters. You play as her for like basically like the beginning part of the game. You see her perspective. What stinks about it is it kind of assumes you've played through the entire game because it's released later, right? And it is accessible from basically minute 2 of the game.
Sick.
Like, as soon as you're through that opening set piece with the main character, you can play it. And if you're like me and you just get started in the game, you accidentally click on it, and then there's no way to leave it.
Okay.
So I was just in it, and it was like 5 hours down the drain, and I was like, I was not ready for it, you know?
Because it's balanced for post-game difficulty.
Not even balanced for post-game difficulty. It's just it expects you to know all the game's mechanics.
That's what I mean. I don't mean like leveling. I just mean in terms of the skill floor.
Yeah.
Anyway, we got a couple of comments so far. Nerdy Meerkat 96 says, "Hey, finally caught a live stream live. Have to go to work shortly, but I'm glad I could hop in now. I've been watching you guys for years. Well, glad you could make it. We're probably not gonna live stream again for a while.
Yeah.
I don't know. Might squeeze in like one more soon, but we'll see what happens.
So what do you think, Joey? This way or main way?
Are you wanting to do this or the DLC?
Do we want to do this or the DLC? What do you think? What do you think?
Okay,
It's up to you, Joseph.
at least go this way to show off a mechanic.
Okay.
Ninja Bunny said, picked just the right time for me to be able to watch this stream. Something about I think it's just called the repeater, right? I guess
talking
you guys
about the
were talking
double
about a second
pistol,
ago.
it's just called the repeater.
I need to pull up Ninja Bunny's comment from the previous stream. Ninja Bunny couldn't make it to the previous stream, but left the following comment.
Oh, it was pain.
Pretty upset I couldn't make it here to spout my endless stream of From Souls takes. I guess I'll just wait until stream 2 to subject you all to them. But one I just can't wait to shout from the wide to the wider world is my Fromsoft tier list. I basically recount this every night right before I go to bed.
I did a tier list last time.
I know, exactly. So let's hear Ninja Bunnies.
Let's see.
So
how similar.
starting worst, I assume this is worst to best.
It is.
7 to 1. Oh, did you already read this, Joshua?
Yeah, I already read it.
So Joey, number 7.
I read the comments occasionally.
Okay.
Number 7, Elden Ring.
Yep, it's wrong. It's fine.
Number
it
6,
can be wrong.
Dark Souls 3.
Ah, shit.
Okay.
I'm dead.
Number 5, Dark Souls.
Okay.
Number 4, Demon's Souls. Number 3,
Okay.
Oh, come on.
Bloodborne.
I love that.
I mean, so far Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne are the same.
No, but hold on, Joey. That means we've only got 2 games left.
Okay. Okay.
So which one will be number 2?
Which one will be number 1? Is number 2 the 2? Or is
Number 2, Dark Souls 2.
All right.
Number 1, Sekiro.
All right.
I won't elaborate on this list here, as I have other things that require my attention right now.
Oh, Lord.
And there's an asterisk which said the things that requires attention is I need to do my dailies in Infinity, Nikki.
Oh.
I will just mention
God.
here that recently I got very into free-to-play open-world dress-up gotcha slop game Infinity Nikki. And just like FromSoft's Bloodborne, in Infinity Nikki, insight is a valuable yet double-edged commodity.
I downloaded that to give it a shot, and I never did.
Oh, come on. Oh, that's bad.
No, it's fine. He's just got a gun. You're good.
When you get
So
enough
that-
insight, you turn into a bird.
You
legally.
turn into a skeleton.
You turn into a bird.
Tier
That's the
list
name of the song.
really makes me think, like, just kind of, in a sense, like me, enjoys linearity over the open world nonsense.
I forgot there was a
but it's
lady
not
around here.
Okay, so it's not. So,
It's not?
No. So what this is, the reason I wanted you to at least come over here as you're seeing. So that guy just came out the ground.
Yeah, it came out
This
the
is the
ground.
He came out the earth.
This is the most pronounced, the most prolific insight difference in the game. Typically, you come here with under, I think it's 20 or 25 insight, and this doesn't happen. But once you have a certain amount of insight throughout this entire Hemwick Charnel Lane zone, these guys will just
Spawn.
They will spawn, and they will ruin your day.
Fine.
Yeah, this is Hemwick Charnel Lane. Typically, progression-wise, this
Yeah.
is an optional area. You would go here before fighting Vicar Amelia like we did last time. But it's just so you can get a really important tool.
Yeah.
But I wanted to at least show
Is it a
off-
surprise tool we'll use for later?
No, we already have it.
It's the tool.
New Game Plus.
It's the tool that lets you put on the passive effects.
Yeah, all the blood gems,
I see,
basically.
I see.
Or no, the blood. Yeah, it
runes.
was it's the runes. What am I thinking?
Everybody says, and this is, I think, probably pretty obvious. Really don't like Elden Ring because of how open and big it is. I much prefer the more linear stuff.
Yep.
I mean, that's pretty much the dividing factor, right? And, you know, listen, if you don't like it, you don't like it. That's the way it is.
That's why I like Sekiro more than Elden Ring. It's that shrimple. It's not that shrimple,
It's
but
not
it's
that
easy.
shrimple.
But it's easy to explain it.
Yeah.
How long is Sekiro, Joey? How long would it take you to beat Sekiro?
I don't. It's the problem is like a lot of my feelings were like really at the time of me getting the plat for it because that was the only time it's the only one I don't own. I borrowed it from a friend.
Okay, I see.
Which I would buy it again, or I would buy it. Mm-hmm. But it's like I only played it during that time.
Okay.
So I don't even remember.
Okay. Let's see how long to beat has to say. But probably, you know, if you played it once or twice again, your skill level would be up.
Money up, funny up.
Ah, crap.
Just if it's short enough. It's a theoretical, you know, when I'm back in town type thing, but I bet it's not short enough. Main story, 30 hours. That's what I was afraid
Oh
of.
my god.
That-
I'm an
that's
Not
idiot.
nearly as short as this.
Man, I suck.
That's definitely accounting for like learning curve. But
I guess
but
if you
digress.
practiced.
But I digest.
Digest.
Everybody says, also, that list is like DS3 and Elden Ring are good games. Are games I don't like. Then everything but Sekiro are good games. Then Sekiro is like the 10th best game ever made.
Yeah, I mean it's true though. It's like there are no Souls Fromsoft games that I don't like.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, there's ones I like better than others. I appreciate it's like I don't think Demon Souls is at the bottom of my list. And I don't even think it's a bad game. I don't even.
Oh,
think
hi, doggy.
I don't think it's a bad Souls game either. It's just that very obviously it was the prototype. It was the first attempt. They did a lot of things. Some things stuck. Some things didn't.
Okay,
Like,
here's that boy.
Is
Hope you don't
this
get
already
attacked.
out? This is the new Wallace and Gromit short release is on like January 2nd, so it can't be out yet. But somebody, I'm still looking at a post that says, Wallace, I've created a new car that runs on mozzarella. Anyway, nice time for a sit down. And then it says Gromit subplot, and it's the hallway scene from Old Boy.
I thought you were gonna say from MGS4.
The password.
What could it be?
Fear the old blood, by God, Lawrence, fear it. Thank you, Doorman.
He's
Doorman.
dead.
He's dead, and you talked
Already
to him.
dead.
Oh,
How could you talk to him if he was already dead, though?
Oh, and it gave you a madman's knowledge because it was spooky.
blew my mind, bro. It blew my mind.
It's a good game.
This
Turn your lamplight on, bro.
No.
Turn your light on.
Sothral says, hello, chaps. How we doing this fine Birmingham evening?
I live in a freaking. I'm not gonna say that part.
How is it over at West Gloucestershire?
Oh my gosh, that's not Birmingham. That's not Birmingham.
No, it's not.
It's not.
It's the most British named area I know of.
Oh, pull up that Welsh town.
It was
name,
the-
Jacob. Give it your best shot.
It was the post that I saw. I don't remember the lyrics. Like British rappers be like, she bounced on my wheelie. It's really quite delightful.
That one Welsh town name.
What?
Lenfer Pergul from Gul from Gorgi Rurskim from Brilliant
Yeah, maybe that
the
Norman
fir-
conquest was a good thing after all.
Say that 3 times and all the furniture in the room's gonna start floating.
Just like a David Cage
Wiggly,
game
wiggly.
would do.
Oh damn, he's right.
How do I buy time in this
Worcestershire.
script? I need this scene to go on longer, and I don't know what's gonna happen next. How do I buy time? What if the room attacked Jody? Does a room attack anybody in Detroit Become Human?
I don't.
Is that the only game where nobody gets attacked by a room in a David Cage game?
I don't remember enough. Like, so much of that is blocked out of my mind. I don't know.
Oh, I forgot about you.
Yeah, this is the.
I forget where the lantern is.
This
back here,
is
the
that
problem.
one.
You've gone the
This is
optional
a.
Okay, where's the lantern at
That's
again?
right.
That dude's a Dragon Quest enemy.
Is it?
Yeah, that dude's a Dragon Quest enemy.
Wow. Gotta go down here, but don't aggro Mataros. Whatever his name is. the
Oh yeah,
NPC.
there it is.
Mataros was an NPC that was added later on. in the
Oh, yeah?
game. I think he's around here, isn't he?
I don't remember running into an NPC at this part.
I remember getting killed by a snake man over here.
Snake. I'm a snake. Well, I mean, there's a lot of snakes further down in this area.
Well, that's true. This is the snake zone.
This is Snake Zone. Every Souls game has the Snake Zone.
Every Souls game has a poison swamp, and
I feel like there's one where he has a longer axe and he's holding it across his chest. Maybe I'm crazy, but I was thinking of this dude.
the goober.
I was thinking of this dude from
Oh, I sat.
this dude.
I see him.
I don't like that guy. He
That
looks
guy,
like
yeah.
he looks like Bazuso,
The 30-man Slayer.
also known as the Bear Slaughterer.
But yeah, gang, we're gonna have a shorter stream today because we have a limited time on our hands. We're just here to hang out. We're not really worried about making a ton of progress in Bloodborne. We're just here to chill.
Goofing, we're gaffing, we're hanging out.
More new boot goofing.
Hey
We're
Joshua.
new boot goofing.
Yeah.
Joshua.
Yeah.
So what sports? There's a football bowl happening today.
Yeah.
What's the bowl? Which
Oh, it's
bowl
the
is it?
Snoop Dogg Bowl.
The Snoop Dogg bowl.
Yeah.
Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg sponsored his own bowl.
Snoop Davis.
Yeah.
So football bowls are really funny because there are some that like are mainstays. They're just like have had the same name they've had for like 100 years, like the Rose Bowl. And then other ones are corporate sponsorships. And some of those sponsorships stick around for a while. Like, I don't know if the Chick-fil-A Bowl is still a thing, but that was a thing for like 10 years.
It is, I think now, it used to just be the Chick-fil-A Bowl. Now it's the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. It brought back one of the old, like,
one of the
standards.
traditional names.
Yeah, and like it's now called the Peach Bowl, but it's, you know, presented by Chick-fil-A or whatever the hell.
I see. And obviously, I think we actually talked about it on the show, though I think it's a thing that hasn't released because I don't think it was in a live stream. The Pop-Tart Bowl.
Yeah, we're the edible mascot from last year.
The edible mascot, where there was a Pop-Tart mascot who got into a giant toaster, descended into it, and then a massive Pop-Tart the size of the human mascot came out and was eaten by the winning team.
Yeah, the
was also,
MVP from the winning team got to eat the first bite out of the edible mascot.
There was
it
also
was barbaric.
the Mayo Bowl, where
Yeah.
the coach, instead of being doused with Gatorade, was doused with a giant tub full of mayonnaise.
That's
It was just as funny as you're imagining it might be.
Satherol says, "What's a football bowl?" And that's a fair
Football? What's a football?
Football.
Joshua, explain how
bowl.
football bowls differ from for those in our European audiences who may
They're
be more
basically
familiar
exhibition games. Imagine an international friendly. It's basically one of those at the end of a year of play.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically, we'll get two teams of around the same skill level, and they'll go to usually they go to some exotic, nice, like, subtropical locale. And sometimes they go to Detroit, and they'll play for everyone's amusement.
Usually they're in major venues with big airports, and again, the idea is it's supposed to be a good game to watch, so it can draw a crowd both of loyalists to those teams and just enthusiasts to the sport.
Yeah, and it's also if
usually,
someone's going on vacation, this is something they could do.
There's usually a bowl game in Hawaii, for example.
Yeah, or there's one in the Bahamas usually, like that kind of thing.
The Rose Bowl, which is one I mentioned that's really old, is where in California?
It's Pasadena, so just outside of LA.
So yeah, again, nice place where a lot of people are and easy to get to if you're a fan of the team.
Yeah.
And so yeah, this is not technically part of like the playoffs. It's like Joshua said, think of it kind of more like an exhibition match. Though the performance in the playoffs does, okay, well who is of the equivalent skill to go to these things. And they tend to be, some of them are this is just one that's been around forever, and a lot of them have corporate sponsorships. And sometimes they're
sponsorships are very funny.
Sometimes they're really, really funny. What's the funniest one this year, Joshua? I'm going to leave the camera on Joey's face for when you say this.
It's the Sports Bowl, Joey.
Sports Bowl?
The Sports Bowl.
Like,
it is a company that's called, like, Something Sports.
Okay.
And so it's the Something Sports Bowl. But everyone just started calling it the Sports Bowl. Because why would you not? Because it's the funniest shit you've ever heard.
It's just one letter away from sports ball, which is how I refer to all sports.
Exactly.
It's like how I wanted when the Redskins were rebranding. They were briefly just the Washington football team. And I was like, they should just stay the football team. They're Washington, D.C.'s football team. They're America's football team. They are the football team.
And of course the sports ball couldn't I said sports ball. No, but the sports ball couldn't.
You gotta go talk to the NPC.
Oh yeah, I forgot about him. But yeah, the sports bowl could not take place anywhere other than Detroit, Michigan. Where else would it be?
Anywhere other than Detroit Become Human.
An exotic locale indeed.
Exotic locale indeed. A great vacation destination.
Detroit Become Human. 46% unemployment. globally. I think it was, or some statistic
I feel
that.
really bad because I 100% like all the stereotypes of Detroit were just completely reinforced for me because the only person I knew in college who was from Detroit was like, oh yeah, I totally saw someone get shot on my way to swim practice one day. There was like a bank robbery in progress, and I saw, one of the robbers get shot. Like,
Ruh-roh.
Fun.
Yeah. Good times.
Ninja Bunny says, not inaccurately, the Game Awards are my Super Bowl. I place bets on them and scream at the TV when it happens. That picture of Kojima was my phone wallpaper for half of high school. I assume with the Chick Hydrobot, because it says Chick Hydrobot will forever be in my heart.
Yeah.
Why haven't they brought Chick Hydrobot back?
Because taking it to the next level.
The Game Awards this year did get more viewers than the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah.
It is now one of the biggest media ad buys, which is why it's honestly bizarre to me that there are as many ads as they are, and they're just for like Fortnite.
Yeah.
Like, Jeff should be selling ads for an extremely high price. It should be getting Super Bowl-esque advertising.
Yeah.
And he should be selling these ad slots for such a high premium that they're throwing fewer ads, so they actually have time to give more people awards on stage. The amount of viewership that they get
what you call it, Taco Bell and Mountain Dew.
Yeah, no, like before the game of the year,
Pope.
When we're kind of like the ads we're seeing are just like for like Nintendo Switch and Fortnite, and I'm like, those should be multi-million-dollar 30-second spots.
Yeah.
And if he's selling those spots for that much, they wouldn't have to have as many ad breaks. And if they don't have to have as many ad breaks, then more people could actually be accepting their awards on stage.
All I'm saying is I want a chart that shows the viewership of the Oscars versus the viewership of the Game Awards after F the Oscars man said F the Oscars. I want to see it because I think it worked.
Wow, a white church outfit.
Wow.
Let's see if there's a chat. There's a chart somewhere. First result that pops up when I type in Game Awards versus Oscars viewership chart is for 2022, which is the Oscars had a record low 16.6 million viewers. By comparison, that year 103 million people tuned in to watch the Game Awards. Game Awards versus Super Bowl.
Oof, that was close.
Now, to be completely fair,
I see what you did there with the wolf.
the Super Bowl hits across a wider.
To the optional zone.
The Super Bowl hits across a larger variety of valuable marketing quadrants. So you still, even just by viewership, would not be selling those ads for as much because you're hitting a much narrower, demographic segment.
Yeah.
However,
it's open.
Jeff could be selling a lot of fucking ads.
He didn't. I forgot they have to close it.
Oh, well, I locked myself.
No, you're good now.
I locked myself out, Joey.
Go to the Miyazaki Fun Zone now.
No, I want to level up because I have a surprise for you.
Joshua, here's the chart.
But you need the thing.
Here's the chart.
That's incredible. I can't believe it actually is. Yes, I'm seeing it. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's glorious.
Speaking of the Oscars and multi-million-dollar production, dudes, Sonic 3. Yeah, we have some words to say about it.
The Sonic 3 discussion.
Yes.
Here is the viewership of the Game Awards with, let's see if I can get this like to the right brightness where it's not reflecting, but you guys can read it theoretically. I don't think it's gonna happen. But let's zoom in. This upper line, this is the Super Bowl, and down here we have things like the Academy Awards, the Grammys, the World Series, and the Video Music Awards.
I can't believe that people actually watch the Grammys.
Here's the Super Bowl. Here's the Game Awards. So that's where we're at. Jeff should be selling these ads for a lot.
Mm-hmm. Oh no.
Shit, Hydrobot.
You've fallen into the zone.
I have fallen into the bone zone.
Seth Rawls says, I haven't even played the games. Everything I know about the franchise
looks like it's boiled
comes from you and Snapcube. Do you mean Sonic? Oh yeah, what a movie. All right, got it. Okay, yeah, I see that now. Yeah, response to Sonic. Got it.
Like Sonic.
Ninja
Bunny says, haven't seen any of the movies yet. So basically, I knew pretty much everything that happened in 1 and 2, but hadn't seen them. Joshua didn't know anything. Joey's seen them all. We double featured 1 and 2, recorded a discussion, and then went to see Sonic 3 on opening night.
Yep.
and then rounded out the discussion.
Forget-
That will be
Where's
released.
the gate at?
It's
here,
here.
right?
It's here.
That's
Yeah,
what I thought.
go there and then go to the Miyazaki Fun Zone.
No.
Why
that
not?
will release whenever I have time
Okay,
to
Joey,
edit
where
it.
am I going?
The
The Miyazaki Fun Zone. He just told you.
yeah, go back to the.
Do you mean? Are you talking about a swamp?
Yeah.
A poison swamp?
So
Okay.
it's a mini one. He didn't indulge himself
There's
too
not a
much.
major one, yeah.
It's past there. Go
Well,
back to the
first,
shack.
I have to do one thing first.
You wanna rev her up?
Yeah, I'm gonna rev her up, and I'm going to equip a new weapon.
Watch them all in the Knuckles series. We didn't watch Knuckles series, but Jacob read us like descriptions of every episode.
Yeah, we said the flames of disaster.
We said
a
the
lot.
same of the flames of disaster.
The flames of
to be
disaster.
completely fair, I actually kind of only a couple of the episodes I really skimmed over. We were on a time crunch to get to our screening of Sonic 3.
The flames of disaster.
Disaster.
We were on a time crunch to get to our
change
screening.
I'll change the camera. I'm just too busy thinking
I
about
left
Sonic.
the Master Emerald
Yeah,
in the
she is
care of a mighty warrior.
I mean, Wade is the greatest character in those movies.
I'm sad he didn't punch anybody in the third movie.
Fist metal crack him.
Yeah, I'm sad he didn't fist metal crack him.
You should have used his Vi Arcane punching things that he apparently gets in Knuckles. And no, I don't mean Vi's
Boot
League of
things.
Legends punching things. I mean Vi's Arcane punching things.
There we go. Okay, we're gonna run with Ludwig's blade for a bit.
Hey
I don't
Joey,
know.
last I
Did you
spoke to you,
throw-
you'd watched the first 3 episodes of Arcane. Have you gotten through any more of that yet?
No.
What'd you think of those first 3
Those
episodes?
first 3 episodes are really good, and I want to keep watching more. The problem is, I was telling a friend the other day, it was yesterday actually, a friend asked me, he's like, you get any further? And it's like, the problem is, my free time is, like, there's rarely a time where I can watch something, but I can't be playing a game right now.
Uh-huh.
When I have the free time to do something.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm playing Cyberpunk. You
Yeah.
can't get me off
Can't
of
watch
that.
a show while you're playing
You
Sonic.
can't
Yeah.
get, unless it's Edge Runners.
I need to watch more shows while I'm playing U4. In high school and college, it was mainly just watching YouTube while I did that, which was probably a waste.
Right. You can probably just run past all these guys.
No.
I think he wants to learn how to use the sword.
Yeah.
So the charged R2 on it is
Broken?
it takes a lot longer, but
Okay.
it's very damaging.
Okay.
I think you put I was looking. Did you put? You may have put an arcane thing on this, so it might be getting weird scaling.
I know I put a dex thing on it since
Oh.
my dex is better.
Okay, is that what the crescent
Yeah.
thing is? Okay,
Yeah.
wasn't sure.
Yeah, that's why it had B for dex instead of C. Usually
Yeah.
it has C.
This is like a fan favorite weapon. A lot of people that play this game for the first time gravitate towards it because it's cool, but
Yeah.
also it's really strong and really versatile because I find the short sword moveset, you're about to get hurt.
Ouchies.
I find the short sword moveset like superior for most things because it does, like, for how fast you're able to swing, it does tremendous damage.
Gotcha.
But having kind of like the cane, like the greatsword form is really good for crowds.
Unchanging, ever-changing is playing. Can I stop playing the video game for 2 minutes and we
No.
just listen to it?
No.
Damn it.
You
You
hand the
can't
remote
stop
to
a game in
me.
Bloodborne. The Bloodborne can only stop you.
Ouchies. Yeah, I'm not used to this thing, believe it or not.
It's crazy. This weapon that you just threw on, that you're fighting a group of
I'm sure I'll
angry
figure it out.
villagers.
Hand me that bat, Jordan said. I'm sure I can figure it out.
Seth Rawls said, having Flames of Disaster be Knuckles' thing rather than Iblis may mean they won't adapt Sonic 06, and thank the Lord for that, though I do want Silver and Blaze to appear. Seth Rawls, look forward to our discussion of
The flames of disaster!
of the Sonic movies, where we pitch Sonic 4,
And it's bad.
and we figure out the
No,
ways
it's-
in which...
It's better than it's gonna be.
It's better than the actual post-credit scene. I don't know why people were excited by that.
Don't crap on people's hopes and dreams.
I died.
The flames of disaster.
The flames of disaster!
Ninja Bunny said, I've watched the first 2 episodes of Arcane. My friends cried and begged me to watch it. It was extremely good. About Arcane or about something else? Because there's a bit of a gap there.
I'm gonna guess.
I'm gonna assume
I think the
Arcane.
first 3 episodes are pretty good. I also think they're kind of like, it never quite hits that level of like build to a dramatic apex and emotional catharsis again. It doesn't mean the rest of the show isn't good, but the first 3 episodes are such a good
Yeah,
standalone
that's what I've
film. I find the rest of the show good, but not as good as that was. To be fair, it's because they set a really, really high bar.
Oh, it's the good part of unchanging, ever-changing.
You gonna get your bloodstain?
Nah.
Okay.
He didn't have that many left.
Okay, I wasn't looking. I had no idea.
No, it's fine. Oh my gosh, you've fallen into the trap.
I've fallen into the bone zone.
Fall into what? Which Knuckle song does he say fall into a trap?
That's Death
Death
Chamber.
Chamber.
Death
Chamber.
Okay, so
Death
where's
Chamber.
the poison swamp? I might have missed it first playthrough.
It's go back to the NPC guy.
Okay, so wait, that's that way.
Joshua, you died because you
think
dissed
it's
the
over
post-credit
there.
scene, says Seth Rawls.
It was bad!
You have fallen into the second trap.
Like, what do you want from me? It was bad!
It was the most. Well,
It was the most...
We'll
It's-
watch our discussion.
yeah.
Watch our discussion.
Where I
when it
break
comes
down in
out.
painstaking detail why it was terrible.
I wouldn't say that. Really, that wasn't what was so funny. That wasn't what was funny about it.
Yeah, it was.
Wow. This but yeah, this weapon was actually my PvP goat too. It was like the thing is, people my goat too.
If you will.
I used PvP is another aspect of this game that's like not super great.
Gotcha.
It really is.
Oh, Ninja Bunny said the LOL in LOL friends was meant to mean League of Legends friends. Got it.
That's disgusting.
Okay, I got it.
Gross.
Don't worry. You don't have to play League.
But
Don't make me play League, Todd.
The magic
I don't
of-
want to play League.
The magic of PvP in this game is that it never hit the optimization that like PvP and Dark Souls and whatnot did. So it's like there were tricks that I learned that just people didn't know how to deal with. And it kind
Really?
of wasn't fair. There's a really funny item in this game that I would bet most people either don't remember or go, yeah, I picked that up. It's called a lead elixir, right?
A lead elixir. How curious.
You've probably got
This
one
is
in your
curious.
inventory. Actually, yeah, look in your inventory real quick because I remember it lies. The description lies. I'm sure you will have picked one up. Did you not?
There it is, lead
Yeah.
elixir.
So hit
hit
square
description.
on it.
Heavy, syrupy liquid medicine temporarily shifts weight to make deflection of attacks easier, but must be used with care, for it also slows movement with no change to defense. Its recipe for this mysterious
So-
concoction is unknown, but some postulate that it materializes only within the most desperate
So
nightmares.
in true Dark Souls fashion, that description doesn't really
It's
tell you
terrible.
anything.
Yeah.
And it lies. It says no change in defense when in fact it gives you a huge defense boost.
What?
And when it says
Is that like that must be a mistake?
And when it says deflects attack, helps deflecting attacks, what it means is
I would
if a player swings at you, their weapon bounces off of you.
Yeah, I was guessing.
You should
and-
maybe switch to the faster form.
What are you talking about? I'm Skeleton Man.
The real thing as well is it's like, oh, be careful though, it lessens your movement speed. It does, it makes you walk, but unlike Iron Skin and like Dark Souls and stuff, the thing is it doesn't affect your dodge at all.
Interesting.
So, like, in a regular fight, like, you can still get around just fine. I have, like, Lead Elixir was my, oh, 3 people are coming at me, I'm going to win this fight now, juice. You did it, you sat down. Specifically this weapon, I remember I had a really fun time where I was being chased by 3 people and I rounded a corner and drank, and I just charged the R2 of this sword, and, like, all of them were swinging at me and bouncing, and I just killed all of them in a single hit.
That's pretty
It's
good.
good stuff.
Excellent.
But yes, it's to the left here. It's by the dog cages. There's a cave.
Oh, hold on. There's a house here.
He
Yeah,
already
we
got
already
the.
talked to him.
Oh, we did. Okay.
Oh, God.
I wasn't paying attention. I was reading.
And you
chat
got an
about it.
item that you probably should read the description for everybody, but
Okay.
the tonsil stone.
Oh, it's
Wow.
it's theme of boring 2.0 storyline. He skipped it.
No, it's because it's not dire enough. We need something a little moodier.
A little spookier.
Because obviously, like, my stream playlist is mostly, like, chill stuff,
Yeah.
not moody stuff, because it's never one we're talking about. I'm still
Okay.
playing the music, because there's not, like, that
Okay,
much
what-
interesting audio
It's
on
under key
Bloodborne.
items, I
Yeah,
assume.
tonsil stone.
Lactated...
That is not what
That's
that
not what it says. Lactated.
That
That's what it
is.
says.
What the hell, man?
I don't know, man.
I don't know. I mean, this game gets into some stuff, but not that.
I think that was kind of that was where I went. There's already some gross stuff later in this.
Later?
Deformed rock, perhaps a meteorite, appears useless, but possesses some odd gravitational force that prevents its riddance. A dubious soul once said, "Step lightly round to the right of the great cathedral, and seek an ancient shrouded church. The gift of the Godhead will grant you strength."
Woo.
Huh.
Stuff for later.
Yep. I don't think I got that last playthrough.
Did you not?
Nope. Time to go to poison. Poison, poison, poison.
Now, this is a classic Bloodborne area of...
What mysterious plant?
Oh, is this where the mushroom men are?
No.
Okay, because I fought them later.
No, this is where the poison is.
Oh.
That's why he gave you the antidote.
Uh-oh.
Ruh-roh.
Okay, I do have them equipped.
This is one of the classic zones where I have deemed it a, quote, not worth it, and never, and like, ignore all enemies and just main progression it.
Just sprint past them, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Alright, where do I go? What do I do?
Turn your light on to see better.
Oh my god.
Sorry that you don't turn your light on. It's literally, it's the one corner you didn't check. It's behind you.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
How did I miss that?
I couldn't tell you.
This is why I play EU4.
This is why you don't play.
Ninja Bunny said, I think that hearing the
Oh, it
exact...
looks like that one area in Dark Souls 2.
I think that hearing the exact same blood splat sound effect over and over and over again is a vital part of the Bloodborne experience.
It's good stuff.
It is good.
Seth Rawl
like
says,
the look of
oh,
those
I
guys.
just remembered the awful translation Dark Souls had in Spanish. They mistook the land of Astora for the knight Artorias constantly.
Real. I mean, I'm not surprised about that.
Okay, where am I going?
To the back. Just keep going.
I'm pretty sure if they get you
There you
with
go.
one hit, that might take
Well,
you down.
yeah, but who cares? I'll
Well,
just poison
You're
you.
poisoned.
Boysenberry.
So there is stuff in there. There are like poison skill gems and stuff. but-
Wow.
Who
Wow.
needs those? It's the
Wow.
only poison area in the game. Okay, up the
crazy.
ladder or there?
Up the ladder.
Okay.
So also this is a
I want to kill my enemies slowly in Bloodborne with poison.
Well, okay. This is the funny thing is I've always been a mark for damage over time effects.
Me
in the
too.
Souls games.
As am I, but in this game, I feel like it's useless.
Well, it is useless because it is brutally difficult
To actually get it on them.
even get like to find enough gems to apply enough. I don't think I have ever. There's two things in this game. There's rapid poison, regular poison. Regular poison is damage over time. Rapid poison is bleeding in Dark Souls. It accumulates and it's a big pop of damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've ever gotten either to proc on anything. I've tried a little bit. I think you'd have to literally like go
There's
on
a lot
Reddit
of dead
and
bodies
be like,
as we're climbing the Snake Eater ladder.
Still in a dream.
Sneeder.
Snake
Sneeder.
Eater.
Bleeding is the best status in every game, though, except Dark Souls 2. It's pretty pathetic.
I'm here.
You're here. Oh my gosh. So, Jacob, this is the area that you can get to right out the gate in the game.
That you can roll through. Or not roll through. You can basically get grabbed through.
You can get grabbed and pushed through.
You force a
yes.
command grab and you clip through a wall. Got it.
Bleeding is like goated in every Souls game except for 2. It's kind of pathetic, but you know it's still fine.
Isn't Rapid Possession DS Toxic and Frenzy is DS Bleed?
Rapid, no.
Oh, it's a mind flare.
Yeah, you can stab these guys.
Nice whiff there, Josh. Yeah, this thing hasn't been leveled that much.
No,
it's gonna be kinda ass.
no. Dark Souls Toxic is just really fast bleed. Rapid poison in this game, or not bleed, is poison. Rapid poison is like when it accumulates, you just take a bunch of damage at once. I wouldn't blame you for not knowing because it's very you don't get many enemies in this game that has it. It's like those weird green scorpions that pop will give you the status, and that's like the only thing that comes to mind.
Yeah. You're right. Now I'm thinking about it.
No, and Frenzy is actually the same thing. It's just more severe.
I just got a madman's knowledge for fighting Cthulhu again. but-
Wow.
Wow.
You haven't shown everybody that it can suck the insight right out of your noggin.
Well, yeah, because I saw that a lot last playthrough, Joey. I don't need to see it again.
Yeah, I guess we should note. I'm sure if anybody who's watching this is probably somewhat familiar with Bloodborne, because I think there's fewer people watching right now than there was last time around. But you'll note if you look up at the sky, it's not orange anymore.
Yeah.
Because we spent our insight. We can't see giant ghouls
go
clinging to the
back.
walls, and
wow.
a number of enemies do not have arcane attacks that they previously had.
I could just bolt Hunter's Mark, to be honest.
No, you there's still more to do here.
Oh, is there?
Yes.
How did I
There's
miss
so
it?
much. You keep saying, how did you miss it? I don't know. You don't have the Souls exploration.
You're right, I don't.
It's behind
because-
you.
I love
There's more
wandering
over
around Tokyo
there.
figuring
Is
out
there?
how
I
to most
can't even
efficiently
see
spend
this
my limited
shit.
time.
It's right over here. See, this is why I turn my brightness up every game that I play, so I can see it better.
Because it's garbage.
Yeah, a lot of times. I believe there's going to be a ladder over here somewhere, or something like that.
Oh, yeah. I
Wow.
literally did not see it, so I was right next to it.
I assumed there had to be a door to go somewhere, because that was just like an dead-end courtyard. I just figured you had been there before and knew that there was nothing there you wanted. I did not spot the ladder, though.
No, to be fair,
The
like,
birds.
The birds.
Da bears.
You are legally a bird now.
Like, I don't know how much of
Oh,
this
he's still alive.
I don't know how much of this is stuff I found on first playthrough and how much of it is
Die.
just stuff that I acquired as
Just
time
stuff
went
that's
on.
around.
Oh man,
who
tactics
knows?
music is so good.
It's very easy in games to assume you've been very thorough and realize you've not.
Dude.
I despite how much of the first act of Baldur's Gate that I have played with by myself and with friends, I learned the other day there's a zone that I had not been to.
Which one?
It's in the Underdark and it's got the fish people.
Fish.
Yeah, there's fish people.
Really?
Yeah.
Where
Those
at?
fish people.
Yeah, I don't in a hole
They got rock people in this
in a
game?
hole in the Underdark.
I've never seen the fish people.
Yeah, I hadn't
and
either.
I've at least gotten through the Underdark in like 4 separate playthroughs.
Yeah, crazy, huh?
Damn. Okay, that's cool.
All right, so we are in Iosefka's corner.
Oh, nice. Time to kill her.
No,
Well, not her, but you know.
not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Not yet.
So yes, this is the clinic at the very beginning of the game,
Yeah.
where the nice lady is, and Rutro, what's that? Ooh,
That
what's
ain't her.
this?
Oh, it is the mushroom people. This
It
thing's
wasn't
gonna-
even aggroed on you either. He was just Bing chilling.
Well, yeah, but he needs to die.
Oh, and you got
Kanehurst's. Oh.
what is that? Oh,
Unable to acquire Iosefka's blood vial due to inventory or max storage.
because oh my gosh, this is the real Iosefka.
Yep.
Whoa, she's a weird alien.
She's a weird alien. I
So-
killed her.
Because
So-
as we discussed in the previous stream, we could hear the voice coming through the door, and it was clearly a different voice. And when we looked through the window, there was clearly she was holding a gun.
And you also got a Kanehurst summons. Why don't you view that? It'll be a key item.
An old bloodstained summons, inviting an honored guest to the Forsaken Castle Kanehurst. Rather bafflingly, it is addressed to you. Do not hesitate. The stagecoach leaves from Hemwick Crossing.
Okay.
So honestly, going to Hemwick may be the play because that is the means of getting to an optional area you didn't do the
Okay.
first time.
Cool.
But yes,
How do I pick this up? What do I need to get rid of?
need-
You need
Well,
to
you'd have to drink
use
a
the
blood
blood
vial.
vial. You can only carry one because she
Yeah.
would gift one to you, except that wasn't her
Okay, so
anymore.
oh yeah, so
yeah. So I mean, it really doesn't matter.
nom.
There you go. So
Cool.
yeah, so fake Iosefka is turned real Iosefka into a weird alien. That's crazy. And she was also like,
You wanna, I could go back, because we didn't open that door.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Let's unlock
Yeah.
that door.
yep, because that just leads back to
Yeah,
I mean,
the starting area.
But yeah, so you didn't send anybody here.
Yeah.
But
You'd see their dead bodies on these operating
well, it's not
tables, I
that
assume.
you'd see more aliens.
Well, okay, gotcha.
So yeah, anybody you send here would get turned into an alien.
I love aliens.
They are celestial beings.
Yes.
Beings
There's
with
a door over there. I believe you just missed.
beings with a
Gosh.
severe
I might be smoking crack. I'm smoking crack. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine.
beings with a severe
Tomar.
increase of insight, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Who can see something far beyond the mortal realm.
I would go off to the beyond realm.
No, you
Beyond
gotta go over there
beyond
first,
mortal
yeah.
ken.
But just
I feel like this is a hallway taking us somewhere, and the other one was like it just gonna be like a little room.
This is
Should I go through here?
yeah.
Okay.
Open the door.
I do
I
have
saw a
believe
bunch of
dialogue is
scramble-
going to start at some point. Yeah.
Oh god.
So we'll just chill here. Don't go further.
Found your way in here. Very unfortunate. I had such high hopes for you. Well, I won't make any excuses. Would you mind leaving us alone? Things need not change. You'll do the rescuing, and I'll do the saving. But if you refuse to leave... Oh well. I've always wanted to try my hand on a hunter.
So yeah, obviously you go up there, she starts attacking you, but you can just leave and come back later.
What do you think?
I think you want to leave and come back later because that's a path to getting one of the 1/3 umbilicals.
Ah, gotcha.
Basically, you just visit her later in the game, at a later world state in the game.
You're saying she's got one of the items that like is a connection to great celestial knowledge?
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
Interesting.
communion room, some more fellers on the operating floor. Some good stuff. Very easily missable.
Yeah, seriously.
But yes.
So wait, do I have to not kill her in order to get the umbilical cord, or can
In
I
order
kill
to get
her?
hers, yeah. You got to come back at a later time. At a later world state.
So I can't just kill her now and take it?
No, it will not be on her body.
That's bullshit.
She doesn't have it right
She doesn't have it yet. She's still doing shenanigans with the aliens.
She's still doing stuff. She's not quite to that point.
She's
in
playing
her,
around with the eyes on the inside.
She's not at that point in her life journey.
I'll just
yet.
reawaken.
Whee!
Yippee!
I did it.
So, gang, chat, what do you guys want to talk about? I don't know how much longer we're going to go for, so you guys need to, if you guys have stuff you want to talk about, you should hit us with it now. You should ask us questions now.
So, yeah, why don't you burst through Hemwick, Charnel Lane, and try to get to the new stuff.
Yeah. So where's that at?
Hemwick.
Yeah.
That's the... I think you got the lamp already, didn't you?
I don't know, man.
That was the area. Hemwick is the one with the witches. It's the optional area.
Oh yeah, I
that
can
the
go
guys
down
popping
there if
out
you
the
want me
ground.
to.
Yeah, so I watched the movies yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, of
yesterday
course,
was
movie
movie
night. Movie
night.
night. What were the 3 movies at movie night?
So it was Christmas themed. So
Okay.
Silent Night, Deadly Night 2. That was my choice.
All right.
It's a good movie. That's the Garbage Day movie.
No, I know which one it is.
Garbage Day.
I'm gonna go ahead and spoil part of the Christmas Best of the Worst. They watched Silent Night, Deadly Night 4 or some crap during that
Sick.
episode.
Garbage Day.
The main character of that is
The guy who says garbage.
The guy
day.
who says Garbage Day is so expressive, and it's very funny, and it's a shame he didn't do much acting because he's like a goofball.
So what else? What were the other? Because it's always 3 movies.
It's always 3 movies.
Unless you watch something really long. So what was
it
else?
was
you got?
that. Then after that, it's like it's not fair to ever compare anything to movie 43 again.
God.
But we watched Seth Rogen comedy,
Whoa.
What was
and the day before or something like
The
that.
day before. That's the game with the.
I don't know the day
Russian
before.
dudes.
I know the
The night before. Or something
Was he in that movie? The This Is the End or whatever about the end of the
Uh,
world.
I don't know.
Whatever. Seth.
This is
Okay,
the
you're just gonna tell me where I'm
day
going, by the
before.
way.
Hemwick.
What? Wow, Joey, thank you.
That's the name of it. You activated the thing already. Go find the Hemwick teleport.
Wow, it almost has 69% on Rotten Tomatoes. It has 68%
it
on Rotten
should
Tomatoes.
be half of that. The movie's really funny because Seth Rogen is a Jew and he does drugs.
I see.
Is that
But he's not even the main focus. It's him.
Cool.
It's him. It's the Hawk from the Marvel movies.
Yeah, and Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I'm
And
seeing that.
Joseph
Anthony Mackie and Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Yeah, and it's funny.
From the guys who brought you This Is the End and Neighbors. Hey, this
Wow,
is the end. This
that's
is
okay.
associated
Where am I
with
going?
this.
Okay, click that one. See if it's there. Hemwick Charnel Lane. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Ninja Money says you can really tell that The Rock was peeing on set constantly in it.
What?
Huh?
Oh, I watched Red 1 recently. Got it. Okay.
Okay.
I guess he's constantly
guess
constantly leaving the shot.
That man's pissing.
Okay.
That movie was not good.
Okay, where am I going?
The Red 1 or the day before?
I did not. I mean, you're just progressing through here.
Okay, got you.
So what was the third thing?
The
of
third
night?
one was
Can
Kiss
do.
Kiss Bang Bang.
Okay, all right. That's a good movie.
That was a good movie. That was a good one to end the night out.
So I don't know if you know this. That was the not Joseph Gordon-Levitt. That was the Robert Downey Jr. is sober now and he's back to acting comeback movie
Sick.
that nobody saw
Damn.
6 months before Iron Man.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That was a good movie. I really liked it.
That's the I mean you can probably, if you don't know this, you'll be able to tell it as soon as I say it, but it's written by the guy who wrote Lethal Weapon.
I've not seen Lethal
Oh,
Weapon.
okay then.
Have you
never
not
mind.
seen Lethal Weapon?
No.
Don't worry about it.
How?
It's
Don't
on
worry
our
about it.
list.
It's an old movie. Lots of people haven't seen movies. Don't get upset
Garbage
when people haven't
Garbage
seen
Day.
when people haven't seen cool things. Don't get upset at them. Take it as an opportunity to show them the cool thing.
That's kind of what, like, that's not why movie night started, but that was a big thing. Was before,
So
like,
many
in the
movies.
friend group was
How have you
how
not seen
it was
this
how
movie?
every time somebody talks about a movie,
There's an NPC on your
there
left.
was yeah, you can chat with them. There's like an 80% chance that I would go, yeah, I haven't seen that, and they go, Joey, you haven't seen the Goobinator? But it's such a good movie. It's like, okay.
The
The
Goobinator.
Goobin hater.
It's true.
You
The
haven't
Rock
seen John
reportedly was
Marshall
showing.
goes to the grocery store, but bro, it's a classic.
Ninja Money says it's true. The Rock reportedly was showing up to set multiple hours late and would pee in bottles while filming just to leave them around the set, and it really made his coworkers mad.
Well, that's just the sniper from TF2. He's just trying to be a cool dude.
That's interesting.
That's good stuff.
That's an interesting story.
I
Ninja
heard
Money.
about that as well.
I hadn't heard about that. That's pretty interesting. I like that.
I assumed it was fake.
I kind of didn't really like him as an actor, but now I kind of
Now,
like him.
what the hell? I love The Rock now.
Now my respect for him is skyrocketing.
It's like it's a shame that he can't get like punched in movies, but if he's out here,
But he's out here pissing.
Here's the thing, I've never admitted this on the show, but I sometimes have to go to the bathroom.
Wait, really?
And to see that he does too,
It makes me relate to him
he's
much
really
more.
relatable.
You know, I used to
liberating.
think I had no connection to him because he's not allowed
You're
to
so
lose
right.
fights in movies.
yeah, and I lose fights all the time.
But now that I know that he loses
Now
fights
that
with his
he
bladder.
pisses,
Now that I
yeah.
know that he's a real pisshead.
Oh my gosh.
Seth
stuff.
Rawl asked questions. Have you played any Final Fantasy Tactics by any chance?
It's the best Final Fantasy game.
So good that it basically isn't a Final Fantasy
It's
game.
basically not a Final Fantasy game, and the fact it hasn't gotten an HBO miniseries
Don't
it
worry.
pisses me off.
Don't worry, I'm working on it.
I'm
I'm
working on it.
I'm working on it.
I'm working on it.
Square had a
Yes,
Square apparently tried to make an
you're
FF14.
beginning to believe. Just run past everybody.
He's beginning to
I'm
believe.
beginning to believe.
I think.
Yeah, there's the shortcut over there. Right?
Yep, activate.
Put the pop and the pudding pop.
In the wooden bop, activate that shortcut so that I can show off something in this area that I'm willing to bet most people don't know about.
Okay, what is it?
You have to go back up and kill the enemies that are coming after you, but do not attack any crow enemies. Do not attack any birds.
Bird deep bird.
Do not attack
behind
the
you.
birds.
Do not attack
These guys
any
have so
birds.
much HP. God bless.
I think it's also that this sword hasn't been upgraded enough.
this is true.
Okay.
The birds.
Do not
I'm
attack
not
any
attacking
birds.
the birds, bro. I'm a friend to birds.
The birds.
Everyone who knows me says, "Wow, he's a friend to birds."
He loves those birds.
They hate me.
You can attack that bird. You can kill that bird. You can put it down.
I'm gonna
Stab
put
it
you
with
down.
your sword.
Now watch out for that bird. Don't talk to that bird.
I think that bird hates me too.
If the bird hates you, yeah, okay, actually, yeah, that bird, kill that bird. He's not a. Don't be
he
a
is
friend.
not one of the chosen ones.
Don't be a friend.
Yeah,
of that bird.
chosen one.
Now don't walk towards the other birds. Don't make the other birds angry at you.
Okay, come here.
Just kill this guy.
Come here.
Kill him dead.
With like a rock.
Kill the
or a
bird lady
stone.
from
Mary
from,
Poppins?
no, I was gonna say from Home Alone 2, Lost in New York. I couldn't
you
come up with
go.
the words Home Alone.
Okay.
Don't kill these birds.
Why do they? They're attacking
No, no, no.
me.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay to fight the birds that are mad at you. Okay. Now look at that fella.
Yeah.
Get a load of that bird. Walk up to him. Isn't it incredible? This enemy's AI is broken. He will not attack
Oh,
you.
that's cool.
He's a friend.
He's a friendly boy.
Beware of friend.
That's cool.
Every playthrough, I
Leave the note that says "Beware of friend."
yes, because he's a good fella. That's a good one.
That guy just parried you with their rake, but it didn't
No,
matter.
that was I hit the tombstone.
Oh, okay.
He hit a rock.
I hit a rock. I got
Okay.
a rock.
Here we go, buddy. Come here.
No, Final Fantasy Tactics
Is the greatest thing ever.
Pretty good. It's got a lot of the Matsuno game design problems in it, but you kind of put up with it
Yeah.
because it was also written by Matsuno.
Yeah, just don't get to that one part and break your save.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, so Joey, in Final Fantasy Tactics contains
a great game.
You know how we told you the classic era when games
Classic.
had bullshit in them?
Yes.
Final
Is
Fantasy
Tactics the one where it's like, don't pick your birth sign wrong, you idiot?
Yes,
Yes,
that's correct.
that is correct.
So you pick every character has a zodiac sign, and zodiac signs have affiliations where certain zodiac signs have advantage against other zodiac signs and disadvantage against other zodiac signs.
Just like real life.
Just like real
Just
life.
like real life. Now, so you can, like, theoretically, you could try to form an entire team of one zodiac sign and have, like, all your healers, the sign that has advantage against them, to buff all their healing. But then if you come up against a team of bad guys who have a zodiac sign that you're disadvantaged against, you can be in a real pickle. I've been playing Tactics Ogre Reborn, which doesn't have zodiac signs. It has elemental affinities. And it only has 6 elements, so it's a little bit easier to juggle, but it also
Actually,
means that it's...
do me a favor and go behind you here.
Okay.
But go ahead, Jacob.
It can be a little bit hard to like juggle.
Oh crap!
It can be a little hard to juggle affinities in Tactics Ogre Reborn because there are only 6, So like it's like you're going to usually when you go into an encounter in that, it's gonna be like most of the enemies in this encounter are, let's say, electricity or ice or whatever, right? And then there will be okay, I can mostly, if they're ice, I can populate my team with mostly fire. However, they're like pretty much guaranteed there will be like 2 guys on the enemy team.
Oh shit!
That are water, which are strong against
fire. What the hell
fire.
just hit me?
A guy with a gun.
Oh my gosh.
I see a guy in a wheelchair.
He's got a gun!
I see a guy in a wheelchair.
Yeah, so...
Oh my god, he's got a gun!
So yeah, you can kill him. The reason I wanted you to go here specifically is if you go back to the window, before I forget, I can explain a mechanic we're never going to see in this game.
Okay, cool.
So, if we were co-oping in this game right now, there would be an enemy in this room called a bell-ringing lady.
Okay.
So...
Oh, well, yeah, I know the enemy you're talking about.
So, the way multiplayer works in this game, I talked last time about how it's kind of weird, where it's like, you just have to ring your bell in the world, and your friend rings their bell, and you have to hope that it connects, and you get sent to the world, right? The way PvP works in this game is once you are in the world with another, like once somebody joins your world in co-op, it will say somewhere in the world a bell-ringing lady appears. And that is in each zone, there is 1 or 2 set locations that an enemy will spawn, which is a lady who rings a bell. While she is in the
enemies to respawn.
No, while she's in the world, she is ringing the PvP bell.
Yeah, it's a different
She is
bell.
inviting people to come in and invade.
Okay.
But if you kill her, that stops the ability for people to invade you.
I see.
So yeah, and by default, there's an optional area that you've not been to that there will always be a bell ringing lady there. So, like, even if you're not co-oping, so that is the PvP enabled zone.
Okay.
But you can still find her and kill her. But by default, if you're not co-oping, you're only going to find her in it's called the Nightmare Frontier. A very probably my favorite named location in any Souls game. But yeah, we're not going to get to that today. So
ouchies.
I just wanted to explain that.
Hold on a second. What's going on over here? Let's.
Ouchies.
And you got a bloodshot eyeball. That is used for chalice dungeons.
Yay!
Seth Rawls
Love
says,
chalice dungeons.
"Oh my god, I was thinking Tactics Advance 2. Did they seriously do that for the first entry? Were they insane?" Referring to what? Referring to zodiac signs?
Probably.
You got to clarify a little bit there.
Tactics A2 is a great game, and I will hear no naysaying about that game.
It is
the greatest handheld game.
As a tactical RPG video game.
It's not good.
No, I was gonna say as a tactical RPG video game, I think it actually is good in terms of like the tactical gameplay because it's not as long. Like the battles in it aren't as long as some other games in the genre. The amount of unit variety and like viable strategies is like off the charts.
You can follow up the R2 with another R2 to slam down.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's
it's
cool.
fun.
And it's like there are so many quests in that game that you will never run out of stuff to do in it. It is crazy.
The amount of content for a DS game is really what makes that game so special.
Yes, the
at
story
least to me.
is
It's
lame.
bad.
It's lame.
It's
It's
bad.
uninteresting. The most interesting stuff in it is when like Vaughn and Pinello show up, and you're like, how are they doing? How are they holding up? That's fun.
Yeah, that's like it.
That was cute.
The enemy.
It's fun getting Alcid, and he just like whips out a revolver and blows people away. That's fun.
That was
That's
cool.
cute.
It's more than he did in 12.
No, in 12 he was being all diplomatic and stuff. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Nah,
get me into trouble.
Bing Chaling,
Rat.
dude. Bing Chaling.
Don't you in Bing shooting.
Zodiac signs, yeah. No, Seth Rawl, Yasumi Matsuno, who directed Tactics Ogre.
Please tell me for the next hour of this Bloodborne stream, we're just going to talk about Matsuno. Please inject it into my veins.
Tactics Ogre and Ogre battle at Quest, and then was headhunted from Quest over to Square, where he made Final Fantasy Tactics.
Because Sakaguchi had already made like a 10-page design doc for, hey, I want to make a tactics, Final Fantasy Tactics game.
He liked Fire Emblem and Tactics Ogre, and then the dude who made Tactics Ogre didn't really want to be at Quest anymore. So he just came over and made a game for Sakaguchi. And then he did Vagrant Story, and then he did Final Fantasy 12, and then something happened that we still don't understand all the details of.
And he was gone.
And Matsuno kind of quit the games industry. He shows up occasionally to like contribute to projects.
Well, crap. I'm dead.
No.
He directed a...
You just gotta learn how to quit out the game quick enough to
Shut
reset
up!
the enemies.
I think he like contribute. He was. I think he was like a creative director.
Oh, come on.
A producer on Tactics Advance. I forget what he did on that.
He was
exactly.
a producer on the two.
Let me double check.
All right, hug that left wall and open the gate.
Yep.
He was busy working on 12 at the time, but he like oversaw stuff about Tactics Advance. Let me double check here.
The overseer.
Yeah, he produced Tactics Advance.
Now you see that big pillar that's lit weird. I wonder what it's all about.
And I think he
I
produced.
wonder what it could be. You think I should walk towards it?
Perhaps you should walk
Advance
towards
2 as
it.
well. Also important to note, one of the lead writers on Tactics Advance, Jun Akiyama, one of the writers on Kingdom Hearts 1 and Final Fantasy 12, who was supposed to write Versus 13 and then vanished.
Does do the bosses have to be dead for this to activate? Go a little bit past it.
He wrote World of he disappeared for ages, then wrote World
Maybe
of
you gotta
Final
kill the boss
Fantasy.
No
there.
wonder I missed it, because I came by this and was like, this is weird.
Well, you didn't have the Canehurst summons at the time.
Oh, I didn't.
Maybe you have to kill the boss there. I mean, do a Google.
That's a lot of doggos. Oh, this is when the cane is superior. Is far
Well, swap
superior.
to it.
I
You
didn't.
got
I
it.
forgot to swap.
see.
I forgot to equip both.
No, Yasumi Matsuno had nothing to do with Grimoire of the Rift. He was gone by then, and it looks like he didn't come back.
No wonder the story sucked balls.
You must defeat the witch of Hemwick before this can
Okay,
be
got you.
triggered. Interesting. Never knew that. but
I don't
I've
think
never
he has
tried the
anything to do
sequence.
with the story of Advance 1 either. I mean, I guess maybe he had suggestions. I really don't know. I know you love you playing your Castlevania music.
No, you don't.
No, I have the Hunter Axe still. Oh, wait, no, Fred.
A hunter must hunt.
Gunther must Gunther.
No, he must Hans!
Hanser must hunt.
Hans!
I was like, why is Joey not reacting? This is his thing.
What?
Hans and Gunther.
Hans, Gunther.
Peter. Gunther.
These are the
Salitator.
these are the cries of German characters in Battlefield 5 shouting for their friends.
Wasn't it Battlefield
Salutator.
1 too? I think it was both.
I don't know.
I think it's Battlefield 5.
I just know that
what they did this in.
Peter and Gunther.
I just remember the Kaliningrad General videos that all starred Hans and Gunther.
Actually, I think this fight's going to be more difficult now that you're slightly insane.
Seth Roll says, and Vaughn and Pinello are the least interesting characters in Final Fantasy 12. My appreciation for Vaughn and Pinello has grown in leaps and bounds over the years.
Okay, where's she at?
And indeed, they got another little like passive boost in my estimation by Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 16
Yeah.
is like a video game long thesis on why Final Fantasy 12 absolutely needed Vaughn and Pinello.
Yeah. Where is she?
She's right there.
No.
So this is kind of a gimmick.
This
fight.
is a
a
hide and
gimmick
seek
fight.
gimmick fight.
I see.
This
This
is
is a fake fight, huh?
This is a fight where.
Where is she?
Where is it?
Oh, there she is.
You found her.
I think she's on the floor over here.
You can.
No, it was a freaking specter.
A spectator.
A spectre.
So there's an invisible witch in this room.
Witches.
A witch, and she summons bad guys, and you got to find her, and you got to break her back.
Yeah, this is one of the fights I like to in
Make her
Souls
humble.
games I like to call sprint fight
I
because
see.
you don't ever lock on, you just sprint around.
I see.
Well, if you're playing it correctly.
How do you spot her if she's invisiblest?
You get close, and
you
then
get close
see
and then
her.
she spawns? I haven't. Am I crazy?
Crazy.
What have I? Where am
Hug
I
the
not going?
walls better.
Yeah, Hallwug.
You're not hall
Hallwug.
wugging. You're not
Time
even.
to Hallwug.
There she
There
is.
she
Whoa.
is. Get a backstab on her. Oh,
Die, bitch.
she's gonna explode now.
No, she's
She
not.
didn't. You get a before you. She won't react for a few seconds if you don't
Okay.
attack her, so you can get a good charge
Understood.
backstab.
I
There she
saw a little. I
is.
saw a little clink on the ground.
There she is.
Okay. Second one doesn't spawn until she's at half health, right?
Well, I believe they're always there, but you just don't know it.
Yeah, you just don't know it until halfway through.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, the Witch of Hemwick.
Oh,
is
there's
witch-
the other
is
one.
Witches of Hemwick. There's two of them.
The witches. Oh, I forgot the
Witches.
backstab.
no, it's her.
Witches. Witches.
So this is
Women.
Women.
not the best
Women.
fight in the Soul series.
This
No
one
kidding.
is terrible.
It's not the best.
This is one of those patented second try ones because I was not playing it right until I had like 2 blood vials left, and then I aced it because it's not hard.
Sothral says, haven't played it. What's the matter? Is Clive like Bosch without Vaughn or something? Rune Relation says, explain that, curious. Okay, so here's the thing. Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy
There she
12,
be.
from 2 different angles, are both about oligarchs with little regard for the common man who are downtrodden upon the common
crap,
man
yeah.
and attempting to, like, liberate ourselves from a corrupt system The problem, all of the main characters of Final Fantasy 16 are educated oligarchs.
Yeah.
It's good. Yeah.
Clive learns how tough it is to be a black person because he becomes black.
Oh, God. I never thought... Oh, God.
It's good stuff.
It's such a good game. I haven't even gotten the other health bar yet.
But
which
it's
is
okay,
really
because
goofy.
later on they're like, Clive, your family was really good to black people.
It's so...
It's
that
so
is the
funny.
shittiest thing that happens in the whole game.
Yeah, your family was one of the good Confederates.
You were one of the good ones.
Okay, so fuck it. Spoilers for FF16.
Who gives a shit?
This is
No.
because this is a vague endgame thing anyway. This is like a spoiler for the very beginning of the game, and then a really unimportant late game spoiler. It's in a side quest. So at the very beginning of the game,
Oh, there she is. Crap.
The Begingy.
at the very
Also,
beginning
if
of
you
the
She
don't
game,
gungied me.
Clive,
Start pressing buttons to take less damage.
I'm mashing buttons.
Clive and
taking
Joshua
your
are the
eyeballs.
sons of the Duke of Rosaria. The Duke of Rosaria is in rough shape these days because the diminishing resources that are affecting all of the kingdoms, and he's trying to figure out how can I do right by my people and run my kingdom efficiently without putting. But I'm gonna have to put all this pressure on my 10-year-old son who's got superpowers. I don't know how I'm gonna handle this. Blah blah blah. And also his bitch of a wife
Is a bitch.
is
She's morally gray because she's very attractive.
And
That's
she-
not...
and she-
dude,
and she
it
really-
is one of the few where that,
and she really doesn't like the eldest son with dark hair who has a pet wolf. It's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's crazy how she really,
It's
really
crazy
doesn't,
she doesn't like that one because he's a bastard.
He's not a bastard.
He's not even.
It doesn't even. There's never explained why she doesn't like him other than just he didn't get the Phoenix. He got the superpowers, but
he didn't get the superpowers,
Did you
even though
I shouldn't be unfair. No, that's fairly well realized. Actually, I'm being unfair. I'm being uncharitable to that character. She's actually very characterized. Very consistently.
You're allowed to be unfair to that character because it's just Cersei Lannister.
But my point is that she's very consistently characterized. She just wants a kid with superpowers.
Yeah.
That is like her whole thing. Is she wants a cute son with superpowers, and that's all that really matters to her.
Find the other one before it gets revived
Nah, it's
again.
fine.
Anyway.
Who gives a shit? They're both gonna get one comboed with the amount of health they have left.
Yeah, but if
it's not
you don't kill
Rosaria.
them,
Whatever.
it's
It's whatever the name of
There it is.
the kingdom is. The duchy.
Rosario Vampire.
Rosaria is a location that is talked about often but never seen in 12. I forget what the name of the duchy.
I think it is Rosaria.
I think it's Rosaria with
It's
an S
Rosaria
instead of a Z.
Wingardium Leviosa.
It's a reference. I mean,
There we go.
FF does that all the time. Doma appears in multiple games.
But Doma's cool.
But anyway, things go bad. The Duke is killed, and the duchy is sacked by the evil empire nearby. Now, here's the problem.
Forces of Ganon.
It's never really explained why the empire attacked Rosaria.
Never.
It's never really explained.
They're evil, Jacob.
We are to assume it's because they want land. Because that's the only motivation that's ever provided, land and crystals. There are reasons we could get into about why it doesn't really make sense, a lot of the actions they take, but that's not important for right now. What matters is that, the very near the ending of the game, there is a side quest that you can find, where you can find the will that was written by Clive's dad.
Yeah.
And Clive's dad wrote a will that said, when my sons take over, all of the slaves in my nation will be freed, and all of these other progressive things are going to happen. So
It's so brave.
am very cool, and you should. And here's my thing, right?
It's so brave.
If
that
they
he
had
wrote
made
in his
that
will.
the tension at the beginning of the game,
It would have been fine.
Yeah.
well, no, then that's also a reason to be invaded.
Yes,
if he's
exactly.
like, I'm going to free.
Yeah, he's
all
going
of
to
the
be hyper progressive.
if I'm going to free all the bearers and give
Which
them
is a
rights,
mode, yeah.
and I'm going to create a college where we're going to study alternative energy sources to crystals, and his racist wife who hates all the slaves, and the nearby nations who are threatened by this liberalism, teamed up to kill him because he was too radical.
Up together and murder him.
Then it would the story would make more sense.
No, shut up.
No, it's fine. Also,
Excuse
this
me, are
is
you the
after the
princess?
witches. This is the room where you would get the thing that lets you have runes.
And
but
it
because you
also
already have them,
would
I'll
give
get that
Clive way more reason to decide to burn everything down because he watched a good man try to do kind things, and the world said fuck that.
Yeah, but
and
in reality,
you go, then the only radical option, you have to take radical action in a world that is this resistant to change.
Yeah.
It would have made the entire story better if instead of passing the buck to his kids, he had just been doing that.
No,
Yeah.
shut up. It's a great game because
I really like the girl.
I really like girl who has no character except that she didn't
that
like
she-
being a slave, which yeah, fair, I guess.
That's my favorite character.
She's so well characterized. Tell me anything you want to know about dwarves.
Benedicta's storyline was good. After
Yeah,
she dies, the game falls apart.
falls apart. Dude, it was so funny because I thought it was just going to turn into, oh, we're going to have all these lieutenants that we fight, and they made one of them kind of interesting, and it's like, oh, she's the first one, and she has the most going on.
And that's also one of the best encapsulations of the game's themes, because basically we find out that she was like an enslaved sex worker, and Sid saw value in her and rescued her and took care of her, right? But at the time they were both working for Big Bad Guy Man, and eventually Sid goes, Bad Guy Man is big bad and I'm going to leave. And Benedicta throws her lot in with Big Bad Guy because Sid's vision of radical kindness and equality in a world this messed up seems less likely to work than what Barnabas is pitching. Like, staying with the dude who's going to use power to rule seems like the safer bet than going with the guy who...
Ninja Bunny. Why wasn't her new child the main antagonist? Because they were just doing a Tom and Lannister thing.
Yeah.
Because it was what happened in Game of Thrones. And look, it's like Tommen. Do you
It's
remember?
like
Do you
what happened-
remember?
do
Do
you
you
remember
remember
what
how
happened
Cersei acts?
Do you
Oh,
remember
hey,
what
look at
happened
this
in Game of
cutscene.
Thrones?
You remember how her new husband just acts like Tywin?
Let's watch
Like,
this.
regardless of context?
Let's watch this cutscene.
Okay.
Hey, you got the Canehurst summons, and look at this. Your summons. You're summoning a horse or two.
Yeah, 16's bad, Ninja Bunny. That is one of your takes that I wholeheartedly agree with. Like we always say, half of your takes are incredibly based and the other half suck. This is one of the former.
I don't think it's a bad game.
No, it's a bad game.
No, it's not a bad game. People forget what the term bad game is these days because we're drowning in so many 7 out of 10s. It's like, it's not a bad game. It is a disappointing game.
Okay, fine. It's a 5 out of 10.
It's a disappointing game that it's got fun, polished gameplay that falls flat because there's no challenge to really use it on, and it's got a story that drags its feet and doesn't go
which
anywhere.
Joey
Don't
and I-
you love that the difficulty of all of the harder encounters of that game is how big the health bar is?
I'd like the big health bar at that point, though, because everything else is so boring that at least I'm focusing
Joey
on
and I
doing
had a long
something.
conversation about the game design of 16 in the final Alan Wake stream.
Oh, Ninja Bunny, you didn't like that the final cutscene of FF16 was just FF7 again?
Be quiet. Shut the hell up.
It was just FF7
I
again.
said we were going to do minor spoilers. I'm spoiling the one thing about the dad because it's unimportant.
No, if I'm able to prevent someone from spending
No,
30
don't.
bucks on Steam
It's-
to do it, don't do
Hey, look,
it.
it's Hogwarts.
Oh man, it's Hoggy Warty Hogwarts.
It's Pogwarts.
It's Poggers.
Poggers! Oh my gosh.
There's gonna be a scary woman at the top who declares that no, there are only 2 genders, and she sucks all the insight out of your head.
No! No. She sucks the woke out of your head. Turn around, by the way. Go talk to the horses. Oh my god!
They died in the freezing cold.
What is
Go
the-
talk to the horses.
Damn.
Damn. They've
Anyway,
been dead for a long time. How did you get here?
I think it's
You wanted Castlevania. You're at Castlevania.
Castlevania.
yeah. This is actually Dracula's castle. This is Dracula.
Go look to your left. There's no. I mean, go back.
They
There's
told
the
I had
lamp.
to I had to take 2 madmen's knowledges to make myself less mad.
These statues are about to come to life, aren't they?
I don't know. I do know, but I'm not going to tell you.
Popping blood vials in Yharnam like there ain't no tomorrow.
This is brand new, fresh content for you. Why would I spoil anything?
Content, if you will. Oh god. What the hell is? Oh, I've seen these things before.
What the hell?
Bobby,
Anyway,
what
I
the
think
hell are you been working on in your room up there?
I think it's interesting that at the very beginning of the game,
Now this is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
Benedicta
damage.
thinks that
They do a lot of damage, huh?
Sid's vision of radical kindness and equality seems less viable than conquering
it's not pragmatic.
the entire world, and Benedicta's mental breakdown happens when she realizes that Barnabas only values her for her magical abilities, and Sid valued her when she had nothing, and she just burned that bridge with him forever, and that's when she breaks down.
Yeah, it's good.
It's super clean, it's super tight. First 10 hours of 16, really good.
Yeah.
Then it kind of falls apart.
Dude, I was so hyped when we got to the Garuda fight, and then after that it was just like, oh gosh. And then I went and played Heavensward, and I went, wait, this writer can write?
It's crazy. It's crazy how like those games are like worlds apart from one another in terms of what they're trying to do and how successful they are at it.
So this is like a bloodsucker.
It's like a bloodsucker type of guy.
Like a bloodsucker.
Like a mosquito type of guy.
Mosquito, he's a big belly. Wow.
It was bad.
Well, this segment just got this segment just got added to the
oh my god,
the FF16 discussion video that's just going to compile us talking
It's
about
going
it
to be
in the Breath of the Wild playthrough.
So
and
I was
in-
gonna say,
and
it's
in
gonna be
Alan
30
Wake.
No,
minutes.
I'm pissed because I missed both of those.
No, you didn't. No, you were in the Breath of the
Was
Wild
I?
one. Yeah,
Oh,
you were.
remember.
No, that was when we were still playing it.
Okay.
We were almost at the end. We had a discussion about it.
Okay, I don't remember.
But anyway, back to the works
Reality.
of Yasumi Matsuno
Snap
and
back to reality.
so no, basically when I was among other issues that I had with Final Fantasy 16,
And
I
if these
think
guys
that
are a
it's
little too frustrating. You can really just run to the door. And
Yeah, I
ignore
know.
them.
I'm gonna try to kill one. I'm just gonna try to aggro the one that's over here first.
as much as Final Fantasy 16 is just like constant misery porn. You feel
it's so-
you feel kind of detached from
Yes!
what life is like for the common man in this world.
Yeah.
You know what it's like for slaves,
That's
and you know what it's like for the hoers, for the poor
The
hoers.
hoers.
But you don't ever really see like normal people. The only
No.
people that you get to know are folks who are hiding in your secret treehouse with you.
I have a treehouse.
So I find it in like it just
Ah, shit.
it is so centering for Final Fantasy 12 that it starts with Vaughn and
Yeah.
what street level life looks like under Imperial occupation.
Yeah, it's huge.
And as much as 12 has a lot of writing problems, I think
I felt very vindicated. Sorry to cut
Mm-hmm.
you off, but I felt very vindicated when recently it was Matsuno was interviewed and was like, "No, I never intended for Bosch to be the main character. I don't know how that started."
Yeah, it's hard to say because every now and then Matsuno like tweets stuff, and I'm like, is that revisionist history? Does he really mean that? But no, it seems like the Bosch was meant to be the main character thing might have been
Fake.
might have just been a bunch of people talking. Might have been like some source guy on Reddit.
Dude, that's my favorite source.
Source, dude, trust me though.
Bro.
Source.
Bro,
My uncle,
I thought a
my
lot
uncle
about
works
it.
at Square.
Oh god. Okay,
Source,
yeah, we're running past these
Source.
assholes.
My uncle.
Yeah.
My uncle ran into Hironobu Sakaguchi at a Benihana's in Honolulu. But
Yeah, continue talking about Matsuno. I cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I cut myself off. We were talking about
Yeah.
FF16. Yeah, Ninja Bunny said FF16 is a really good game, and then literally exactly halfway through, everything good about it goes away, and it becomes the worst game ever made.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
that's what's
I mean,
incredible about it is
yeah.
how fast it nosedives.
It is funny.
Well, it's not a direct nosedive because there's not an inciting incident. It
What-
just
yeah.
becomes a
And one take that I
nothing burger.
disagree with about like the way that it switches over is that a lot of people say that game was good
Get me out.
when it was about like the politics.
No,
and,
it wasn't.
And when it shifts to the JRPG stuff, that's when it gets stupid.
No, it was bad before
The
that.
politics were ill-conceived from minute one, and I was actually much more interested in the JRPG stuff
He
they
was
were
minding
teasing,
his
and then it
own
turns out the
business.
The
JRPG
JRPG
stuff
thing was
was
the most boring.
also uninteresting.
Yeah.
So the game.
No, that
had
was the thing. It was
nothing.
like whenever it started cutting to, I guess I'm not allowed to say the character name.
That looks like Lady.
Because it's
Oh,
a spoiler
Lady.
to say the character name. But when it kept cutting to character name and his assistant who were running around doing the JRPG plot, I was like, please just show up and tell me that the JRPG plot is decent because the political part sucks ass.
And then they show up and they explain the
That
JRPG
it's terrible.
plot. Well, no, they basically say, so here's the stuff that you, the viewer, have already ascertained, and we have no further information.
I
So what the hell have you guys been doing this whole time?
So there's some ghosts now.
Ghosto.
Arigato gozaimasu.
Zaimasu.
There's a chest on the first floor somewhere.
Okay, cool.
These guys kind of remind me of that lady we saw in white with the blood around that spot that she has.
Kinda.
I mean, I don't think that it has anything actually to do with that. It just the dress kind of reminds me of that.
That man's knowledge.
The new leg.
The no leg.
My crib is full of ghosts. Who's lighting all these candles? The only thing I'm lighting is the end of this runt.
Stop making Dracula Flow references, Jacob. Keep talking about 16 like
The
a real
hunters
man.
came up in my castle and tried to persecute me. Had to hit them with a 45. Ha ha.
It's funny you say that.
Uh-oh. / use gun.
It's funny you say that about a gun. So this is the Rider Palash. This is
Baba Ganoush?
This is maybe the first blood tinge weapon you can get your hands on.
Ew.
It is a rapier with a pistol in it.
Okay, cool.
It is fine.
Okay. That's disappointing.
You can't use it right now because you don't have enough blood tinge. You're not good enough with guns. You don't have enough guns, like bumper stickers on your car to be able to use it. It's fine. It's not my favorite.
I only
weapon in
have
the world.
15 unregistered AR-15s. Yeah. I need at least 16.
It falls into the category of guns or of weapons I don't really love in this game, where it's like I don't really love it because it doesn't really have a transform. Its transform is firing its gun.
Oh, that's dumb.
But it's like it's fine.
The cops came by and told me I had purchased my marijuana legally. They didn't care about the 15 unregistered assault rifles I had in the back.
Stop, please. Just talk about 16, George.
No, we can't talk about 16.
No, I was done talking about
this
16.
This isn't the 16 discussion.
Other than again,
Another
I
chest.
think that like it really. As I was playing that game and I realized how little connection I felt to the setting, I realized how important Vaughn and Pinello actually were to oh, there are normal people in this world who need to be helped. And I know that may sound insane because Final Fantasy 16 is about freeing an underclass from slavery, and even normal people, to be fair, are suffering massively underneath oligarchs who don't care about anything but their own consolidation of their power.
Though.
But that exactly is we're mostly told about it. We don't really get to spend a lot of time with those people. And just like the focus always seems to be a little divided, and I really wish that there had been like somebody to come along and say like I said, it felt a little weird that Clive learns about the plight of the black man by becoming black, and then he's like, I'm going to fix it.
A noble dress. Oh my gosh, this is a place of nobility.
Well, who could have seen that coming?
Well, that dress is interesting because the only NPC that we meet that wears that dress is the whore.
Whore?
Yeah.
There's whores in this game?
Yeah, we got a whore last time. She gave us blood, and she's like, I'll give you blood.
Oh, that
if you
lady,
don't
that
mind
lady. Yes,
blood.
I remember
She
her.
is a
Right, she did say this. What can this whore do
She
for you?
is a prostitute, and she's wearing royal clothing from Canehurst.
I see.
It's like, wow.
How curious.
And all you're left to do at that point is to speculate, though, because of course, like that's all there is to it.
It's probably just the asset that they had.
Yeah, maybe not.
Maybe not. Oh,
There's a blood chunk up here.
oh yeah.
Wow.
Anyway,
good.
I think that the
There's a
grounded
Goober right there.
normal dude perspective that we get from Vaughn and Pinello is incredibly important to the successes of Final Fantasy XII.
Imagine being that bad at the game.
I think that Final Fantasy XII has a lot of structural problems, and I think that there are definitely some places where the plot weakens.
Yeah, the entire second half. for instance.
Everything from after you get to Arcadia is kind of weak. It feels like they ran out of money.
I think Dracula Laboratory in and of itself is okay.
Yeah, but that's my point. Is it at that point we get to it? There is so much
he's
walking.
stuck.
There is so much walking across the map between each individual plot point.
Yeah.
And the plot points that we get to
Are
they're haha.
Go to the next place.
You heated the key with your ass and cooled it with your
Yeah.
piss. Now go to the next location.
Thank you, Snake.
Maybe that's what we need to do. April Fools needs to just be Fortnite FF16 discussion.
I don't know about that.
I'm okay with that.
I would not honestly.
Fortnite, but let's do Helldivers.
I would
that way I
no,
wouldn't lose my mind.
No, Joshua.
Fortnite,
No, Joshua.
Miku will be out by
The
then.
April Fool's stream Joey and I have discussed for years is we're finally going to get some real clout and play Fortnite, and we stream for like 5 hours and we never hit start on the main menu.
Yeah.
We're just talking about stuff. Basically, the first part of RLM Star Wars Holiday Special
You got
discussion.
super lucky right there, by the way, because that guy's a beast. He's not like the other guys. He's like a swordsman.
He's like a demon.
He's like a gosh dang demon with a sword. He's got a cane.
Is there a lantern around here? I've gone quite far.
No.
No?
There's a shortcut, I think.
That's
What is that? Oh my gosh.
two
it's
gargoyles.
gargoyle.
And you know what that means. It's time for Castlevania.
And this is here. You're at a castle, and there's Vania to be had.
Oh god.
Man gets hurt once and says, "Oh God," but he's not a true hunter.
I didn't realize how little damage it was going to do, to be fair. I expected it to be like half my health bar. That's the first time one of these has damaged me. I expected them to be much stronger, to be honest.
They're weird enemies. Oh my gosh, some drip.
I'm now an executioner.
Drip or drown. The executioner's outfit's kind of cool, and also Alfred, that friendly fellow that we've been talking to, he wears executioner garb.
Cool.
And if you read its description, go over there.
Yes, yeah.
If you read its description, it's basically like, oh man, the executioners don't like these Cainhurstians. The Vile Blood Registry. That is a PvP online item thing that's worthless, and I don't know why it exists.
Anyway, to loop way, way, way back to Yasumi Matsuno, the trouble with Yasumi Matsuno as a game director is that he likes RPGs too much.
There's the beginning.
Yep.
He likes what?
He likes RPGs too much.
Yep.
He loves too much.
He will load down his games with so much
bullshit,
numerical and mechanical bloat that it becomes actively detrimental to the experience. You have to deal with so many interlocking systems and numerical values that it becomes obnoxious to play the games effectively. I've been playing Final Fantasy Tactics Reborn.
Basically, Tactics Ogre Reborn.
Tactics Ogre Reborn. Basically, since it came out. But there was a point where I stopped playing it for like a year because I got to a fight where I couldn't do more than 1 damage to enemies who had like 600 plus health unless I was using special moves that take multiple turns to charge up. So I couldn't do anything. And the answer wasn't level up more because there's a level cap in that game. So I was clearly just building my guys incorrectly, or I was going in with the wrong elemental affinities or whatever. I forget exactly how I overcame that. I may have been like 1 level below or something like that. I've gotten to the point where basically whenever the level cap increases, I just go to a practice match where my characters can't die permanently. I switch them all to AI, and I just let the match go until it's over, and then I just keep that going until that team is leveled up. Then I rotate through the rest of my team.
Let's rotate.
Yasumi Matsuno in many ways is the wet dream of the game director of the guys who are like, I hate long cutscenes, I hate walking simulators, because Yasumi Matsuno has an intimate, like, I guess, awareness of the fact that he's making a video game first. So he tends to do lengthy stretches of gameplay with cutscenes sprinkled sporadically. And those cutscenes, though, are extremely efficient, extremely focused, really punchy, and they get a lot done super duper quick.
Yep.
He's one of the more efficient video game writers out there. He handles really like clear characterization, and fairly complicated plot beats very quickly. But he's like, I'm making games for hardcore RPG fans. And I guess hardcore RPG fans, to his mind, are people who, the era of D&D when you did not play it as the, kind of what Critical Role has popularized it as, which is, the collaborative storytelling with your friends. But
you played it for the numbers.
You played it because you were in the math decathlon.
Based.
And so it becomes really annoying that like you can just get yourself into no-win scenarios in his games sometimes. The most infamous lock is in Final Fantasy Tactics, where it is in the final chapter of the game. It is not like the last fight.
It's like 5 fights from the last fight.
It's like the third to last sequence.
Yeah, it's like the third to last major plot beat, if you will.
Because that game does have like individual fights,
Ow.
but the way that works,
that
and also
thing
the
on
way
you 'cause
that
she screamed at
What does
you.
that do?
I don't remember.
the
I
way
think it makes
that
you more susceptible to getting stunned. Or
the way that both
Cool.
Tactics Ogre and Final Fantasy Tactics work is that when you're going around on the world map, if you get into an encounter like in a field or in a town or whatever, like there's one map that you can fight on.
Yeah.
However, if you go and like assault a castle or someone's manor, you're probably going to have to beat 3 fights in a row, like the grounds, the antechamber, and then
The throne room.
Yeah,
or
and then a
whatever.
throne room or something like that, right? And you have to do them all in a sequence. Like once you start, you can't go back out to the world map, so you need to have your guys in order, and your items in order beforehand. You can
man
respec.
blowing
I see him.
You can respec between fights, but you can't go back out to the world map. You can also save between these fights, but you can't go back out to the world map. Yeah, Joey just went oof because he already knows where this is going. So during this, like the third to last or second to last instance where you have to do multiple fights in a row like this, you get to a room where Ramza, the main character, has to
Do a 1v1.
has to do a 1v1 for like 10 turns before his team shows up. And if you have the wrong Zodiac affinity
You
to be
just die.
weak against the guy who is in that room, and you don't have a class with a healing spell, then you die.
And that's that. You should have been better.
And if you
if you listen to the Resident Arc tutorial and you just make him a Capricorn, you immediately make that fight twice as difficult for you, which I did.
They made a mistake when they were advising how to deal with that fight. There are ways to deal with it because you can build Ramza to be extremely busted.
Evelyn.
But if you haven't built him to be extremely
Evelyn is a
busted,
pistol.
I would say pistol. Is it good?
Evelyn is a very good pistol that you cannot use.
What the hell? I need blood
what
tinge.
the hell, Lois?
What the hell, Lois? Why would I use blood tinge?
Evelyn is a pistol with blood tinge scaling. It's
Damn.
the strongest pistol in the game. It's
The
the
gamer
strongest.
It killed her.
Asterisk. Technically speaking, the repeater I think can have the potential to do more damage. And I mean, if you considered a cannon a gun, then if you considered a cannon a big pistol, it's stronger. But whatever.
Ninja Bunny says,
Ow, it's hitting me.
Tactics Ogre's kind of awful in a lot of ways. I love it because it's my kind of game, clearly, but I feel like Tactics Ogre fans tend to overhype it a lot. I have been enjoying it a lot. Its main problems are that it is way too long. Like, way too long. As much as Matsuno is very, how do I put this? He's extremely efficient with his storytelling when the storytelling is happening. It'll be like, okay, it's like, so just for example, recently where I'm at in the story in the 4th chapter, there was a point where it's like, okay, gang, it's time to march on the enemy capital, right?
Yeah.
So we got to get to the enemy capital.
Oh, shit.
Well,
Okay.
I told you those guys are
on the world map,
Yeah,
They
mean
got
business.
that thing on them.
on the world map, there
They
are
stand on
4 world map squares of like field that we have to traverse
Yeah.
before we can get to the capital city, and there's a fight on each of them.
And each one takes an hour.
And they each take an hour if you win the first time,
Which you don't.
which you may if you're getting better at specking like I am. I'm usually beating them on my first try. Though it's not only does the fight take an hour, if it's also about specking, then I've got to spend like 30 minutes specking because I go,
Yeah.
okay, these guys are all this element, so my team needs to be composed of this element, which means I need to now assort my team with the appropriate elements and
Yep.
figure out how to efficiently do this. And then, because I have a limited items inventory, I have to remove all of the items from the team that I had during my last match, and I have to put those items onto all the team that I have right now.
Yeah.
Just don't use items, Jacob. Shut the hell up. Listen, like, it's hard to
It's hard.
No, it is. It's
Life
hard to
is hard, man.
listen. Like, if you're playing it like me and you don't want to lose, I have had 0 casualties because like if people die,
They're
it's
dead for
permadeath.
good, yeah.
You have 3 turns to get somebody back up if they're KO'd.
Yeah, it's just like I'm pretty sure both. That's how freaking.
If you go in,
Tactics works,
if
too.
you go in with 2 clerics, they have to have you can give them both a resurrection spell, but it costs 100 MP. If they don't have an item to fill their MP up, And even then, you can't give them an item that refills 100 MP. If they don't have an item to refill their MP, you have to get lucky RNG about them popping the status effect that regenerates their MP faster. And then they also have to be able to get to the position of the person that died, who's probably in a combat zone, and they're a cleric, and they have to get in range to use the healing
That's
spell.
why I honestly really like the way that Valkyria Chronicles handles that, of just, anyone can call in a medic.
Anyone who can get to the downed teammate before the enemy can call a medic and extract them
And that's
from the
why
field.
it's like, honestly, I know that people will complain, well, I mean, that makes permadeath not really that big of an issue, and it's like, correct.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm sorry, every single person who plays Fire Emblem or plays Tactics Ogre or plays Valkyria Chronicles
resets if their character
resets if a character dies. That's just how it goes.
So like you
so just don't, like, if you still want to make it a factor and make it where it's a part of the game of, like, here's what you want. You want the player to have to go, oh shit, that person might die, and have to adapt the strategy to try to deal with getting that person back.
Yeah.
But in Valkyria Chronicles, what that means is that, like you would in, I'm not saying in real war, but you know what I mean? Of, like, you're not going to just send someone off on their own to just run and do a hard flank.
The way that you get a permadeath in Valkyria Chronicles is by overextending.
Yeah, basically.
Because basically, if one of your teammates dies, you have forever to get to their body and call a medic to help them. However, if a member of the enemy team touches them,
they're dead.
Then they are dead. So, if a sniper gets shot and killed in the back lines, they're fine.
Yeah.
If your scout is still rushing the enemy, but they're hiding, like they're at this, this sandbag over here, and the enemy's behind those sandbags over there, and they get shot, the enemy probably isn't going to overextend to confirm
the enemy
the
kill. does not usually go out of its way to kill confirm.
However, if one of your guys charges into the enemy base to try and get a free kill and then gets blown away, they're probably going to get permadeath before you can pick them up.
Yeah.
It discourages you from playing stupid.
Yeah, basically. Which is what permadeath should do. It should make you go, okay, how do I make sure that none of these guys get killed?
Yeah, it should make you play more strategically.
Yeah, and that's the problem in a game like Fire Emblem or Tactics Ogre for me. Which, granted, Three Houses and the more recent Fire Emblems have started to be better about letting you
protruding from the wall up ahead.
I'm sorry.
So look at the light protruding from the wall. Oh my gosh.
What could it be?
What could it mean?
No, but that's something that the newer Fire Emblem games have done better about, just because like now you actually get like a read on like here's what all the enemies are going to attack. So you can kind of go, oh, these guys are the more vulnerable ones, but like it still doesn't work all the time because like, one person happens to die faster, and then so the entire like subroutine changes.
That's where you were.
That's where we came
Yeah.
from. Yeah, don't go that way.
And that was one problem I had in Three Houses when I was playing through that, was that like, oh yeah, it's cool that they let you know what the enemy's going to do, but it's like, let's say one of those enemies attacks one of your people, and they get killed by the counterattack, right? Like your guy attacks back and kills them. That can change the entire enemy AI subroutine that you were just planning for, because well, now there's an open space, and they might prioritize that, and it might get someone killed that you thought, oh, I'm not gonna have to deal with the space. And it's like, and yes, you could go, well, you should just understand that guy's gonna die, and then like think about how that could affect the AI, but that makes the AI pathing like preview completely worthless.
Ninja Bunny says, Fire Emblem is a very good example of a strategy RPG that's very number-heavy, but it doesn't have a lot of numbers to keep track of. Shuju Kaga struggled really hard with letting his players be okay with letting some of their characters die when playing FE. There's a very cool interview with him and Sakaguchi when FF6/FE3 had just released where he talked about it. Quote, I made Fire Emblem so everyone will tell their own unique story when they play it. So my main piece of advice when playing it is to not try for a perfect ending. Let your mistakes tell stories. I get that. I understand. And I think that's the point, is like the game designers are trying to do something there. But the problem is, like you said, he's struggling to get the players to accept that.
Yeah. And it's like, once again, it's like, I understand what you're saying, bro, but no.
And also
sorry.
the second
if I want a game like that, I'm going to play RimWorld, where it's like you're basically crafting in your head what like the
I'll
stuff
play Crusader
happening.
Kings. Seriously.
There are minor, like, facts are occurring, and you are putting the pieces together of how it works narratively. Yeah. Because a game like RimWorld is like a story generator.
It is RimWorld, Crusader Kings, those are the games where it's like, yeah, there's RPG elements that allow you to kind of to kind of craft narrative, but it's like, no, it's about the way that the gameplay makes those stories work.
Anyway, Tactics Ogre is good. One of its weaknesses is that because it has multiple endings and multiple routes, there's like, I'm sure Ninja Bunny was probably thinking about this when, like,
I am lightning.
In a comparison of Matsuno's work, like between something like a Final Fantasy Tactics and Tactics Ogre, in Tactics Ogre, one of the main characters...
Isn't it incredible how you spent like 15 minutes getting to this point,
dude,
and then you died, and now you were able to run back in 30 seconds?
Yeah, it's because it's a good Souls game.
Isn't that incredible?
One of the
I want to see the new enemies, Joey. Give me some slack, okay?
One of the weird
No, I'm
things...
not. That was not a dig at you. It's a genuine. It's like that's how it goes with these games. It's like, I'm taking my time, I'm killing the enemies, I'm exploring. It's like, oh, I died? Okay, I'm going to get back to where I was. And it takes you, like, 5% of the time.
How are you not dead, you asshole?
There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
It's great.
But no, so, like, just to give an example, Final Fantasy Tactics has one ending. Its characters have their arcs. One of the weaknesses of the writing in that game is that certain characters who seem like they should be main characters
can die.
Once they join the party, like, officially, then they can die, so they have to kind of stop
They can't do
writing
anything.
them. Yeah.
It's terrible.
Yeah, it sucks.
And that was the thing. In the early Fire Emblem games, I understand the point, because supports were, like, such an extra thing.
There were no
It was mainly just for the characters who could stay alive, and they could interact with the other characters.
Yeah.
Right? And it was a bit of like almost like a roguelike. God.
Agrius is like the third poster.
Oh my God!
Joshua, back away and throw a Molotov cocktail at them.
Fuck that. Sorry, I swore.
You got him. You defeated.
In Final Fantasy Tactics, Agrius is like one of the most recognizable characters from that game.
And she does nothing after
well, no, she does a lot of stuff, and then when she officially joins your party, she vanishes.
She's probably the third most identifiable, like, person in the game.
You can find, like...
Behind Delita and Ramza, she's probably, like, the third main character of that game.
You can find optional cutscenes that feature her, and they added some in War of the Lions even, but they're still optional. It's like a severe weakness that her and Mustadio and people like that, like, well, they can die, so I guess we can't write cutscenes with them.
The fact that Mustadio isn't a main character when he shows up in, like, the 5th mission, but no, he can die, though. So annoying.
It's a weakness of that type of design in terms of storytelling. But again, it's a question of what are you prioritizing? Are you prioritizing your game design, or are you prioritizing your storytelling?
You got some knightly outfits. You even have a handkerchief.
And this is something that I think is interesting about Matsuno. Again, with certain people who are like ugh, Final Fantasy VII Remake sucks because there are parts where you just have to walk and the characters are talking. If I wanted to watch a movie, I would watch a movie. Or, why doesn't... Hideo Kojima's the funniest one because his games are so gamey. But even, like, Neil Druckmann should just make movies if he wants to make movies. It's like, well, the logical extreme of that is something like Matsuno, where he is extremely game design focused and sporadic little cutscenes here and there.
Okay, so where do I go now?
Go back out the window.
Okay, got you.
So the item you just picked up, the Executioner's Gloves, that's another arcane magic spell.
Oh, hi, buddy.
But you send out homing ghosts at enemies.
That's sick.
It's pretty good.
As strong as Matsuno's writing is, it is often kneecapped by the fact that it has to be in the types of games that he is designing.
Seriously.
Go over that one.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Because also, if you don't look up. Otherwise, sorry, at the end of this thing. You can lock onto that fella up there, shoot him a few times with your bullets, bang, keep going. No, it didn't work.
I'm guessing you can clip through the wall.
If you rapid fire, he just clips through the wall and dies.
Good.
It's good stuff.
Ouchies.
Don't get knocked off.
I'm not going to, because I can just unlock him now. I love Dex weapons.
So,
just whipping.
I mean, like, I think it's a good example of the kind of liberties you're afforded by making something more like an Uncharted or a Last of Us, which is that in RPGs, which are the games about telling stories, very often the
see
only...
See you later, Sathrall. Thanks for stopping by.
Oh, yep, see you later.
Where are we at? Oh, cool.
There's a ladder on there, too.
Oh, God!
Very often, the only, like, forward way to deal with something in an RPG is by killing it. Like that's the only real like combat option is walking through a room and killing. That's only the only game. That's the only verb at all is walking through a room and killing things. Like RPGs, you would like JRPGs almost never have like complex dialogue trees or like puzzles to solve, like Western RPGs sometimes have, which means like there are a lot of instances in Final Fantasy Tactics and Tactics Ogre where like the main character actively does not want to fight,
and they have to fight anyway.
They have to fight because something's got to happen in the story where they got to fight. So like, I guess they got to fight. And again, like, a problem with Matsuno's storytelling is that as efficient as he tends to be, it also is, like, he's really focused on it being a video game, which is good if you...
You did, but you ran past them.
I ran past them this time,
It's good if you want, you know, that much gameplay.
Yeah.
Reawaken.
It's good if you want a lot of gameplay, but the trouble is that if you are... like, if you're really engaged with the story, then very often it'll be like, from a game design standpoint, it's like, well, the player probably wants a lot of combat, so I'm going to put 4-hour-long fights between this and the next story beat.
I still can't believe.
You know, this reminds me quite a bit of a certain mobile game I once played called
Fate Grand Order?
So I've talked about how
This poor child.
the early story of that game is like miserable. Like it's some of the worst slop I've ever experienced in my fucking life. And later on, it's like, wow, they got the guy that wrote the good stories to write the new good stories. Crazy. But like some of the worst examples of it was early on. There was a mentality of it's like, well, in this, like there cannot be dialogue only nodes. Every single node that has dialogue has to have combat. So you will run into instances of people literally talking. And it's like, oh, hang on a minute. Some wild animals are coming after us. Let's fight. Okay, we did that. So anyway, continuing dialogue. It's the worst.
That's
shit
good.
in
No,
the
that's
world.
good right there.
It took them like a year and a half before they realized, we can actually just like make no combat like story nodes and just like have people talk.
That's
because everyone plays Fate for the story.
That's crazy. Everybody plays it for the swimsuit lady.
Nobody's playing it for the game. Nobody's playing it for the combat. So I guess they are playing it for the story.
Anybody that plays it for the combat is lying to themselves. It's the worst. It's the worst mobile game.
I give this knack. Oh crap!
You got more bullets now.
I need more bullets.
Anyway,
I think I'm in Fate mention. Let's go.
I want to die.
I want to play with the Disco Elysium.
Because Ninja Buddy said best way to let permadeath happen is to take the Disco Elysium approach, where treating failure as a story branch, not a fail state.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, I think Matsuno is a fantastic writer, and in many ways he leans into things that a lot of people are like, I want games to be like this, not like this. But I think it also shows the no, maybe not the logical extreme. No, let's say the logical extreme of someone who really, really wants to tell a story, but also is very focused on making a video game first. It doesn't make it for a bad experience necessarily, but it does create problems in an otherwise like stalwart narrative that would not be there otherwise, which I think is worth discussing.
I don't think there's anything good in this.
The mimics.
Do I remember? Is there nothing good in this?
The mimics.
Yeah, I think that's a blood tinge. Stone. It gives you like.
There was a stairwell behind you.
I know. I'm just checking this first because this seems like.
Optional. No, I know. You should never ever say, I'll check that room later. In a game about checking rooms. You should never.
Oh my gosh! What is that? It's a wandering madness.
Kill now.
I'll check that room later.
I hope it has a bloodstone chunk in it.
I really hope it's a chunk too, because it means I could upgrade this weapon again.
It's 2.
Yep, that's enough to upgrade now.
Yahoo.
I was at 4, so.
I think this might be the earliest place you can get chunks.
Oh, it definitely is. I was not getting chunks this early on in my playthrough.
Because you can get this before you finish the poison area.
Poison.
The snake zone. We didn't even get to the snakes.
We didn't even go snake zone, dude.
Yeah, it's good. Who cares?
It might be the next stream.
Anyway, Matsuno has not worked a lot since Final Fantasy XII. He frequently comes back for like re-releases of games that he worked on to supervise things. He made a really interesting...
This doesn't seem good.
He made an interesting, very experimental, like, micro RPG for the 3DS eShop called Crimson Shroud, which I almost beat until I got to the ending and I hit what I like to call the Matsuno number wall, which is where suddenly, even though I was doing okay a minute ago, the numbers turn absolutely upside down and I am mathematically incapable of winning. And it's time to leave and do something else.
You got a wig. Wow, it gives you...
Oh, gosh.
It gives you hair.
There's a guy on your right, too.
I know. I whiffed.
I I love these goobers. They're so stupid.
Yeah, these guys suck.
They're so funny. We're gargoyle goblins.
I mean, this is a Castlevania
Yeah,
game now.
Ninja Bunny just said, State of the Arc podcast you brought up earlier. I tried watching their Tactics Ogre series and couldn't get through it because they had a big Tactics Ogre fan on with them, and he was hyping it up way too much.
Yeah, that's why I didn't get through it either.
They experimented around with having guests on for a couple of recent podcasts, and I think they've stopped doing that because it messed with their rhythm way too much.
Yeah.
I like their show quite a bit. And I would love to go on sometime, but I would never want to go on for an entire length of a game discussion from them because it's, those two have a rapport. And bringing another dude on for an entire, 10-hour discussion of a game over the course of many episodes, I think they had some difficulty adjusting to that. If you haven't watched any of their other stuff, Ninja Bunny, I highly recommend their discussion of Final Fantasy Tactics.
Tactics is still their best discussion. That was the one that finally got me to give Tactics another shot after bouncing off during Chapter 2 twice.
It's a really, really solid discussion of that game. Their discussion of FF8 is also really good because they give it a lot of credit where that credit is due, and they also discuss
tear it apart.
They also discuss its, shall we say, significant shortcomings.
What are you talking about? We all spontaneously... you know what's funny? In in Kingdom Hearts 2, when Squall says, "Oh, we all remembered you all at the same time," that was the second time that's happened to him. Mm-hmm. Remember that?
Uh-huh.
The Bold Hunter's Mark.
How could we have forgotten this important detail about our past?
You're right, Ninja Bunny. It is a serious contemplation on the Bosnian War, but it's also a silly melodramatic soap opera about a brother and sister and secret bloodline techniques.
Oh, God.
It can be...
Well, this looks evil as shit.
This does look pretty evil.
Okay, what do you think, Joey? This or this?
The one that does more damage.
Okay.
Which is your cane.
No.
Because it's fully upgraded. As opposed to +6.
I don't think it does more right now, to be honest. Let's see. 170, 156 is better.
Wait, what? No, go back. Compared to...
No, it's too
it
late
doesn't
now.
matter. Do whatever you're more...
I'm gonna die now.
I don't think you're going to win on the first try anyway.
Yeah, this guy looks evil.
So who is this guy?
He's Gargoyle Supreme.
He's Gargos.
Gargos the first.
He's Gargos from Killer Instinct.
Oh no, it's the King. We was Kangs.
It is. It's that guy.
It's that boy.
It's a fella who has lore.
Oh, of course. No, wait, you're telling me this Souls boss has lore?
What?
Who could have seen this coming?
I would hate to imply such things.
Top 10 top 10 unexpected moments in Souls games. Did you know that this boss with a crown had lore for why he had a crown?
That's crazy.
Oh, he looks like a guy.
He's a guy. That is Martyr Ligarius.
Oh, Ligarius? Oh, he's gregarious. He's very... Can I hide behind here?
Well, if he's a martyr, he shouldn't mind us killing the shit out of him then.
Amen. Yeah, so he has connections to Alfred, who is...
Alfred.
Alfred is out looking for this fella.
Ninja Bunny, Ninja Bunny says, I mean, the problem I have with so many Tactics Ogre fans is they never talk about how goofy it is. They only ever talk about the deep contemplation and how when it's only like 20% of the game. I love the part where there are 4 sisters who all wind up working for completely different factions, and one of them is evil. Unless you punch her during a fight against her and get her to critical health when she runs away. And then, if you go to a random town multiple times, she might show up, and one of the other sisters will be like, you shouldn't be evil anymore. And she's like, you know what? You're right. And then she joins your party.
That's awesome.
That's super cool. I like that. Speaking of super cool and like that, I think this guy's super cool, and I think his fight is cool. I also think
you don't get many fights against casters in these games.
I think it's very tough because this is. Listen, I brag about my soul's deeds, and I don't talk about my soul's misdeeds enough. So, this fight for some reason.
Oh shit!
First playthrough, this was the hardest fight in the game for me. So much so that I could not do it by myself, and I had to recruit a friend to help me. Could not do it, and I think that's the only time I've ever had to do that in a Souls game.
Sothral is back.
You want to kill that sword.
Sothral says, I forgot I can watch live streams on my phone. I'm back, like Xehanort in Dream Drop Distance.
Oh
Let's hope I don't run out of time. Just the other day, I think it was during FF...
There we go.
I think it was we were playing FF14.
Poggers!
Yeah, it was. It's when I'm not gonna spoil anything. It's when a villain and a villain do like a funny like possession switcheroo, and then
It was awesome when it happened, by the way.
For seemingly arbitrary reasons, they go, well, that's as long as the enchantment will last.
That
and
was
the
really
scene
lucky
stops.
that they did that when they did that.
I still reference. I think I referenced it in the video on. Yeah, I did in the Legend of Zelda: Age of Calamity video. I said, "Uh-oh, it looks like the real Organization 13 has run out of time."
Okay. I love when in Souls games my lock-on dies because the boss
this game,
moves too quickly.
this boss does it, and the Bloodstarved Beast does it too.
Yeah.
And there's a few Chalice bosses that will do that.
When characters just randomly.
Gosh, it's so annoying.
When
It's
characters
like
just randomly have to leave a scene because a previously unmentioned magic timer runs out, I
really funny.
always think of the Organization 13 just bailing at their moment of triumph and
At a
Dream
moment
Drop
of triumph?
distance.
I think you underestimate their chances. Or overestimate their chances.
That
my
scene
bad.
blows, by the way.
It's bad. It's the worst scene in that movie.
I meant on Dream Drop distance.
Oh,
Okay, well, I guess we're switching to the sword.
I don't
so.
mind. I don't mind what's his face being I don't mind Tarkin being
Oh, God.
being,
He
you know,
summoned a sword.
being cocky in
I like it in Empire at War where you can't retreat if he's there because it's his moment of triumph.
That is funny. In the Star Wars RTS Empire at War, if you have Grand Moff Tarkin on your team,
It gives you a massive. Oh crap!
it
I was
gives
so
it,
close.
It gives you
did
a
good the
massive
first attempt.
it gives you a massive
You may want to
buff.
repair your thing though.
Yeah.
It gives you a massive buff if Tarkin is overseeing your naval assault in Empire at War. However, you are incapable of retreating.
That's so funny.
Because it's their moment of triumph.
No, I don't mind Tarkin being cocky and saying I think you overestimate their chance. That's fine. See, no, I was saying in Dream Drop Distance, the entire game is about the villains trying to get Sora on their team. And they get Sora in the room, and he's surrounded by 13 of them. And they try putting a heart in him once and miss. And then I want to just point out to everybody, Xehanort, Xemnas, Ansem Seeker of Darkness, and Xigbar are all in the room with their hoods off, along with 12 other people. Well, not 12. Along with several other people who all have their hoods on. And Xigbar, instead of getting up and using his guns, looks at Xehanort and says, "What now, old man?" And then Syax gets up and pulls off his hood and jumps across to try and stop them, but
my
he
God.
gets pushed away.
I forgot about that.
And then, because there's no way that these characters could get out of this room where they're surrounded by 13 bosses,
They say our time is
They
up.
just disappear.
It's good writing.
Game blows.
Yeah, it's bad.
There's a lot. I have softened so much on Dream Drop Distance over the years. I used to call as Joey was talking about earlier, we forget what a bad game actually is, and Dream Drop Distance is not a bad game.
Oh no, I just remember there was a time between the age of 12 and the age of 18 where basically every game that Jacob and I got, it was like a running joke that we'd start it and he'd be the one playing and then he'd step away to do something else for a while and I'd start my own save and finish it before he did. It was a very common. It was probably more like 10 to 18. This was like the thing that we did with games. And I just remember he started Dream Drop and then just asked. I finished it later on and he's like, "So how is it?" And I was just like, "Shit's rough, dude." It's like you are not gonna have a good time.
But again, like I said, I have softened much on that game. I used to call it quote my least favorite game ever, or the worst game or whatever.
Well,
that is,
yeah, it's not that.
No, it's not at all. It is a good video game to play. It is for a 3DS game, it is a staggering achievement, actually, I think. But
How could you lie to them and tell them they don't have
and
hearts,
it's
Jacob?
to give I don't know if I've talked about this on the show. I've definitely mentioned it in conversation before. It is worth noting how much my anger toward that game clouded me toward things that are effective with it. Joey, when we were playing it, there was a moment where I was bitching about something really unimportant that really isn't a big deal, that it wasn't even currently happening, during a scene where Riku was talking with Shiki. And because you hadn't played the game before, you were kind of tuning me out and you were just paying attention to the scene. And it's a funny bit where Riku tries to leave the conversation really awkwardly and kind of rudely, and Shiki goes "Well, that's how you talk to people?" And Riku goes, "Okay, I'm bad at this. Let me try that again." And you laugh and you point out when we're playing it, it's funny to see him like this because he's been the cool guy for so long that it's interesting to see him now that he's not the cool guy. Because Riku is the cool guy, but his default understanding of what being cool is...
Well, it's because he was freaking Shadow the Hedgehog.
was disrespecting people and being, like, curt and rude. And that's not who he is anymore. So he doesn't know how to interact with people anymore. He doesn't know how to be cool.
Okay, time for this second attempt to go way worse, because that's how Souls games generally go when you do decent first try.
There's a lot of... My point is, there's a lot of authentically cute, effective, well-done stuff in Dream Drop Distance that, in my ire with that game, I lost my ability to appreciate.
Oh my god.
Holy shit, that almost... Those 2 skulls almost killed you.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Skulls on.
Yeah, he's tough. He's got a lot of moves that can really hurt, and you
crap.
hadn't gotten hit with it, but you can get, like...
You are also...
You can get roll caught.
You're playing this for the first time on New Game Plus
This is
difficulty,
true.
so you haven't even...
Yeah, I know.
You're learning this dude's kit where every move is lethal.
It was funny, for the longest time, I was the only one in my friend group that had ever really made it.
Oh my
Far.
god!
Damn.
Yeah. It really
That
made
was
it
basically
far
a one-shot.
in
Holy
this game,
shit,
except there was one other guy... There was one other classmate who didn't really play these types of games at all.
Yeah.
That just happened to also be doing it, and I was like, "Hey, man." He was on, and I was like, "How far are you?" And he was further than I was. I was like, "What the hell?" It's like, "Can you help me?"
Spectre says
stuff.
DDD seems a lot better by comparison to all the extremely weird things KH3 did. I disagree. I think KH3 is fine.
I still think that DDD is worse than 3.
'Cause-
3 at the end is even more of a trash fire than we could have possibly predicted.
But I don't think it's worse than Dream Drop
However,
Distance's
the
ending.
reason it's such a trash fire to begin with is because of the choices made in DDD.
Yeah, almost everything that's bad about the ending of KH3 is inherited directly from Dream Drop Distance. Also, just the fact that gameplay wise and running around wise and flow motion being fun to engage with wise, the Disney worlds are fun to play in Dream Drop, but all those cutscenes are bad, whereas 50% of the Disney worlds in KH3 are good, and the other ones are fine. They are standard stock. This is kind of this is the minimum of what one of these worlds can do, but they aren't actively bad other than Frozen.
Yeah. Well, even the Frozen world of Frozen,
it's still not as bad as some of the other ones in the series.
It's just formulaic.
I would also say the worst moments of Disney worlds in Dream Drop Distance.
The Frozen world of Frozen is an 11-year-old joke at this point.
The bad Dream Drop Distance Disney World stuff is actively aggravating.
Yeah.
Whereas the bad Frozen World stuff is really funny.
It's really funny.
When Anna is explaining the backstory while past Anna is singing "Do You Want to Build a Snowman?"
really
and they're
funny.
mixed at the exact same volume.
It's really funny.
It's really good.
That is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in a video game.
It was I don't know really how to describe it. I was hit with a fatigue.
Yeah. We were gaining insight at that moment.
Damn. Okay, I'm just gonna sprint at him.
Also, as much as we can bitch and moan that it seems like Tetsuya Nomura wasn't super engaged with what's happening in KH3.
Oh my god, I'm an
idiot.
idiot.
And he's more interested in getting onto the Yuzora stuff.
Ghosts.
KH3,
not the ghost shotgun.
KH3 does at least tech. Even if we want to complain that they weren't very good, KH3 has plot
Bully
points.
him!
KH3 has plot points
Bully his ass!
that begin.
Get his
He
ass!
will counter you because of the ghost explosion right there.
KH3
Sorry?
has plot points
He
that
does ghost explosion. That hurts.
Oh gosh.
KH3 at least has plot points that begin and end, whereas Dream Drop
Is he weak to
Distance.
Molotovs?
I don't know. I mean,
I'm guessing not.
Any human is.
Dream
He'll
Drop
take damage
Distance
from
is
it.
inherently be sure to drink your Ovaltine
Oh, it's
as a
horrible.
product.
Son of a bitch.
The only thing there really is to track that actually starts and ends is
explosion, I don't
Riku's
remember.
arc, and
No,
I use that
he's
word.
zone transitioning.
Okay.
Riku
Oh
does
my god, it is an
He does
explosion.
an explosion.
If you had not said that, I would have been far enough away. I blame
Well,
you.
Well, you know.
You
saying-
did this to me.
Saying Riku has an arc in DDD is a little
Oh
bit
my
generous,
God.
You gotta be ready to dodge
but it's
it.
also the
Yeah.
only thing that starts and ends in Dream Drop Distance.
Quite literally. the
Everything
only
is
thing.
the whole game. Nothing is happening, and then at the very end, we're told, "Hey, guess what? The villains have a plan to capture Sora," and within 30 minutes,
It
it's
happens.
failed.
Sora.
It fails.
He's gonna get you.
No, he's not.
The only purpose of the game
Bully him.
was for the villains to show up and explain what was going to happen in the next
Well, no,
game.
Jacob the Gay Blade.
We do introduce the Gay Blade, which
How
winds
could
up being
you-
an
how could you
important,
forget?
which winds up being a surprise tool we use later.
That's a surprise tool that could help us later. Oh.
Oh, zoinks! It's the Gay Blade.
Oh, shit, balls.
Ninja Bunny asks, what's worse, KH3 or 15? FF15.
Oh, KH3. 100%.
But here's the thing.
FF15 is worse to play.
Oh,
I
to
would-
play? Yes.
I would... Like,
Story-wise, it's 15's better, though.
I mean, it is, yeah, but if you asked me right now, you said, I gotta pick...
You gotta pick
play
one of these to
them, I'm
replay
playing
right
KH3.
now.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair.
KH3 is like...
I'm picking it every time because...
is breezy and
Gosh,
light.
I'm terrible at this.
You can
you're
get through
fine.
it quickly, and 15 is like a chore to play. And
Oh,
there's
it's
so
a
many
sword.
parts of that
He's
that are
doing
such
the
a
fate
slog.
thing because he's put a sword down.
Got him.
Good job.
Remember the part where Gladiolus leaves and you're like
He's
in
like,
a
hey, I'm gonna
swamp?
go do something.
You're like in a
gonna go-
swamp for an hour, and then you go into a temple with Aranea for no reason for
'Cause
like
it's
an
fun.
hour.
It's okay
and-
because she's hot.
It is.
true,
She's
you know?
super morally gray. She's full
She's
of
super
plot.
morally gray.
she's so morally great, it's crazy.
There's a lot of sizable moral grayness to her.
I think we should hear her out. She might.
But no,
she might have some good
She's
ideas.
making some good points.
Aside, okay, obviously, like,
Two of them.
obviously, there's a lot of like gameplay issues with 15.
Yeah.
And it's like we could sit here and talk about that all day. But the thing is, but also, you know, when it comes to enjoyment, personal preference is the biggest factor over anything else.
Of course.
That's fair.
Like, I can. This is.
Oh, we're down to 18 blood kills.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah,
This is gonna
kill
sound.
me.
This may be
This
extreme.
game sucks.
And I don't really know, but it's like I have a hard time thinking of an action like of a game that feels worse to play for me personally than 15. Like I detest the gameplay. of
Shall we say a game that is? Because again, the like the difference between like what? Hold on, reactivate
Activate
the
the
shortcut,
thing.
Josh.
No.
Why not?
Because
Because this is the run.
This is the
This is the run. Okay, got
This
it.
is
I'm gonna
the
use the
run.
sword instead this time, and we're gonna.
Okay, you got it. Because he also has a sword, and it's like
Yeah.
there's-
Actually, no. I'm gonna switch back to the cane because that thing was able to
Lidocaine.
stun lock him pretty good in the first
There is
phase.
a like there is a dichotomy between good games and bad games that is often overlooked. We forget how bad games can actually be.
Yep.
And this is part of why
fair.
I've softened so much when like I can't just like outright come along and say Final Fantasy 16. Like it's those videos that you see for The Last Jedi that are like, you
They
know,
ruined my
The
childhood.
Last Jedi is a complete cinematic failure, the worst movie ever made, or whatever, right?
Yeah,
and I'm like,
it's
and I'm
just
like,
like,
it's hard.
It's more
for,
nuanced
It's
than
like
that.
come to our movie night for one night, and then you'll see the worst movie.
Garbage day.
No, that was a good movie.
That's a good movie.
That was so much better.
Watch movie 43, motherfuckers.
Yeah, exactly.
This is better than Star Wars: The Last Jedi, though. The frickin' it's hard for me to look at something like FF16 that does have so much like legitimate achievement and effort and artistic merit and polish to it and go, this is a bad video game, when you have to remember that even by the... It's so funny that people talk about Sonic 06 being, quote, the worst game ever made, because what it actually is the lowest quality video game played by the most people.
Yeah.
Sonic 06 is the worst game per capita.
That's a pretty
Even-
funny way of putting it.
Even Sonic,
Oh my gosh.
Even Sonic
almost
06
got that.
is nowhere close to the nadir of bad video games.
No. Of
It's
course
not even as bad as Sonic Boom.
I was about to say Sonic Boom is worse than Sonic 06, and Sonic Boom is nowhere close
Yeah,
to the worst video
for
game
real.
ever made.
Bonk.
because it
bonk,
functions
Bonk.
sometimes.
Sometimes,
You know,
sometimes,
you can get through the game with a little bit of endurance.
yeah.
Bonk.
Like there's I remember a poll once of like, you know, what's the worst game of all time, and like the two finalists in it were like Big Rigs Off-Road Trucking,
Yeah, of course.
and Sonic 06, and it's like the power.
One of these is not like the other.
There is a power gap between Big
gonna
Rigs
explode.
Off-Road Trucking and
Not fun.
Sonic 06.
Oh, I thought that was the sword I could blow up.
Yeah,
No,
you're
he's
out of
gonna
stamina.
explode.
Back off a bit.
Oh, come on!
Don't worry about it.
I love Souls game explosions because they're balanced and fair.
You should
and
use.
readable.
Hold on.
in
What is
every
that? What
single
is that
game.
healing vial you got from the lady who was a? Who
Oh,
was an
shut up.
alien?
Well,
no, seriously. Would
The
that help?
problem is that he'd have to dig in his inventory. Cause
Yeah.
it's
Isn't it at the
hard.
top of his inventory?
Gosh.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's the very top of his
It
inventory.
is. It definitely is. Where's the sword?
He's on it, isn't he?
Where is
Maybe
it?
not.
It's gone. I think it already activated.
No, it stays
you
in the
can
ground.
destroy it, but I think it's glitched.
Oh my god, then I can't win this time.
it'll go away.
Will it?
You simply gotta deal with it.
It's not going away, Joey.
It's once all the swords are used up. It'll go
Well,
away.
if you had simply watched Fate Unlimited Blade Works,
Fuck
you
off.
you'd know a thing or two about swords.
Yeah, no, I think again, they're like it's important to note that like what is a bad game and a good game we often like misconstrue. But like so Final Fantasy 15 is not what I would call a bad video game. However, it is one of the worst playing good video games I've ever played.
Yes, the combat is not good.
So
And like I think I would
gross.
honestly sincerely rather play Sonic 06 because at least
funny.
Well, no, Sonic 06 has very little like how would I put this? All of the friction in Sonic 06 is comical, and levels are quick, and Sonic he doesn't move as fast as Sonic should, but he sure as hell moves faster than Noctis.
Yeah.
And like fights in Final Fantasy 15 go on for 17 hours, and you're doing the same fucking thing the whole time. It is so dull to play. I never want to replay.
You can diversify by playing the other characters.
Oh yes.
You want to know what my experience with that was?
That they all suck and you die.
I went, oh man, what's his name? It starts with a P or whatever. Prompto. He's
With
got a
his
gun.
gun.
That's gonna be cool. Let me swap to.
Nope.
Oh, I just like I hold the button and he shoot the gun and
there's no recoil, so there's no gameplay.
and there's nothing and I'm not. It's auto lock and I'm just.
Wait, it's
holding-
auto lock?
Yes,
And
and,
I'm
there's
just-
no
that's
recoil.
good.
It doesn't do anything.
And I'm just holding the button down
Because Joshua, remember, RPG gamers are intimidated by
By-
action and shooters, so we have to blunt our games so much that there's no flavor.
Dude, I thank God for Minecraft, quite literally, just because it taught Nintendo that they didn't have to have Resident Evil camera angles
It's
in all
so
their games.
funny to hear them talk in interviews about actually the success of Minecraft on Nintendo Switch made us realize that children can handle dual analog movement and camera
No,
controls.
it was on PC.
was on PC?
They were
Okay.
like when it came out on Xbox. That
Okay.
was like the turning point where we realized that we could do it.
Got it. It is so cringe to me that like the mechs in Kingdom Hearts 3 are so lifeless and limp to control, and it feels like a concession to babby gamers or to RPG gamers. And I'm like, all of the children that you want to buy Kingdom Hearts 3 are too busy playing Fortnite to
literally.
play this.
I've been watching somebody playing Super Paper Mario, and I still defend that game. I think it's a fun game with really good writing, but something that I didn't think about because
Do you
it's
need
been
to
so long
repair this
since
weapon, or did you already repair it?
I already
You
repaired
repaired
it.
it.
Sorry, go ahead, Joey.
Something I didn't think about.
Why are you sending it back up?
Because I'm an idiot.
Something I didn't
It's
think
force
about
of
back in the
habit.
day that I only realize now is like how gross the balance of that game is. Where it's like that is a game for infants as far as the difficulty goes.
Yeah.
I didn't
and
know that.
Kirby's Epic Yarn.
I've still never played.
It's
Super
really
Paper
it is
Mario.
really good, but the problem is it's like you're at the end of the game and enemies are doing like 4% of your life,
Ugh.
and it's like you're not getting hit though because you don't suck.
I mean, that was the thing back in the day. That was one nice thing about TTYD. TTYD is not a hard game, but if you're a babby and don't know how to spec properly, it can be a hard game.
It can be, yeah.
And well, I think the most important thing about TTYD is that talking about games that are so focused on numbers, TTYD
Simple
has
to understand.
it is very numbers driven, but it's working with small and extremely consistent integers.
Well, even just the fact that defense is subtractive makes it incredibly easy to understand
Yeah.
right off the bat.
It's so intuitive, and you don't need a Fire Emblem show me what's going to happen on the next turn to understand exactly. You can math out the next 5 turns in any given fight in TTYD.
Well, that's why speedruns are so fun to watch because they have solved the equation, and it's just down to basically it's down to
Is this guy doing arcane or blood damage?
I don't know.
Okay.
He's smacking you.
Well, I mean, he's got those.
Well,
got those projectiles.
Well, I mean, he would be doing. It would be arcane.
Okay.
Yeah,
Those are the main things hitting.
JG says the correct thing. After playing Remake/Rebirth and 16, I now never want to think about 15 ever again.
Exactly.
And this is what I'm
From a
talking.
combat
This
perspective,
is what I'm talking
definitely.
about when we're talking about like the FF as a franchise is like a patently undesirable product.
Yeah.
Is that wow? 15 was a major financial success. 10 million people bought it. So 10 million people learned that Final Fantasy is kind of mid.
Yeah. Yeah.
10 million people said, I like these characters. This game is really long, and the gameplay is not that great. I'm not going to finish it. Yeah. Oops.
I will
My
say
favorite part of that game is that you do the secret dungeon and you get an item
Yep.
that lets you play the game even less.
Yep.
Because
Good.
you put on a cape that auto dodges. And it's like,
Dude.
I didn't put it on because I was like, well, what the hell
What's the point
am
of the
I going to
game?
do? If it's already auto-dodging, what do I have to do?
I'm not gonna lie. It is fun, but what's funnier to me is the one success of 15, which is the fact that it has been now almost 10 years since there has been a Final Fantasy game, a new IP Final Fantasy game, that was praised for having good characters.
Sorry, how long?
Almost 10 years.
Well, yeah, that's when 15.
Because that's when it came out.
Yep.
And,
I don't know.
And 16's characters sucked balls.
Some people really like Clive, and I think
because people are stupid.
I think
it's fine. They're allowed to have bad taste.
I think there's some stuff to like there. I have never seen, so maybe they don't exist. But if they do, I'm baffled by Jill fans.
They exist.
They exist because she's pretty.
I am baffled by you.
They exist. And maybe this is very mean to say, but they exist.
Oh no!
Woo!
Are you telling me so that he's gonna hit an invisible wall when he gets through the end of the map, and I can no longer stagger him, but he can still hit me immediately?
Joshua, you didn't waste any blood vials.
It's true.
So it doesn't matter.
You
just have to walk back there.
To my understanding, Jill fans exist because they're the kind that are like the heavy shippers.
Yeah.
And they don't care about anything other than, but they are cute together.
They're not.
They're not cute together
at all.
I thought they were gonna be cute together for a minute when she first showed up.
But Clive has big boobs.
He does.
And she's a girl that likes him.
Best scene between them is one of the first scenes that they have together, where they're sleeping in a barn, and they have a little heart-to-heart. That's one of the last good scenes in that game.
No, that is the last good scene between them.
We can't keep talking about 16.
Yes, we can.
No, we can't. That was all I was gonna say.
We can't.
I was
you guys
done.
are cowards.
That was literally my only
could,
comment.
16 suck my
Even
ball.
just talking about Jill, I couldn't remember her
just
name.
one ball.
Oh man.
That was all I was gonna say, because I was still freaking talking about FF tactics and whatever earlier. I didn't even finish talking about that.
We need this Fortnite discussion.
We
need to get it out of our system so that we can. It's like
I just shit out my ass.
FF16 is a ghost that keeps possessing us, and we have to put it to rest.
I'm not gonna lie. The weird whiplash of playing Tears of the Kingdom and going.
Circodex says, "I thought they were siblings."
Yeah, I know.
Seth Rawl says, "Man, this is awesome because I actually intended to buy FF15 for Christmas, and I'm going to get it tomorrow just because it's 60% off." 15? Maybe.
It's all right.
Don't do that.
It's all right.
Hey, Seth Rawl, are you buying it? Is it on sale on Steam? Are you buying it on PC? Because you should buy Nier Automata instead.
Yeah.
Currently on sale for $15 on Steam and PlayStation.
I'm pretty sure the Mass Effect Legendary Edition is like $3 right now.
If you want to play a JRPG
Mass Effect
action,
sucks.
Mass Effect does not suck.
It doesn't, but you said last
I said it
that
just
Mass
to trigger you,
Me?
like the Iblish trigger.
Yeah, because I'm so triggered because I have such loyalty to Mass Effect.
You do.
Seth Rawl, if you would like to play an action JRPG and you're thinking about buying Final Fantasy 15 because it's on sale, but you haven't played Nier Automata, you should buy and play Nier Automata instead.
That's a game with characters and stuff happens, and you're like, wow.
You're like, wow.
Wow.
And then reviewers are like, the game is kind of good, but then they revealed they only played 30% of the game.
Yeah, I don't know if you know.
Okay.
I don't know if you know about this, Joshua, but there's a significant percentage of Nier Automata playthroughs that if you read them, you realize they quit after ending A.
Yeah. When it came out, the majority of the reviews are like, yeah, the game's kind of good. We're like, oh, they stopped playing before the game.
It is a third
before
of
it starts.
The main route.
I know it's before it starts.
Yeah.
The truck have not even started to move when oh god.
I think you can make an argument that if you get to the first ending of Nier Gestalt / Nier Replicant, you still don't have the full experience, obviously, but
you can stop.
The point is, if you hated it, you're not gonna like it by playing the rest of it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like you're
He's exploding
because you have to.
No, I don't give a shit. We're not even trying that because that explosion is impossible to read.
You do not have a full understanding of what's going on by getting to the first ending of Nier, at all, but you have experienced the lion's share of what the game has to offer from a gameplay standpoint, and you may find it a little tedious to replay through the rest of it, and you may not find the narrative payoffs worth it. So, if someone only got to ending 1 of Nier, I would understand.
But Automata is a different ballgame.
It's a different ballgame.
Because it's, without getting into specifics, you are hitting what is effectively the halfway point,
Also-
but is
God.
even less than the halfway
Also,
point.
I'm gonna be real. Like, okay, so if you got to the ending of Nier and you thought that was it, I would also understand. You might go, huh, okay, that was the ending. All right, whatever. If you got to ending A of Nier and you thought the game was
Automata.
over, sorry, yeah, Nier Automata, and you thought the
I know
game
what
was
you meant.
over, like, what's wrong?
What's wrong with your brain?
What kind of crackhead world are you living in? Were you paying any attention?
Damn it!
Okay, I will defend one thing though, Jake.
Okay.
There is an argument to be made, and the argument
Is a bad one.
No, it's not. The argument is,
Oh my God.
if you don't go into it in good faith, or at least believing in the product, you could just go, well, I guess they cut a bunch of content out and
Sure.
like ship the game
Sure.
early or whatever.
Uh-huh.
Like, we live in an age where games come
Oh,
out
crap.
And they just not
buggy,
finished.
unfinished,
Sometimes it happens.
garbage, cut content messes. Like, if you got to the end of Nier Automata and were like, okay, well, that's weird. What? Like,
I suppose so.
Like I said, this is what happened with me with Persona 4.
Sure.
Because I was like, well, because I didn't have a lot of good experiences with JRPGs, and I was just like, okay, it's like, oh, we got here. Well, that was kind of like an abrupt thing, but, you know, whatever. It was a pretty solid game. And then it was like, oh, I chose the wrong dialogue option, and I was halfway through the game. And then it was like life-changing. And I was like, oh my god, oh my god.
This is much better than I thought it was.
Video games can be real.
I guess my own like
Jokes
I said,
are now real.
Like I said, it only
Thank God.
You did it, yippee!
like I said, it only stands out to me that like you know, ending A of Nier Replicant does feel
That was
like
a
an-
fun one.
does feel
That
like
was a really fun boss.
Martyr, he's a cool one.
That was a really fun boss.
What's that?
What could it be?
ending A of Gestalt does feel like an ending,
Crown
whereas the
of
ending of
Illusions.
Nier
It is a-
Automata
it
does
is
just
a
kind of feel like a
headpiece.
I was
stop.
guessing.
It is a hit.
Crown of the Illusions.
What's it say?
What's it say? One of the precious secrets of Canehurst, the old king's crown is said to reveal illusions and expose a mirage that hides a secret. And so Logarius donned the crown.
Ligarius.
Sorry?
Ligarius.
Logarius donned the crown of his own volition, determined to prevent a single soul from stumbling upon the vile secret. What visions did he see, sitting serenely atop his new throne?
Probably all the shit.
Why don't you put that?
Well, let's use the lantern first before we
well,
put
yes,
that on.
use the lantern.
Because
but-
is it gonna kill me?
no, you are safe. Oh no!
What?
I said you were safe. You could keep going, but it's fine.
Oh.
It doesn't matter.
Sorry.
This man wants to level up. And
I do,
imagine
because
this
I
all-
like playing the video game.
This man wants to play the game and do the tactics that he's learned. That is the effective way of playing the game. And
because
preventing yourself
Bobcat
from
for
losing
not for not doing the specific thing.
Bobcat with the steel chair. Nier Automata is the worst game I've ever played.
Oh hell yeah, brother!
I don't think I've ever played a game that irritated me as much as Nier did.
Damn.
Who hurt you?
It's fine. That's a based take.
We're just not going to engage with that one. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion.
I knew you were gonna do the freaking
is-
scientist man bullshit. I'm just glad my vitality and endurance are kind of just where they need to be at this point.
Yeah, like I said, for
No, I'm not interested at all in Nier, says Sothral. Everything I've seen about the series is very the opposite of what I like, but thanks for the recommendation anyway. Maybe try Grand Blue Fantasy Relink if it's on sale.
I don't know that that's got like a compelling narrative though.
I mean, if you haven't played either now, I mean, both parts of Remake are on PC as well.
Put your helmet on.
If you,
Put
yeah,
your
I'm just
glasses
trying to
on,
think
nothing
of
will go
trying to think of enjoyable action JRPG experiences.
Look at Tommy.
It is me. I am the king.
I am
the
always
king.
been
I
the
make the
king.
room. It is a good movie.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt in that bad movie I watched looked like Tommy Wiseau in one of the flashbacks of it.
It is. This movie is the story of my life.
Played a browser gotcha, actually. No, because it's on a browser and it's not an app. I played a little bit of it, and I was just like, well, I can't afford to get into
Nah,
another
everyone
gacha.
should just play EU4.
No.
Just play more EU4.
How? I don't have the means.
Do it.
Oh, hey, look, more
Find
castle.
a way.
More castle.
It's kind of
Life finds a
underwhelming.
way.
It's just more castle. Like there was castle behind
It's
us.
Dracula, though.
Now there's just more castle.
Bleh.
But yeah.
Wondrous false
Can I
god.
not sit in the chair?
No.
Nope.
Damn it.
Could you jump into the chair?
Maybe, I don't think it'll let you.
Probably not.
But yeah, you can put whatever hat on you want now.
You gotta have the tricorner, the tips.
Gotta have the traditional headwear.
Yeah. What was I wearing before? I was wearing the Hendrick one, I think.
Were you?
Yeah.
Go for it. Put on the rumpled Yharnam hat.
Nah, man, Hendrix looks cool.
It's wet with sweat.
Not sure if it's been asked yet, but if you guys have seen Rebirth, what's your thought on it compared to the original? Josh and I have beaten it.
Yep.
It's really good.
It's good.
I mean, like, I don't know. I don't see a point in really, like, I know this may sound stupid. Like, well, of course it's a remake. Why wouldn't you compare it? I don't see a point in really comparing them. Because, like, the original's there and you can play it. I don't know. Like, asking how did you feel about it compared? It feels like reductive to me. Because they're
doing fundamentally different things.
Such different achievements, and it's not even like some people may think, oh, do they change the story a lot? And not really, but it's just that, like, changing it to a different dimension, changing it to, you know, be an action game, changing the scale of its presentation, having all of the party members on screen talking to each other all the time
is awesome.
Makes it such a radically different experience that it's hard to make a comparison.
There she be. I don't think I should kneel.
I believe there's a,
get thee gone.
Is that right there? Is that the lamp? To the left? There's a lamp in here somewhere. Is that it? Up ahead? I think there's a... You might have been walking to it. I saw a glowing light. I wasn't sure. I just believe there is.
There's a lamp in this room somewhere.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, yippee.
Kneel before us or get thee gone. Joey, what should we do here?
Kneel before, perhaps.
Okay.
Such impudence.
What?
You didn't kneel.
You didn't speak to her.
Yet still queen, we shall not give in.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, you're not good enough to talk to her. You must kneel.
Okay, sorry.
Moon-scented hunter. I am Annalise, Queen of Castle Canehurst. Ruler of the Vile Bloods. And sworn enemy of the Church.
Neat-o.
Yeah, it means you're a good guy,
Yet
right?
our
You definitely
people
can't
are
also
not.
be evil.
And we are prisoner to this wretched mask. What is it thou'rt in search of?
Freedom.
I swear oath.
Well,
Might as
well.
well.
An odd hunter thou art indeed. We've tired of these piteous nights. Share in our plight, and take oath against the Church.
Did I just become Protestant?
Swearing oaths against the church is a pretty normal thing to do in video games.
Yeah.
This doesn't seem like a big commitment.
Yeah.
Partake of my rotted blood. Go for it.
Very well. Drink deep of our blood. Feel.
Yeah, this is nothing compared to Elden Ring where you swear an oath to Satan.
That's fine.
It's fine because you kill him later.
It's okay.
It's really funny.
I love breaking deals with Satan. Damn you, deal breaker Jones. That wasn't part of the deal. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-da-da.
So yes, okay, so you've been given a Canehurst badge, which allows you to purchase items, and you've been given a special rune. So the way it works is if you're a Vile Blood, when you invade people and you kill them, you get a blood dreg, and you can offer the blood dreg, or you can consume it to gain an insight, I believe. Okay. There's not much to it.
If I offer it, what does it do?
I'll look it up, but it's, I remember it
I'll
being,
just do it right now and we'll figure it out.
Well, you don't have any.
Oh, hell. Okay, I'll leave.
Get that item.
We did it. We won the side area.
But you might not be done yet. An unopened summons.
What could it be?
Well, it's unopened. It's a summons. Perhaps somebody is looking for it in the world. Perhaps a man who is like, I'm looking for the Vile Bloods. Or I'm looking for Ligarius.
Sealed summons. Like the first of its kind, it is an invitation to Canehurst, but for whom it is known, for whom
is
not known, for it lacks an addressee.
Why don't you go back to the password door and talk to Alfred?
Okay.
There's a lantern right next to you.
Oh yeah, you're right.
But no, I think that some people in the chat are talking about is Final Fantasy VII Remake a good remake? Oh, it's good if you're a fan of the original. Final Fantasy VII Remake 1 is perfectly acceptable if you have not played the original. Rebirth is also perfectly acceptable if you've not played the original for most of its runtime. It has a lot of fan service in it, and the very ending, yeah, is going to be weird if you haven't played the original. However, as I've argued before, and as I will continue to argue as our Final Fantasy VII Remake playthrough continues, whenever I get around to continuing to edit that, because I've been too busy to do much other than occasional streams with you guys, I really think that this is a thing where, like, people may argue that, like, I'm overestimating it, but Final Fantasy VII is such an important game and such a product of its time that I think trying to replace it
is moronic.
Is a fool's errand. And if
was
somebody's
this all bloody
like
before?
I don't know if that's well.
I don't seem to recall that.
If someone
I might be crazy.
I truly believe it is a situation where if someone goes like, "Oh, I can't play it because it's too old and ugly," then they are weak.
Yeah.
They need to educate themselves. Oh, I can't watch Casablanca because it's black and white. I can't watch Lawrence of Arabia because the actors are all dead. I can't watch The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly because it's all ADR'd by people who don't speak English and the lip sync is weird. How about
you educate yourself?
How about you stop eating chicken fingers and pizza all the time? How about that, huh?
Hey man, that is a noble calling in life.
Okay,
how about you? What's the matter, Mario boy? Afraid you might taste something.
So also, I looked it up because I was like, I don't think blood dregs like do shit, and it's like, yeah, if you offer one, you get a new gesture, and like that's it.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I think that
it sucks my balls.
I think that the first
Sneaky.
I think the first two games in the remake trilogy are tremendous achievements. I think Rebirth is frankly kind of staggering in terms of how much it does.
Just in terms of how much content there is.
How quickly they made it, how consistently polished it is. Like you can make an argument that it's a little bloated.
Yes,
but it's
definitely.
but it is not like, how do I put this? Final Fantasy 15 is a game that's a little bloated. Most of its bloat is shit.
Yeah.
It is like badly
what are you
done
talking about?
Cutscenes with extremely unimportant and uninteresting NPCs who wear t-shirts asking you to go kill 5 monsters.
It's really good. It's really good though.
And the side content in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is like shockingly consistently good.
Yeah.
Even
when the Costa del Sol stuff is so good.
Even and part of it is that they've figured out the key to it, which is the side quests in Rebirth are mostly the side quests in Remake are mostly bad because you're dealing with lame NPCs and t-shirts who ask you to go kill a couple of monsters. We'll talk to this guy first. Then Joey needs to get out of here.
Hey, why don't you have this?
Is that
because he's looking for Ligarius, and Ligarius was
I've heard tell
for some reason protecting the Vile Bloods.
Pompous invitations. Wonderful. I thank you profusely. I will depart immediately, but first, a token of my gratitude.
Thank you.
Awesome.
What does that do?
Praise and let us cleanse.
You can buy some new items.
Cool.
So let us cleanse these tarnished streets. Fine boom sound.
Go back to the Canehurst now.
Why?
Go back to her because he's like you gave him the summons and he wants to pay her a visit.
Is he gonna go kill her?
Why don't you go see?
Yeah,
she's immortal.
Guess. Oh, she's immortal.
She's immortal.
Well, so are we. We keep dying and coming back.
True.
What's the big deal? I don't see what the big deal is. Most of the side quests in Remake are lame.
Yep.
Because they involve characters wearing t-shirts. They're not that interesting. The writing for them is noticeably worse than the writing for the rest of the game. However, the side quests in Rebirth occasionally feature interesting and charismatic NPCs. In fact, I would say a lot of them do. And even the ones that don't, they have a secret weapon in Rebirth. They have a secret weapon to all of the side quests in Rebirth, which is every single side quest, in addition to being about whoever the given quest giver is, or at least, given by them, every single side quest is also about Cloud hanging out with 1 or 2 party members.
Yep.
Every single side quest, as you're running from objective to objective, has unique dialogue about what you are doing between Cloud and one other party member, and the cutscenes feature Cloud and that one other party member. So even if the quest in question features lame, uninteresting NPCs, you're hanging out with Aerith and having interesting conversations with Aerith, or you're learning more about Red 13, or Yuffie and Cloud are developing their rapport since they've only just met. Or you're learning more about Barrett. It's brilliant. It's fantastic. It is, like, in an age when it is getting so hard to make games of that scale, like, I don't want to compare it to The Witcher 3 because it's not that big, but from a team that has really struggled to make games of a particular scale, it's shocking how big Rebirth is,
given the amount of time that
and it's and given the amount of time that it took them to release it, and it's clear that it's
You can keep going forward.
I forgot to turn the game back down after that dialogue, so I hope people could hear us as we were walking there.
Siren into fleshy pink pulp. There, you filthy monstrosity. What good's your immortality now? Try stirring up trouble in this sorry state. All mangled and twisted, with every inside on the outside for all the world to see.
She's got that mask that Griffith was wearing.
Yeah.
Is he gonna attack me now?
No, you can talk with him.
How's it going, dude?
You, is it? Look at this. Thanks to you, I've done it. Well, isn't it wonderful? Now Master can be canonized as a true martyr.
I love Souls NPCs.
Yeah, and his quest line, even though this is like a kind of a cool sequence, he kind of epitomizes like my complaint with the NPCs in this game, where it's like you talk to him and he's just chill and doesn't have much to do, and then in the blink of an eye, it's like, okay, well now he's like a crazy guy.
I got queenly
It's not
flesh.
Yeah, why don't you rise eerily?
Writhes eerily.
So, yeah, well, you can peek what that is in your inventory now. It's a key item, I believe.
Of course it is.
What remains of Annalise, Queen Blood of Canehurst? This pinkish lump of flesh remains warm, as if cursed. All hail the undying Queen of Blood.
Yeah, so remember where you first talked to Alfred?
Yeah.
Go back there now. We're getting all this wrapped up for the day.
Okay.
This is just...
But no, anyway, the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy so far is going great. Rebirth
really
and
good.
Remake are the best games that Square has released in recent years that weren't made by Yoko Taro by a country mile. I think that there are some issues with both of them, but I think also they were, even things that I have that I think they could have done differently, were probably necessary steps for this team to make better games in the near future.
Yeah,
cool.
Like, I can argue that I think Rebirth should have been smaller, that they should have cut some of its content, but also, like, the
She's
fact...
not doing so
She's
good,
not
but
doing so good.
She'll be all right.
The
The
fact
worms
that
are
they-
still going through her head.
Sure, it's a little bloated, and maybe they need to learn that lesson because they were still scared of coming up short after FF13, but the fact that they managed to make something so consistent is a really big deal, because that's been an area where they have been struggling for a long time. Even good games in the Square canon in the last while have been wildly inconsistent, like FF12. Anyway, I hope that team doesn't dissolve after they finish the trilogy. I hope
they
just
will.
make a new Final Fantasy game built off the bones of this one. That would be the smart thing to do, which is why they won't do it. It's very unfortunate. The guy who's the co-director of the first game and full board director of the second game, guy named Hamaguchi, who's a new guy at Square who was like a fan of the original.
He can't get through
like
the
he
door.
played the
Okay,
original
I
when
guess
it came
'cause
out.
the NPC was chilling over here.
Ding shilling.
He's a relatively new guy at Square. He was talking in an interview about we're gonna take all of our learning from this.
Who the hell is that? Oh, he killed
my
himself.
God, he died somehow.
Radiance.
Radiance. So,
Wow, what a great quest line.
Yeah, right. So
God, this is but Souls NPCs are so cool because they have a Wikipedia entry that's kind of cool.
this is real rough in this game.
Oh my God, it's
can-
Box Fox.
No, I guess to go on back to the Hunter stream. So also something to talk about. So
Sure, go ahead.
didn't So we talked about runes before very briefly about their little passive effects. There are 3 normal runes that you can have equipped, but then there are 3 slots for normal runes, but then there's a special slot for like
Mega Uber.
They're well, no, the opposite. They're covenant runes, and they are like mostly worthless,
Cool.
except for a few interactions. Because you'll see things where it's like one of them is like boost stamina recovery by 2%.
Awesome.
It's like awesome, sick.
What's the matter, Elden Ring boy? Afraid you might taste some flavor, and then I hand you the worst point-and-click adventure game from the '90s ever.
But so those are.
That's what I guess this is what I was talking about. Like you need to get some taste. This is what I say about games that are terrible and suck. Listen, sometimes friction can be a valuable part of the experience.
Right to frick, yeah.
But an interesting thing pops up with this rune that you just got. So it's also like a whatever rune. I think it makes it easier to co-op, but that's it. Not by much. But that was his, that was his rune. And if I join your game wearing the corruption rune, and you have the radiance rune, because we're opposites, it turns into PvP. Like the game will go, oh, you summoned a vile blood. You guys hate each other. Now fight to the death. It's kind of cool.
That is cool.
But
what's
sucks.
Something heal near death?
Yeah, so when you're near health, when you're near death, you get +1 HP healing, which is like you'll never notice it because it's even less than what you got on your pistol. Vile recovery up, yeah, it's like a 2% up.
I'll take
Now,
that.
Joey, it is 4 o'clock. Do you need to boot scoot and boogie out of here?
We do. Only other thing left to do is you've got two new badges that you can look in the shop for some new inventory.
Okay, got you.
So there's some stuff, but it's mainly outfits and 2 new weapons. I think it's 2.
Alrighty.
So,
Joshua, how do you feel about this? I don't know if we want to continue with Bloodborne for a lot longer after Joey leaves, but instead of just abruptly cutting this thing right now, do you want to go on a brief break, see Joey out, and then you gotta come back and we can just talk to chat for a few more minutes to wrap this up a little more smoothly?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
So just a brief explanation. So the Ligarius Will down there, that's the one you get from him. It's a weird weapon. It is the highest scaling strength weapon. It's kind of a joke, and I don't really like using it that much, but it's a meme, and it's kind of funny. It's also one of the 3 weapons in the game you can kill yourself with.
Good.
Ninja Bunny talking about FromSoft NPCs. That's why Sekiro is so good. It has actual characters and a plot. Turns out themes of breaking, escaping, perpetuating endless cycles of violence and cruelty mean something.
That looks good based on the stats.
Oh, the Caner's armor's really sick, and also the Gold Ardeo's it's the lampshade helmet that he was wearing, and it's funny. The other weapon, though, if you go back and look, it costs 50,000 blood echoes, but it's a fan favorite because it's a weeaboo weapon.
Oh, which one?
Go back to the weapons. It's the one you can't buy because it's too smooth.
Oh, it's the Chikage.
The Chikage.
Thrice folded steel from glorious Nippon.
It is a katana. It is interesting because it has, as I mentioned last week, it has S scaling in skill and blood tinge. But the problem is
it's different forms.
The problem is in its regular form, it scales off dex.
That sucks.
And in the other form, it scales off
that
blood
is
tinge.
ass.
It gains a different moveset and more powerful attacks, but it drains your health constantly.
Damn.
So it's also another weapon you can use to kill yourself with.
Cool.
It's fine. It's cool.
Gotcha.
I mean, it is a neat weapon, but it falls into the category of being kind of rough because you have to pick one or the other or invest heavily.
Alrighty, gang, we'll be back. Joshua and I will be back in 5 minutes to wrap this show up, but we gotta get Joey out of here, so we'll be back in a few minutes.
Sounds good.
See you later, folks. It's been real.
Anybody still in here? 14 viewers. Surprised you guys didn't talk amongst yourselves a little more. I should have said talk amongst yourselves, because I like coming back from breaks and seeing what you guys got up to in my absence. It's almost always amusing. I don't understand why that's working that way. Hold on. Here, there we go. Wow, I really got to redo these. These got completely messed up somehow, these camera settings. That doesn't make any sense, but I'll fix it another day. I was getting food, says Ninja Bunny. Well, that's a perfectly reasonable excuse then. Hey, listen, if you guys use breaks to get up and go do something else, more power to you. Plus, there's like barely 10 of you in here, so, I'm not trying to tell you your business. You should do whatever makes you happy. Reading the Zelda Twilight Princess manga in the meantime, also a good way to spend your time. Let's talk about SRPGs and EU4 and whatever. Reminds me that Kaga, okay, right, got it, the Fire Emblem guy, got the idea for Fire Emblem by playing Civ 1 and thinking the combat should be the whole game. I mean, that's how a lot of this stuff comes about, A lot of people's ideas for games or movies or whatever is, I want to futz with this one thing that appeared somewhere else. I feel like we need to shift the focus to just be this thing. It's a fairly common way for a lot of ideas for stuff to come about. Like Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy are both kind of responses to picking and choosing what aspects of D&D they wanted to be adaptations of. Wizardry and Ultima are kind of different interpretations of the same, like, how do I get D&D off of this paper and into my computer screen? The reason we even have FFT is because some crazy guy actually liked the combat in Civ 1. It's a little cringe. But sometimes it takes somebody being a little cringe to take big swings. Sometimes that's what you gotta do. Sometimes you have to be cringe. Sometimes you have to embrace cringe. But yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics is good. We're talking about Matsuno stuff, and I didn't even actually get to talk about Tactics. We bit around it to the other games, but Tactics is good. It's what I was starting to say, but then they were talking about FromSoft mechanics. Is that one of the problems with Tactics Ogre, among the many problems, I like Tactics Ogre. I've been enjoying it quite a bit. It is so interesting to see so many of his style. Oh, here's Tactics Ogre music. So many of Matsuno's like stylistic hallmarks in terms of writing here, and so again, like I said, so many things that are effective about him, like how efficient his writing is, how quickly the cutscenes that he does write do move. Certainly there are problems. It is considering what the game is about. I haven't even finished one run yet, but the run that I'm on, I am stunned by how positively it seems to view the divine right of kings, considering what the game is about. But who's to say? One of the bigger problems with it, I think, from a writing standpoint, is that there are characters whose entire personality and motivation changes based on the run you're doing. It actually reminds me of a lot of a video that I did years ago complaining about Detroit Become Human's story structure, wherein the motivation of the antagonists changed to be contrary to whatever Connor was doing. It was called, the video was called Detroit Become Cliche, if you want to go back and watch it. It's a reasonably funny video that might be a little hard to follow if you're not familiar with Detroit. And it doesn't focus on any of like the larger problems that Detroit has, like, you know, it's, shall we say, clumsy discussions of civil rights and its batshit world building. But one thing that it does, the thing that the video is about is basically that whatever Connor does, the bad guys want the opposite of it. If Connor, I won't even get into it. You can watch the video. I don't remember all the details now. But basically, whatever the evil corporation is trying to do changes to be whatever would be the most dramatic thing that could happen at the ending of the game. In some, they are trying to get back to business as usual, and in other endings, they're trying to cause an android revolution. In some endings, they're all about status quo maintaining. In some endings, they're all about overthrowing the balance of power in the DC universe. And it just changes to be whatever would be the most dramatic reveal, depending on the route that you're doing. Because I'm going to make a comparison to to Tactics Ogre, where the main character, one of the main characters of the game at the beginning is a guy named Vice. And
I remember Vice.
And he's kind of an asshole. He's the Riku type of friend. He's the friend who you can tell is gonna cause a problem.
And he just loves genocide.
No, he only loves genocide if you don't like it.
Wait, what?
When you get to one of the forks in the road,
oh no,
is you are asked to participate in a false flag operation that kills civilians, people from your own country, and you can say no.
No.
And if you do this, then the bad guy officer goes, "I was worried you might say that," and then Vice pulls out a crossbow and shoots another character who's on your team, and says, you lack the will to do what needs to be done.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of how he was characterized in, the beginning of the game.
That is
before
correct.
I got to that choice.
That is correct.
For full reference for everyone, I got to the Necromancer fight, beat it, and then was like, I'll come back to this later, and never did.
So if you Vice only really hates denim. That's correct,
okay,
Ninja
gotcha.
Bunny. So if you refuse to go along with it, well, here's the thing: is that it's not just that his actions cannot be explained logically, because if you don't go along with the false flag operation, he acts as if he already knew about it and was expecting you to not agree to go along.
Yeah.
And he's like, makes fun of you for your lack of vision and talks about how much he wants
to murder.
But whatever. However, if you do agree, this false flag operation,
he's like, no, why are you slaughtering our own Russians?
will be beneficial to our cause in the long run.
Yeah.
Then Vice says, how can you go? He acts as if he hasn't heard about the plan before now, and says,
I hate that type of writing.
How could you go along with this plan? And he runs away. And then Vice just becomes like he's just a guy who's causing a problem no matter what.
Great.
It's
my
fine.
favorite trope.
It's fine. I think there is a way to get him into the party, So there must be a route where you get him to cool his jets, but I haven't even finished one route yet, so
Gotcha.
I don't know. Because there's like he still shows up in like the in-game spreadsheets about like what jobs or what characters can equip this job.
Gotcha.
He's still in there as being capable of equipping this job, job, or that job.
Yeah.
And when he's in the game at the beginning, he's a guest and you can't affect his job. So I'm sure there's a way to get him back somehow. Connor, you stupid fool, we wanted those 28 stab wounds all along. Exactly. Yeah, no, that's what, like I said, if anybody in here knows Detroit and you haven't seen the video I did on Detroit years ago, go back and watch it. It's kind of funny. Yeah.
Not for the video, but...
Oh,
that was
the Reuters headline went away before I could reread
yeah.
it and asked me you to pay
There it
$1.
is. Yeah, pay $1 so you can read a headline that we're not going to comment on in the video. I just thought it was interesting.
There we go.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a revolt.
Oh my gosh, just move on.
They don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, they don't know. No one knows.
No
I'm
one
doing
knows
it.
what we're talking
no
about.
One
no
knows.
one knows. But anyway, Final Fantasy Tactics, the point I was getting to, does not suffer from this problem because Final Fantasy Tactics has one set route and its characters are consistent except for the characters who leave the story. But it doesn't matter because what's most important is Ramza and Delita.
Yeah.
And that is so effective.
And it also can't change.
Yeah.
I think that's one place where the linearity of Tactics really helps it. Based on everything you've told me about Tactics Ogre, it seems like it's kind of a mixed bag because of the non-linearity.
There are one or two really good choices. There was one choice in Tactics Ogre that I labored over for like actual real world minutes and minutes, which is basically after you refuse to take part in that false flag operation. So like the beginning of the game, you are part of a group that is being basically ethnically cleansed.
Yeah.
And you go on a mission to liberate your Duke before an execution and form a resistance movement. And you're starting to gain momentum, but not enough. And the Duke says, we need to do this false flag operation to smear the enemy so that more people from their side will defect and so on and so forth. And then you can say, no, I'm not going to do that. If this happens, then you are an enemy to both states because you were a leader of the revolution and now also you're a traitor to the revolution. So everybody's after you. Citizens from your own country blame you for you're blamed for the false flag incident.
Wait, really?
Yes, really, yeah. Though one of the first things that you can do is someone comes after you for like you killed my family in that operation.
So it happens both ways.
But you can tell them no, that wasn't me, and and they actually join your cause.
Oh, okay.
No, it's no.
I thought you were gonna say then it just was on the same path of like that choice didn't matter and everyone still thinks you did it.
No, not at all,
Okay, that's good. That's a relief.
So basically, if you choose not to participate, Chapter 2 is about surviving, and eventually, I need to get back over there and kill that Duke who killed his own people in an effort, basically, just that we see now as selfish motive to consolidate his own power with limited tactical value. So when you eventually get your way back around to him, you siege the very castle that you rescued him from at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
You're beating up his dudes.
I think I had heard about this plot beat before.
You get into a one-on-one fight.
A lot.
You get into a one-on-one fight with Vice, who is now the Duke's biggest crony because he's just a psycho murder man,
Because he's a
right?
psycho murder man in this timeline.
And as you are beating the shit out of him, one of the other generals runs into the room and says, "Gang, X, Y, and Z people were just killed, and by the way, this third army is marching toward us right now." Like, right now.
Okay.
Denim,
yeah, I get the choice.
Please don't kill the Duke, because we really can't afford to have our military crumble into shambles just as we put it together for another army to come and conquer our nations. We will issue a full pardon, and you can come back and be a leader in our army again and say, oh, that was a mistake. He didn't really do that attack. If you please, just don't kill us. And it's like the Duke is so evil, and these dudes have done so much bad stuff.
But pragmatically, it's like it's.
I really sat there for a minute thinking about like.
See,
can I?
Here's the problem.
Sure.
Here's the problem. I know it's a video game.
Sure.
As dumb as it sounds, that real life choice is way more interesting than the video game choice, where I know
there will be a story.
I'll have a harder fight, maybe.
Yeah.
This mic keeps blowing out like crazy. I don't know why.
It's because we're turned up.
Okay, gotcha. But yeah, it's because I know in a video game that I might just have a slightly harder fight.
Yeah,
but
but I chose to treat it like an actual dramatic decision.
Well, yeah, exactly, and that's the problem is I have trouble suspending my disbelief in moments like that where I'm like, I don't like compromising my morals in games like that when I know that I could probably just win anyway.
So I think that it leads to an interesting thing where there's a lot of tension then in some of the following scenes. Some of the scenes are clearly written to like work in the route in which you were working for the Duke the whole time, but there's also definitely like some stuff that is written for you like can't stand this dude, but you're working with him because you have to, because this is the only way your people can survive. However, like Ninja Bunny said, Vice's only character trait is hating Denim.
So
when you're given a pardon, he goes, the Duke has no morals and no character.
And he attacks.
No, he runs away, and now he just becomes like a wandering murder hobo, and now there's a bounty on his head. It's exceptionally funny.
That's terrible.
No, it's really good.
It's you
really
telling me
good.
that makes me just want to kill the Duke right then, because that's so stupid for Vice.
It's very funny. The Duke...
I love how, oh my gosh, the entire idea that those two were supposed to be great friends, and we never, ever see them get along. It is terrible.
I don't know that they are great friends, because
they're supposed to be great friends.
He basically says, I've never liked you, Denim, but I have the hots for your sister.
Early on, it's implied that they are really good childhood friends.
Hard to say. Tactics Ogre is good, but there's some sloppy stuff in it. FF Tactics Advance is like the best isekai ever told, probably, says Ninja Bunny. It's pretty good.
It's up there. It's up there.
Pretty good.
I really like the story of that game. I am not so hot on the gameplay of that one.
Nope.
I think the gameplay of that one is weaker than both A2 and Tactics. That's my hot take. I don't know how hot it is, but I remember not liking the way that one played, and I bounced off of it really hard, even though I really enjoyed the story. It didn't help that there was also one moment when I was playing it as a kid where I lost like 4 hours of progress because I forgot to save like an idiot. And that was probably part of it, but I was also just not having as much fun with it as I did with A2 back in the day. So
Rune Relations says something about a kid and a kid in a wheelchair's imagination running amok. Not quite. So basically it is a story about a bunch of normal kids in a very normal modern day looking town who basically all have, I would say, like kind of normal child problems. One of them, she is like she's really self-conscious about the color of her hair. She dyes her hair. Yeah, it's almost like a kid being like self-conscious about being a ginger, but it's more fantasy because she's got white hair.
Because she's got white hair.
I guess you could say she's albino, but she's not that. She's like, her skin is not like super pale. She's it's a fairly normal like preteen girl thing of being really anxious about how you look. Another character, his mother is dead and his dad is like not literally homeless, but he's
a murder hobo.
He's not. He's just kind of a sad drunk. He's not abusive. He's
got life has no purpose, no meaning. Yeah.
He's just not a great dad. Like it's actually, considering that it's a children's game, it handles his introductory scene
very well,
with like shocking tact, where it's just kind of like other adults in the town like being impatient with him.
Yeah.
And then him being embarrassed that his son had to see him like that on the street.
I think one thing I really did not get about that game growing up, because I played it when I was like 9 or 10. I played it pretty young.
Sure.
And I just remember thinking, I was like, what's the name of dude with dad who sucks? Deadbeat dad. Kid.
They all have weird names.
Yeah, I blanked on all of their names.
The main kid's name is Marsh.
Marsh, yeah.
And they all have not great names. That is a weakness.
Yeah, so
of that game.
Brown-haired dad sucks kid. I just remember thinking, wow, that's a really good motivation for like, oh, when I get to this isekai when things are better, I'm gonna want to stay and I'm gonna, blah 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 blah, right?
Yeah.
That like to me immediately made sense. Whereas girl's problem of
seems silly.
Oh, my hair is normal. Like that one, I was like, really? Why? Like, and I understood that in the context of the game as I went. I was like, okay, she's gonna be the first person we recruit.
Yeah,
right? Like that was gonna be
her
obvious.
problem is the smallest.
It's the smallest problem, but at the same time, I was like, the fact that she's like, yes, I never want to go back because of my hair, and I'm fine with never seeing my family again, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It was like a worse reason than Kingdom Hearts.
But it is also unfortunate. Like, when you get old enough and you go, no, yeah, actually, that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Makes
That's
sense.
what I'm saying, but I was too young at the time.
She's so uncomfortable in her own skin
Yeah.
that even making this minor change, she feels like she's a truer form of herself. And then the main character's younger brother is paraplegic. He's in a wheelchair. And when he...
What's his name? Moot?
Mute, yeah.
Mute.
Mute.
I just remember when he shows up in A2. Spoilers, I guess.
He's, they're not great names.
Yeah.
They may need to be renamed slightly in the HBO adaptation.
Of Advance?
I think
Why would HBO make Advance?
because if they're already making Final Fantasy Tactics adaptation, then they have
You
the
get
right.
Blur Studios to make Advance.
No, I think
You
that-
get Blur Studios to
we're
make
not,
Advance.
I'm not going to talk more about my my theoretical Final Fantasy television.
Why don't you take that
adaptations on the
fancy
air.
green screen of yours and go out to Hollywood?
She likes that she feels valued in Evilise.
Yes,
this is also
I know
true.
that's part of it, too.
She's part of a unit in
Yeah.
Evilise.
I know that's part of it, but as a kid, like, the nuance there was not insanely well communicated to me. I was a dumb kid.
That is a great example of a game that would benefit from not being a tactical RPG with hours-long battles and brief
Exactly.
cutscenes.
Exactly.
If you got to spend more time with all of those characters, it'd be a lot better.
Because
Some people have
I really once I got used to those characters, I really liked them. I really liked Mute's like motivation, and like I liked Marsh's mission of like, guys, we need to grow up. Like I was like, this is a really intriguing premise. And
it's also that you realize early on you kill a couple of ogres in an early fight that have the same names as the schoolyard bullies who are bullying Mute. Our main character Marsh comes to realize that either it's unclear if you've been transported to a fantasy realm or if this is a realm that's been superimposed over the town they're from. But one way or the other people from the town have been dragged into this reality,
and it's making their lives worse.
Yeah,
and it's I will say, as someone who even when I was younger was like, this A2 story is not that great.
Mm-hmm.
I played it for full reference, full disclosure. I played A2 first.
Yeah.
And I don't think I had beaten A2 when I started A1 or when I started Advance, but I don't remember. But like I was immediately more invested in Advance 1's storyline. But to me, the combat was like, compared to A2, the combat is just not as. It is not as fast. It is not as I shouldn't say it's not as streamlined.
Mm-hmm.
It's. How do I put this? The combat in A2 feels less... It's been a while. It feels less cheap. It is... The percentages don't matter as much in A2.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest, it's also just a simple matter. It's also a matter of presentation.
Yeah.
The screen real estate on the DS versus the Game Boy Advance actually makes a significant difference.
That's fair.
It's really hard to tell what's going on in Tactics Advance to keep track of turn orders. It is actively less user friendly.
That's what I think that's what it was. Is I was so used to the quality of life improvements in A2 that I struggled to adapt to A1. Or I'm going to say A1. I know that's
fine.
probably sacrilege.
Everybody knows
to
what we're
some
talking
people,
about.
but
Advance and Advance 2. It's fine.
But yeah, I just remember bouncing off of that hardcore mainly because I just didn't enjoy the gameplay as much. And I was like, I would much rather just go do more high-level side quests in A2 than keep playing this game.
Yeah.
Even though I'm really invested in the story because I know the next story beat isn't going to happen for like 7 hours because I have to keep plonking down, in this area on an arbitrary part of the map. That was the other thing. As like a kid who really liked history and really liked geography, like from a really young age, I was like, why do I just make the geography of this place? In retrospect, thematically, it makes sense because it's an isekai and it's clearly being built from, their imaginations.
Yeah.
But from the perspective of someone who really liked the map of A2 of like, oh, these are all
I'm slowly unfurling this world and learning more about each location.
Yeah, and learning about each location, even though it's very surface level and it's mainly just environments.
Yeah.
It still felt it still felt very underwhelming that it's just like, oh, I'm just gonna plonk the Giza Plains right here, and then I'm just gonna plonk, the Ester Sand over here. I know it's not called the Ester Sand in that game, but like, it's just, oh, I'm gonna plonk this here, I'm gonna plonk this there. Whereas in in 8.2, even though they were all video game levels, it was like, no, this area, you get to know this area of like, oh, this map is really hard because there's a lot of elevation and there's like 2 bridges.
If that was like a concession to a theoretically younger audience to stop them from wandering around the map aimlessly, to limit the number of locations they could go to.
Maybe.
Like to where they needed to go initially.
Maybe it's just, it was, I think that as a design feature and then just the quality of life in the battles, it was like between those things, I just really bounced off of it. I need to go back and play it. I've always wanted to go back and play it, and I've just never found the time.
Anyway, yeah. Final Fantasy Tactics, good. Vagrant Story, good.
Ninja
Tactics
Bunny, I'm
Advance,
not calling
good.
it Grimoire of the Rift.
Why
I
not?
refuse to use that name.
Why not? That's the name.
Because it's too complicated.
That's what it's called.
That box art and that name are the reason it didn't sell that well.
What
I'm
would
sorry.
be the subtitle for Advance? Because obviously Tactics got retroactively the subtitle of War of the Lions. All the Ogre battle games, other than Knights of Lotus, have Queen lyrics for their subtitles.
I forgot about that.
And Ogre Battle and Tactics Ogre, other than Knights of Lotus, because that was after Matsuno wasn't there anymore, so he wasn't doing his Queen references anymore. And so yeah, Grimoire of the Rift and War of the Lions. So what is the subtitle for Advance 1? What's the subtitle? Let's come up with it. What's the subtitle for the remake?
Screw your problems. This is the real world. That's too clunky.
Let's think. Okay, so if we look,
are you living in the real world?
Something beautiful and vague, like "Let us cling together." Because War of the Lions is very direct.
Yeah.
Grimoire of the Rift is one item. We need like
something sweeping.
A sweeping statement. We need something kind of florid sounding.
The Laws of Evilise.
The Laws of Evilise isn't bad. The Laws of Evilise isn't bad. Should get the Berserk treatment and give it or a Berwick treatment. I'm not familiar with that. Ninja Bunny. You'd have to elaborate. The Laws of Evilise is not bad. Tactics Advance. It's so ogre. That's not bad. I like that. That would, and then you might actually get some confusion when people go to buy Tactics Ogre Knights of Lotus for the Game Boy Advance. They might accidentally buy Tactics Advance. You might get some more sales that way.
I like Laws of Evilise because it's not only these are the laws of this new isekai world that are changing the way that these kids are interacting with their lives and making them want to stay.
I
understand.
It's also the mechanics.
And, mechanics.
And the laws
so clever. It's a humorous play on words.
The laws are being dictated by Moot because he's the king of this world to make things more advantageous for him.
Yeah.
And to try and put roadblocks between himself and Marsh, since Marsh is trying to tear the whole thing down. Laws about who they are that are being altered and no, that's not bad. Laws of Evilise isn't terrible. It's not bad. I'll have to noodle this some more.
Yeah, this is a good idea for the HBO show that you're floating.
Yeah, I don't know about HBO necessarily. Here's the thing: I don't think HBO would take this because HBO already has.
Here's the thing.
Okay.
Here's the thing.
Okay.
If you do it like what I'm talking about, like more of like a Blur Studios, you do it an animated thing, right? You don't have to deal with an overabundance of child actors. And I'm not saying that because child actors are inherently bad or anything infantile like that, because that's such a 1999 I hate Jake Lloyd like
I don't think I think it would be perfectly reasonable for all those characters to be played by like 13 to 15-year-olds.
I agree, but like at the same time, I don't know. Some people might not go for that, especially since there would probably be a lot of gore and a lot of violence in a show like that. It's easier to abstract with CG, I feel like, and also that way you can. I feel like the market for VAs rather than 13 to 15-year-old actors in LA is probably the VA audience allows you to cast a much wider net, in my opinion.
Yeah, but no, you would not go to HBO with this because HBO already has Game of Thrones, and soon they're gonna have a Harry Potter TV show.
I forgot. Oh God, I forgot about that.
However, almost every network has tried or is trying or wants to try to get that Game of Thrones money.
Yeah.
The fact that FX greenlit a second season of Shogun shows how much they want that success.
They're like, but it stops at Sekigahara. We don't care.
I think that FX would actually be a good pick.
Maybe they make the second season about the invasion of Korea. That would be sick.
We'll see what happens.
I'm kidding. That would be a prequel. But that would be awesome. Just make it about Korea instead.
Unfortunately, it's a hard sell for them to just be able to, like, go, let's do an adaptation of Gaijin or Noble House or whatever, which would be the more interesting thing to do.
They wouldn't like that. There's not enough violence.
No. But my point, I mean, there's really not that much violence in Shogun, honestly. No,
there's a lot of assassination
Joshua,
scenes.
I've watched almost the entire show. I've got like 2 episodes left.
Yeah.
There are, it opens with a dude getting boiled alive, and there are sequences where people get assassinated, but there are a lot of episodes of dudes sitting in rooms talking.
I'm just saying the first 50 pages of Gaijin is quite literally a dude walking off a boat, watching a British regiment, or I think it's a company, do like a flag raising ceremony in Hong Kong. And then he looks up at a hill and he's like, this is where I'll build my domain. And that's 50 pages.
Well, yeah, that won't be how the show goes.
Because Clavel is introducing like 30 characters and giving like a page of initial backstory for every single one. The beginning of Taipan is a freaking fever dream, man. That was so hard to get through when I read it. It's a great book. But that book was so hard to get through of like, oh yeah, I loved Shogun. Let's go read this now. And it was just like, this is so overwrought and so complicated. And then half of the characters barely go anywhere. They're just set dressing. You're expecting them to come back in the third act or something. It's like, no.
Noble House is the one that's Hong Kong in the 60s, right?
Yeah. I haven't read that one yet.
That's one that already had. That was the other one that also had a successful miniseries
that's
adaptation.
Pierce Brosnan and John Rhys Davies.
Ages ago.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the one you go to. I mean, I think you can sell
Noble
it like
House is the one you go to.
I think you can sell it as from the creative team of. But here's my thing: is that FX already has American Horror Story, American Crime Story, and they just started doing American Sports Story. That is a network that is already doing anthology series around a brand. Yeah. I feel like you could walk into a room and say, imagine...
No, don't forget Paramount Plus with their Halo show, Jacob.
This is true.
Don't forget.
But I feel like you could pitch Final Fantasy as an anthology TV show where every season or maybe every 2 seasons you switch to a new setting and new characters. Yeah. And honestly, what they would do if they were really stupid? Yeah. You know what FX would do if they were really stupid about Shogun?
What would they do?
Is they would do what Netflix forced Rian Johnson to do with Knives Out.
What was that? Knives
Out is just called Knives Out.
Yeah.
Because there's a bunch of knives on that chair, and there's a throwaway line where someone says, when things, get bad, the knives come out or whatever, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's just a movie name.
Glass Onion is called Glass Onion because it takes place at an estate called Glass Onion that's also like the Beatles, that's like the name of the Beatles song.
Yeah.
It's something clear, but which also conceals many layers.
Yeah.
Which basically has to do with how the murder in that case seems very complicated, but it is actually
just a guy.
Incredibly straightforward and shallow and dumb.
Yeah.
I forget what the name of the upcoming one is, but Glass Onion and the upcoming one have a subtitle. Which is a Knives Out mystery.
Oh, a Knives Out mystery?
A Knives Out mystery.
I thought it was a Knives Out story and they did the Star Wars.
Because we have to make sure
that people know it's a sequel.
People know it's a sequel and it's part of the franchise. Why not call it Benoit Blanc, Glass Onion?
Seriously.
It would be, first of all, I think if people see the poster and it's Daniel Craig in that suit, they'll probably go, oh, it's the Kentucky Fried Detective! Hey! They'll get it.
Ninja Bunny has a good idea for Paramount Plus to make a Destiny soap opera.
Oh, yeah? Destiny soap opera, no budget, hour of TV every week, incomprehensible lore.
That sounds like Concord.
The no budget part might be appealing to Bungie right about now.
Da, 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 da.
That was a joke about how Bungie has no money.
They have no money, and they've been co-opted by Sony, who's probably going to shut them down because their business model was completely
no,
unsustainable.
Joshua, no, they can't shut them. No, it hasn't been co-opted yet. That's the whole. No, that's the whole point. In their contract,
I thought it had already been co-opted.
No. The whole thing is that if
they have a quarterly that's
that drops to a certain point, then Sony seizes control.
Direct control.
So the board is cutting every single cost other than their own payroll for as many quarters as they can, so they can collect as many paychecks as they can. And because of the way the contract is structured, Sony can't do anything until they hit
So
that
Sony
point.
just has to watch them burn their money. And
Sony
just
has
be like,
to.
Well,
so,
shit,
Sony
I
is
guess.
watching Bungie burn the $4 billion or whatever they bought them for in real time,
Hey, oh yeah.
and they can't do anything about
That's
it.
what I call a Chad move.
Nickelodeon is still theoretically making that Sly Cooper show. I don't believe you, Ninja Bunny. I don't believe you.
Sly Cooper hasn't had a game in 15
No,
years.
but I was gonna say, like, it would be really stupid, but since they're technically in the same universe, if they did more Clavel books, they could, like, you know, say from the world of Shogun for all of them, right?
Dude, if they made a Gaijin one that just said from the world
of
Shogun,
Shogun.
aka the real world, with a couple of names added
from the
in.
from the world of
Dude,
physical
it would
reality.
Be so funny because the one connection to Shogun in Gaijin is like the most throwaway. It is like literally the like stepmother of a secondary character happens to be a descendant of Anjin.
But every
that's it.
But every future season that FX does adapting these will have a whole scene where someone talks about how inspired they are by the story of Toranaga, and how it inspired their philosophy and their drive to win.
I mean that happens in the book.
I know, but I'm saying that'll
But
happen in
it's
every.
Tokugawa.
But I'm saying that'll
yeah.
happen, Joshua. That'll happen in every book. When they adapt King Rat, the head of the prison, will talk about that Toranaga.
Don't even put that evil on us.
Toranaga's is the inspiration of uniting Japan. Is how we the Imperial Army see uniting all of Asia.
See, as crazy as it sounds, because it would be a complete sausage fest and people wouldn't like it. King Rat is the most easily adaptable of the remaining of his books.
Sure.
I haven't even gotten through King Rat, and it's the only one that would be even comprehensible as like a short miniseries, because even though Shogun is longer than both the not the Noble House, sorry, but than Taipan or Gaijin. I haven't read the Noble House yet, or Whirlwind. It's like both of those are just so needlessly complicated in terms of the story, and like you could trim out a lot of the fat.
Sure.
But then there's not much left to it. If I'm being honest, like the plots are actually relatively simple.
Victor, we already played Bloodborne. We played Bloodborne on the last stream, and we played it on this stream, and now
Yeah.
we're wrapping up. You missed it. It's not that we're just sitting here playing Final Fantasy with Bloodborne in the background. We already played Bloodborne.
We already played Bloodborne for
You
like
missed
3
it.
hours.
You missed it, buddy. We played it for 5 hours last week, and we just played it for 3 hours today,
Yeah.
and you missed it. That's
Yeah,
your
we
fault.
played like 8 hours of Bloodborne. We've
That's
killed
your
a
fault
lot
for
of
being
bosses.
late. But no, they'll definitely Noble House from the world of Shogun. That's how FX will handle it. That's what
They
they're gonna
haven't
do.
even introduced the Struan family, who's like the main characters of
They'd
the
carry through
Clavel
all
books
of those books.
Were not introduced in Gaijin at all, and they're not even.
Do you mean they weren't introduced in Shogun?
That's what I meant. Yeah, my bad. And it's like, yeah, that's the only one they're not in. It's the only one that barely connects. He basically wrote Gaijin in the way he did to be like, yeah, I didn't forget about Shogun. It's technically in the same universe, but like, who gives a shit?
I don't think that any of those books being more of a sausage fest than the others is a big problem, because Shogun has exactly three
women.
yeah,
There are
you're right.
three
No,
women.
three. It has 3 female characters.
Yeah, there are 3 women.
There are 3 women. Women. 3 of them. Women.
I'm guessing none of our viewers have ever read any of the Clavel books based on the.
That's it. Now he's gonna watch the VOD with an ad blocker. No, I mean, I don't know. Either all of you are already using ad blockers, or simply no. The secret is YouTube ad revenue doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah,
guys,
It's
like
nothing.
you guys
You have to get your NordVPN sponsorship.
You have to get the NordVPN sponsorship, or you have to have views over like 500,000 if you want to make any kind of money.
Yeah,
Guys, I have made in the last 3-4 months of this channel $75. And by the way, I haven't made anything because YouTube doesn't send you a check until you clear $100.
Oof.
I mean, I don't care.
That's rough, buddy.
It's fine. I don't care. I have a real job. I'm not, listen.
Then maybe it's time to get a real job.
This man Gucci'd down to the socks, but need $5?
Yeah.
I don't need $75.
He's doing all right.
I'm fine.
He's got a full-time job. He's doing all right.
Mm-hmm.
That was a Sultans of Swing reference.
Yeah.
It's a good song.
Victor didn't say anything else. I'm afraid that I'm afraid I might have insulted Victor. I was just joking around. But no, we were playing with Joey earlier. Joey had to leave. But we were kind of like, we stopped pretty abruptly when Joey had to leave, so I thought instead of like just cutting the whole thing off, Josh and I would talk with you guys for a few minutes. And now we're talking about, we're talking about Clavel books, and we're talking about FX's recent adaptation of Shogun, and nobody said one thing about it, so I don't think anybody's watched Shogun, and certainly I don't think anybody in here has read a Clavel book, but that's fine.
That's all right. Honestly, Shogun is the main one worth reading. As someone who's read 2 of the other ones, it's like, I'm invested now. I'll probably read the rest of them, but I read 3 over the course of a few months, and that was enough. It took me so long to get through Gaijin. That book is so hard to read. And then I went and read a book at a slightly...
all the more reason to adapt it
I went and
for
started
FX.
reading a series. I won't get into that series, because I don't want the comments to be about that for like 5 minutes. But I went and read another series, another trilogy of books, after, kind of running into a wall on Clavel books. And I finished the first one's like 600 pages, and I finished it in 3 days. Because it was like, oh yeah, this is what easy to read prose looks like. I forgot. It was really funny.
My sister keeps telling me to watch Shogun, says Ninja Bunny.
It's good.
If you've heard people say, it's like Game of Thrones, it isn't.
It's not like Game of Thrones.
It's nothing like Game of
better,
Thrones.
believe it or not.
Nothing like Game of Thrones. I mean, it's like Game of Thrones in that characters have swords, and they discuss... Politics.
And war.
In a feudal context.
I mean...
And everybody wants to be, like, the guy who's in charge.
Everybody wants to rule the world.
I guess that's kind of like...
Dun.
I guess it's kind of like Game of Thrones, that there's a story in which people want to be in charge.
Yeah, it's almost like a feudal society as a whole. Let's talk about society, says the chewing
Did I close
clown.
this? I didn't close it. Let's close the game. Let's talk about society.
The chewing clown wants to talk about society. Do you want to let him into the house?
No thanks, I'm good. I don't need to talk to anybody about
Chewing
society.
clown.
I already have robust opinions about society. Well, Game of Thrones actually happened, but Shogun didn't. That's the
so
difference,
true.
says Ninja Bunny. This is true. You know what? When you're right,
When you're right.
Westeros is real, whereas Japan is a mythical fantasy land.
Ah, yes. Dude, no, it is funny when you do start breaking down, like, a couple of the tropes in Game of Thrones. Like, a lot does not add up, or where it does not, like, directly correlate with, like, the 100 Years' War or the War of the Roses, but it is really funny that Cersei is just Margaret of Anjou. Like, 100%, and then her son is 100, like, is basically just Tommen. It's, yeah, that part is really funny once you know a bit about the background material.
Wake Up Dead Man, a Knives Out mystery. Oh, is that the name of the next one? Excellent.
That's hilarious.
Wake Up Dead Man, a Knives Out mystery. I watched that one scene from Joker 2 on YouTube Shorts, so I know all about... I watched just one scene from Joker 2 on YouTube Shorts, so I know all about society. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. I try.
Yeah, a Knives Out mystery subtitle is terrible. However, I also feel like, again, this is the future of, like, everybody wants IP, because IP that's successful once will hopefully be successful again, and that's a safer bet than shooting at random targets each time. But people get tired of the same thing every time, which is why I think anthology series might be the future, and also why I think, while everybody's after video game adaptations, now would be the time for Square Enix to call me about my pitch for Final Fantasy Anthology television series.
Oh wait, what is this? Who is this on the phone? Oh, it's Hironobu Sakaguchi.
Hironobu Sakaguchi himself is taking control of the company, and he wants to talk to me about adapting it for a TV show.
Yes, hello?
Oh, he says that he wants to make a Spirits Within full season adaptation first. Never mind.
Never mind.
Good
Hangs
luck
up
with that.
phone. Have fun bankrupting another studio.
That would be, I'm gonna be honest, that would be an interesting challenge.
That would be horrible.
Somebody says, I need you to figure out how to turn Spirits Within into a full season. You could probably make it good.
You could.
You could probably
Honestly,
make it good.
the bones are fine.
Basic
the
concept.
bones are okay.
And it's honestly, it's interesting because Final Fantasy The Spirits Within should be a good encapsulation of what is interesting about the brand from 7 emerging forward, which is normally there's a harsh division in literature or movies, whatever, between the sci-fi and the fantasy, and even in something like Star Wars, though it's not science fiction, it's obviously skewing way more into that science context, and the wizards is a background element. Creating a real world, like future New York, high science fiction setting with ghosts
It's interesting.
is interesting.
No, here's the way I think they would have made that work. One change. When that meteor hit,
Yeah.
some people got magical superpowers.
Maybe.
So some people are like, so that way the whole no, we need to study the meteor to see what's going on makes a bit more sense because it's also having positive effects. You also get a few more Final Fantasy elements that way. And then 3, some people going, oh no, we just need to blow it up, damn the consequences.
Doesn't seem like
it doesn't seem like the good idea.
Also, like the fact that we keep sending dudes out there with machine guns when they know that the machine guns do nothing.
Yeah.
If they were
it's like if they're the backup guys for one person who could shoot fireballs that actually
do something to the ghosts.
Yeah.
That would. You're right. That would tidy up the movie a ton.
Yeah. All it needs.
If
It's one change.
If Aki develops pyrokinesis because she gets too close to one of the meteors.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh shit, all of our magic guys have died.
Yeah. She's got the Ifrit Sharingan, and then another party member has the, there's another group and someone has the Shiva one.
That tidies up the movie a ton, actually. Yeah.
That's all you had to do.
Because, I mean, it wouldn't fix everything, but it would help a lot.
And then you could have the other element of like, no, if we just blew this thing up, we're pretty sure that if you just blew up the meteor, it would kill everyone who developed the powers. Because they're like psychically linked to it or something. Right? Like stuff like that where you're just adding more elements to it where it's like, no, Jason Isaacs isn't just the bad guy because he's Jason Isaacs. It's Jason Isaacs, right?
No, it's the guy who plays Hades?
James Woods.
Wait, James Woods.
James Woods. It's not just James Woods is wrong because he's James Woods and looks like Satan.
and looks like a Nazi and a Star Wars.
Yeah, like that is the most annoying thing about that movie. Is like
he's basically wearing a Nazi uniform, and then he goes and gets in the space colony arc to shoot a big laser.
No, Ninja Bunny just brought up a critical failure with my idea.
So you think it should be more like Final Fantasy 13? No, Ninja Bunny, because in this pitch of Spirits Within, people who have the magic powers are studied and revered as the only way to deal with the ghosts.
Yeah.
And it would be specifically that, like, Aki is part of a group that is trying to... she's part of a fringe group. She's, like, part of the Populares from FF14, where she's trying to understand the ghosts, and she gets the powers, so now she's put on Alec Baldwin's kill team, and they clash over, should we try to understand the ghosts or should we try to kill them?
Yeah.
But it's because she now has more resources, because she's part of the kill team, she can actually make strides that she and Sid were not able to make previously.
That lets you...
We're fixing Spirits Within in real time.
Dude, we should make this into a video. This is actually... I'm really glad I shared this, because I really like this as an idea. This could be a video of, like, let's fix Spirits Within.
Probably not. We just clip this as a discussion of Spirits Within.
That would be fine. No, but I think also what that would do is it would allow you to, instead of... Because you know how, like, they're just on the space station, and that's, like, where they're all from, basically, right?
No. They live in Neo New York, dude.
Oh, I thought they weren't in Neo New York, because Neo New York is destroyed.
No. Neo New York has a big ray shield around it. No. This is because you haven't seen the whole movie.
Yeah, my bad.
You just watched a bunch of scenes. No, the evil space laser is in outer space, and they do space travel to get around because it's safer from the ghosts.
Here's what it should
be.
They
have low orbit shuttles for moving around.
Here's what it should be instead. The ghosts are like attracted to people or whatever the hell, right? And so the meteor lands in New York, but then like the ghosts spawn in like all the major metropolitan areas. So that way you can have like these desolate places where it's like
the ghosts are way out in the middle of nowhere, and they're roaming around the world. Neo New York has an energy shield that protects them against the ghosts.
Oh, okay. Where's the meteor again? Like,
I don't know, it's just somewhere.
Okay,
got
you. I always thought it doesn't
matter.
No.
No. All the characters are based in New York. New York has the anti-ghost shield from Beyond Two Souls around it.
Oh yeah, how could I forget?
The climax is that shield gets shut down and the ghosts attack.
The other problem with that movie is just you never see civilians. The few civilians you see die immediately.
Yeah, they're seen in montages and just establishing shots, and you see them when the city is attacked.
Like it's really.
But that's because it was really expensive to make those humans, Joshua. It was like really expensive to make those humans.
Every single one had to have the amount of polygons as Noctis. I'm kidding. That was a joke about FF14.
I know people who worked on it though, and the nightmares I hear about its development are plenty terrifying. Do you mean 13 or Spirits Within?
13. I think Ninja Bunny's talking about 13.
Possibly.
I think that Spirits Within definitely could have worked, and that's what makes it kind of frustrating. is that was at the peak popularity, and that's when Final Fantasy could have become like one of the big brands like forever.
And they fumbled it.
And they didn't fumble. They dropped the football, and it turns out the football had a bomb inside of it, and it exploded them just like Titus.
I'm gonna be fair to Spirits Within. If that movie had been amazing.
Oh, never mind. Ninja Bunny was talking about Spirits Within.
If Spirits Within had been amazing, it would not have mattered.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
No, because it costs too much, and Americans do not want to see PG-13 animated films. Roger Ebert gave that film 4 stars.
I forgot about that.
It does not matter. That film could have been universally beloved by critics. Americans do not want to watch PG-13 animated films. Nobody went to see Princess Mononoke in the States. Right. They just don't do it.
Yeah.
Whether or not you like it, The Wind Rises is like so dead on Academy Award Best Picture bait.
It's bait.
Obviously, not Hideo Kojima.
Hayao Miyazaki.
Hayao Miyazaki obviously doesn't care because he doesn't like the Oscars. And he just made the movie because it was the movie that he wanted to make. Yeah. But my point is, like, that is, like, dead on exactly the type of movie.
And they still picked the Frozen world of Frozen because no one saw it.
It didn't even win in the animated category.
Because they didn't watch it.
If the Academy voters had watched that movie, it would have been nominated for Best Picture. Because it is squarely within the type of shit that they love giving Best Picture.
We do not like Spirits Within, Victor.
I have no strong feelings on Spirits Within whatsoever. I've never seen it in its entirety.
I'm not a huge fan of it, to be honest with myself. It is not that good.
But this is my point, is that like that people over here will not watch PG-13 animated movies. I want to point out that Spider-Verse, both of them, skirt by with a PG rating.
I forgot about that.
They duck.
I forgot both of those were PG.
They duck and they dodge. Let me tell you how they do it. When that one dude gets shot with an actual handgun in the first movie, you don't see any blood. You don't see the gun being fired. You see a shot on his face when he goes rigid and gets shot, and it cuts to Kingpin holding the gun, but you don't see the gun shot. You don't see him get shot. There's no blood.
Here's the thing.
Or FF15 Kingsglaive or Advent Children.
Here's the thing. Why was Spirits Within PG-13?
Doesn't matter. I mean, I'm gonna be, even if it had been PG, it probably wouldn't have been done well because it was photorealistic. Kids didn't want to go see it.
Oh no, I know. I'm just saying there are ways to make that work.
Titan AE, Treasure Planet, Atlantis: The Lost Empire, all flops. All flops. They were not ready. The fact that Spider-Verse did as well as it did is only because Spider-Man. Oh, Spider-Man. It is only because it stars the most popular character in the world.
Nah, Mario's the most popular character in the world.
And then Spider-Man.
And then Spider-Man. And then Sonic. And then Sonic.
And then Sonic the Hedgehog.
That's where we're at now. That's where we're at, ladies and gentlemen.
It is...
F the Mickey Mouse.
Yes, Victor, Atlantis flopped.
Atlantis flopped big time, dude.
All those movies did bad.
Atlantis and Treasure Planet combined were basically the reason why the 2D animation department at Disney stopped doing movies.
Atlantis was critically panned because it didn't have songs. I don't get it. This isn't like a Disney movie.
This isn't a Disney
what
movie,
were they
even though it's
thinking?
The coolest thing ever. That movie is awesome.
It has 48% on Rotten Tomatoes. Let's have a look at what the critical consensus summary is.
Oh, no.
Atlantis provides a fast-paced spectacle, but stints on such things as character development and a coherent plot.
Treasure Planet was not only under-advertised, it was also...
Released in the same week as Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets.
No, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone,
Okay, my bad. Mistaken.
AKA the biggest movie event of the century, basically. Oh, wait, it was still 99, wasn't it?
No, it was
that was 2001, right?
That was a couple years
later.
later.
Yeah, that was the biggest movie event of the century, basically, besides Lord of the Rings. So yeah,
it was. I mean, that was the reason I said Chamber.
And also the Santa Claus was that weekend.
Are you sure it wasn't Chamber of Secrets?
It was the first Harry Potter.
Okay, all right.
It was the first Harry Potter.
I don't know. You could maybe misread that and think it's not going to be a big deal, but you'd have to be pretty stupid by that point to think a Harry Potter movie wasn't going to be a big deal.
Well, they also released it up against the Santa Claus 2, which was their own movie, and it was a Christmas movie over Thanksgiving weekend.
Yes.
Of course it's going to do.
I want to make sure that everybody understands what a flop means. The budget for Atlantis: The Lost Empire, according to Wikipedia, was $90 to $120 million. Now, Wikipedia's numbers are like awful because it's a coin toss about whether or not Wikipedia's budget includes marketing.
Yeah.
Box office for Atlantis: The Lost Empire, $186 million. If it only made $50 million, that's a flop.
A failure.
It wasn't worth putting the money in.
That's a failure.
Comparatively, Lilo and Stitch, budget $80 million, box office $273 million.
Sorry, Treasure Planet's 2002, not 2001. I hit the mic.
Lilo and Stitch, $80 million, box office $273 million.
That's a success right there.
Also, I want to point out that Lilo and Stitch is $80 million, with the entire finale having to be emergency reanimated because of 9/11.
I forgot about that. Oh my gosh, 2002 was a wild time.
Let's look at Treasure Planet. I wouldn't be surprised if Treasure Planet actively lost money.
I think it did.
69% on Rotten Tomatoes. Never mind, good movie. Treasure Planet. Budget, yep, it just straight up lost money.
Yep.
Budget, $140 million, box office, $109 million.
Well, part of it was that it was the most expensive animated movie they had ever made.
Yes, this is also true.
Because of the amount of deep canvas they used in it.
Yes,
It
this
was
is
like
also
more
true.
expensive than CG films were at the time, which is really saying something.
Was nominated at the Academy Awards for Best Animated Feature, but lost to Spirited Away. But that's fair. That's fair.
It's still crazy to me. Spirited Away is the only one of.
It's the only one. It's the only one. It's the only one that even got close.
Yeah. When The Wind Rises got close in my book. In my heart. In my heart,
it
got
had
close.
no
It
effing
had no
chance. It had no chance. It had no chance.
It's like the Big Boss video where he's talking about, but thankfully YouTube's airtight copyright, claim law made sure that none of this, they stood no chance. And it's the clip from Saving Private Ryan of the sniper shooting like 4 dudes in a row.
Let's have a look at Titan AE.
Oh, I forgot the Boy and the Heron one.
It didn't win.
I think it did.
Did it win?
Yeah, and it was like shocking because it's like, wow, the 8th best Miyazaki film of the last 2
It did.
decades.
Okay, Miyazaki
Yeah,
and Suzuki, 2023 co-recipients.
I forgot that happened
Okay.
as well.
All right, well, good for them.
But it's so funny because it's like, okay, the
Mid.
8th best.
It's mid.
The 8th best Miyazaki
What was
movie
it
of the
up
last 2
against?
decades.
Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse,
I forgot it won over Spider-Man.
Robot Dreams, Nimona, which is a Netflix movie, and Elemental. Okay, well, you know what? As much as I like Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, it's also half a movie. Probably didn't deserve to win over Boy and the Heron. So that's a fine win in my book.
Maybe maybe on the 10-year anniversary of the biggest snub in Oscars history, they went, maybe we should give this Miyazongo guy a chance.
Maybe we should give this Miyazongo chap another chance. He's been hustling.
What country is he from? Italy?
He's been hustling for years. Perhaps we should watch one of his movies, and maybe we could give this underrepresented, underrecognized genius a little Academy Gold. I think it'll really boost this young man's career.
Ego, yeah. May
Robot
this
Dreams
young
was
man
better?
continue
Alright.
to make more films.
I haven't seen Robot Dreams, so I have no opinion on it. All shockingly, not in the case of hold on, no, what are we talking about? Really sucked. I've really struck out when it came to movie theaters recently. The last 3 movies I've seen in theaters were The Boy and the Heron, The Wild Robot, and Craven. All shockingly, or not, in the case of Craven, really bad movies in my opinion. I thought The Boy and the Heron was fine.
It was fine. It had some really interesting ideas, and I liked the overall symbolism of the ending.
I was impressed by its technical craft.
Other things have done it better.
And I liked the front half of the movie better than the back half.
Yeah, that was the crazy thing, was like all of the like pre-going to Narnia stuff of like a kid dealing with, firebombing in Japan and going out to a town in the country and learning to deal with this new family
and being very quietly
angry
is good.
It was really good, and then Narnia sucked. And then the very end of the movie had some really interesting ideas, but I've seen it done better.
For more on The Boy and the Heron, swing by my Patreon, where I wrote a full written review of the film, available for free. You don't have to be a Patreon supporter to read it. Also, recently, written review of Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1, which you should read for a lengthy dissertation on why the Master Tactician trope sucked.
Dude.
I finally found the words to explain the thing that Joshua and I have been bitching about for years.
Literally a decade.
I finally locked in.
I know I wasn't in any of these videos for 5 years, but trust me, I was in the background screaming about how much I hated that Xehanort was a master tactician the whole time.
I finally locked in. I wrote my short thesis on what a master tactician is and why it is terrible.
Let's talk about how the master tactician is.
And also why it is used so much, especially in video games.
Dead Reckoning is such a hilarious movie, completely unintentionally and kind of intentionally.
It's hard to say how much of it was funny on purpose.
Yeah, I don't know. The shape-shifting vampire who will only die when you put a stake through his heart
is obviously intentionally funny.
And it was hilarious.
Yeah.
A random CIA man running around and grabbing on people's faces because
it might be Ethan Hunt wearing a mask is so funny.
Yeah.
But anyway, but yeah, let's go look at Titan AE's numbers. I think that was the final Don Bluth film. Am I crazy?
Titan AE.
So
Never heard of it.
So Bluth is a guy.
I know who Bluth is.
So for those who don't know,
American Tail, all that. Yeah.
Don Bluth was a dissatisfied Disney animator who was working there before the Renaissance.
He was working there in the 80s. Yeah.
And said, "This shit sucks. I'm gonna make my own animation studio with blackjack and hookers." And he made a bunch of stuff: Secret of Nim, American Tail, Land Before Time, All Dogs Go to Heaven, Anastasia, and Titan AE, to name a few, listed at the top of his Wikipedia page. Some people love his stuff, some people don't. I think
it's pretty good.
I don't love some of his stylistic choices, but American Tail's good.
I think they're good.
Anastasia is kind of a mixed bag for me, but to be fair, I saw it when I was much younger. But he's also like a dude who was very interested in adult animation. Like he did as if he's the only guy who worked on them. Yeah. He did the work on Dragon's Lair and Space Ace, which were both arcade games that were basically early QTE FMV games.
Yeah.
But they were
he was David Cage before David.
But they had they had what would now be considered like basically like pin-up characters in them.
Yeah.
Before anybody was really drawing animated characters like that. So he was interested in pushing animation for an adult audience. Titan AE was the ultimate thesis, like I am now making an adult animated science fiction film.
Oops.
Except it starred Matt Damon, John Leguizamo, Drew Barrymore.
Wait, Luigi was in it?
Luigi was in it?
Luigi.
Here's the problem.
Where's Daisy butt breath?
Among other problems with Titan AE, because it was an animated film, it still had to have stuff in it for kids, even though it was a PG-13 movie about people shooting laser guns and killing each other. Joshua, do you remember Disney's The Hunchback of Notre Dame?
I do. I remember when Frollo dies.
Do you remember how that's like a miserable, dark movie about racism and attempted genocide and an evil man trying to kill an infant and wanting to possess a woman due to lust and all blah blah blah, on and on and on.
Correct.
But we got to stop periodically for Jason
for the
funny gargoyles and for Jason Alexander to do stand up.
Believe it or not, George isn't at the cathedral.
Please leave a message at the beep. You're telling me I'm losing to a bird. So Titan AE is a PG-13 space opera that has shit like that in it. Except even more obnoxious, because those characters are in the action scenes shooting the laser guns. Anyway, that movie cost $75 to $90 million, and it made $36 million.
Oh, shit.
People do not want to watch animated movies for adults in the United States.
Yeah.
They just don't
We're starting to get there. That's the thing. I think the sentiment on that is starting to change because of Spider-Verse and Arcane.
Well, here's the problem, right? People like us, people our age and in the next 10 years above us, are people who want to watch animation for adults.
Yeah.
The only place it is getting greenlit is in streaming shows that don't make any money.
Yeah.
Which is why you've seen Warner Brothers fire all their animators and delete all of these animated shows because they don't want to pay residuals to these people.
Yeah.
You can't watch Infinity Train anymore.
I forgot you can't watch Infinity Train.
Whatchamacallit, what was that show that came out recently? Scavenger's Reign was an HBO show that they canceled and were going to delete, but Netflix bought it. And they weren't going to release the Looney Tunes movie that's about to come out. That was gonna go the way of Coyote vs. Acme. They were gonna delete it for a tax write-off, but some tiny independent animated film distribution team in England bought it, and they are giving it a global theatrical release. What was supposed to be a straight-to-HBO Max animated movie.
It'll make like 10 times more than it would have ever made on Max.
Yes, it will. By the way, it's pretty good. I saw it at Odyssey earlier this year.
I forgot about that.
It's not great. Yeah, I was at the premiere. It's not amazing. You can tell that it was a streaming movie. You can tell the budget wasn't there, but it is enjoyable.
Oh no, Ninja Bunny, we lost Camp. Oh no. May Ruby follow it. Kill it.
All the fights are uploaded to YouTube anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
We lost Camp. We're losing everything.
What will this do to LeBron's legacy?
How will this affect LeBron's legacy?
Oh my god.
Oh man.
I'm not gonna lie, seeing Camp mentioned, it awoke something within me of like wanting to kill.
Mm-hmm. Jacob, you have to consider that you writing the Master Tactician doc was part of Master Xehanort's plan all along. And probably Al Zen's from Bleach too. I'm not familiar with him. But yeah,
Tactician.
I mean, I'm quite certain.
I mean,
he's
Joey
a
watched
Tactician.
Bleach, and he was making Master Tactician jokes.
The
while
Master
y'all
Tactician
were
is
playing it.
ubiquitous. The
Well,
Master
yes, but I
Tactician's
wouldn't
everywhere.
be surprised if Joey was referencing the dude from Bleach at some of those points.
Victor asks, "How did I get to Odyssey? On a plane, and then a train,
And then train, and then an automobile, actually.
No, there wasn't an
automobile.
No,
Ah.
no, there was a bus.
Haha!
There was a bus.
I got you.
Well, let's be very clear. I used a car to get to a plane. I used the plane to get to another plane. Did I get to another? Yes, I used the plane to get to another plane.
Sorry, I saw Circo Duck's comment about
Then
Camp.
I used a train to get to a hotel. No, I used a car to get to a hotel. Then I used that car to get to a train station. Then I used that train to get to another train. Then I used that train to get to Odyssey. And when I was at Odyssey, I used a bus to get to my Airbnb.
Yeah, fair.
Camp, not another burning of Alexandria.
When Rooster Teeth closed, I was like, don't take Camp from me.
The West has fallen. Not Camp. What's its name? The one that was on Cartoon Network? Craig of the Creek, maybe? I know a number of those shows are no longer, like a bunch of Cartoon Network shows that were on streaming are just, like, gone
Oh, okay.
now.
That makes more sense, Ninja Bunny. When you said we'd lost Camp as if it was, like, a huge loss, I was very confused. My brain,
It had a summer camp.
Stage for confusion.
It was a summer camp, and it had anthropomorphic animals.
Okay, yeah, that's
Summer
definitely not
Camp Island. I'm not familiar.
Yeah, Camp was a crappy Rooster Teeth animated show when they were trying to do other animated shows.
I don't know how crappy it was. I never watched it. I have no opinion.
I just heard it was a subpar sitcom. I saw some clips from it, and they were all very uninspired. I'll just put it that way.
Okie dokie. It's still Max here in Brazil. It's still on Max. Yeah. Well, listen, that's because the whatever deal exists for residuals is different there, so don't worry about it.
Don't you love how you don't own anything anymore?
I like how I don't own anything. That's why I bought a Blu-ray of Andor for when Disney decides that they don't want to pay residuals to Diego Luna anymore for whatever the hell
Jacob,
reason.
no, I really just need to buy like an air-gapped PC and just buy like a 10 terabyte external HD for it,
and just
then
dump every Blu-ray in existence.
Well, no. I'm talking about my entire Steam library.
Oh, there's that too.
Just
yes.
dump
You
my
should definitely
entire
do that.
Steam library into it, and just have it sitting in a corner for after Steam says you no longer need this, and it rips all my games from me.
It was one of the first things to go. Got it, Ninja Bunny. I mean, yeah, a bunch of these things have gone. A bunch of these things have been gotten rid of. But no, it's a difficult thing where like there is now a market for adult animation, but the problem is that market emerged at the exact same time that TV shows have been untethered from a reliable way to make money.
The bubble has completely burst because they tried doing. Everyone threw all their chips into this exploratory format.
And unfortunately,
I still don't know how it makes money.
And unfortunately, people are also getting more and more used to not spending money on entertainment.
Seriously.
There was a Adam Ruins Everything video where he was basically talking about like what you're giving up for free access to all these services.
Yeah.
Like this is the information that Facebook sells based on you. And by the way, all of this information that it's stealing from you is worth $7 a year. So like you could be paying $7 a year to use Facebook and keep your privacy.
That's good.
And it would have the same value as your information does to Facebook.
Shit.
But who would want to pay for Facebook when it's been free? So this is a problem.
This is a good time for like a contemplative nighttime song to come on because this is hurting my brain.
But this is the problem with how using things has shifted. Like, I mean, as much as I can argue that like something like Napster was going to happen anyway, like as soon as this stuff was available digitally, record companies were going to lose their power.
Yeah.
But like the ease with which it became to get free things was a bit of a problem, but generally speaking, most consumers still want to spend money because as long as spending money on it is easier and safer than pirating it, people will spend the money on it because it's not that expensive.
That's the whole thing. That's what Gabe Newell says. But the one I always go to because I'm a history nerd is just the fact that it's like pirates in real life pop up because there is a service that is being denied to a certain consumer base. I'm talking like most instances of pirates, and it's like, oh, well, we can't get products like this because of insane tariffs or something else on our country.
So we'll go get it ourselves.
We'll go steal it, right? And it's like, well, there's also, you're running the risk of dying doing that. So yeah, it's automatically worse to do that than it is to do something else. And I mean, Gabe Newell, obviously, just the way he describes it, like, you know, piracy is a service issue.
Yeah, but the issue that it exists is like I said a second ago, like it's something like that. It's one of Adam Ruins Everything segments. He breaks down like the actual value of the data that Facebook sells, and it's like less than $10, which means if you were paying a $15 a year subscription for Facebook, Facebook would be making more money off of you than they are by selling your information. So, but the problem is everybody's now so used to all these services being free that if you came along and offered a vastly superior experience for a nominal fee, they won't jump to it. This is a huge problem for the games industry in particular right now because the kids are all playing Fortnite for free. Yep. And if all my friends are playing Fortnite and I can play normal Fortnite and Lego Fortnite and racing Fortnite, why would I buy a video game? And it's going to cause a huge problem for the entire industry because realistically, the market should be growing massively. There are more kids playing video games right now than ever before, but these kids are all going to grow up into the equivalent of the only Call of Duty and Madden playing gamer, except they're going to be spending less money than the Call of Duty and Madden playing gamer.
Here's the solution. And maybe this is wrong because I don't like when it was done with this game. I think the solution is the model of Hitman 1.
Okay.
You release a game that is the tutorial level of Hitman 1 and then the Paris level, right? And that's just completely free. Your progress carries over to the full game, and it's feature-rich, and it has a bunch of this stuff, but it's only 1/3 of the content. And yes, for narrative-driven games, that sucks, right? But then you say, okay, you want to play the rest? $30 for half of it, and then if you want to buy the other half, it's another 30, right? And it's a fully featured game. You have to make it bigger than Hitman 1, because Hitman 1's a pretty small game.
Sure.
But in games that are very gameplay driven, I think that's going to be the model we see going forward.
Yeah.
With games that are more narrative driven, I wonder if you do something kind of like Joey was actually talking about on one of these streams, I forget if it was the Bloodborne DLC or the Elden Ring DLC, he was talking about how, if you use a multiplayer item, you can run through...
It's this one, yeah.
Yeah, it's this one. You can run through the DLC area with one of your friends, basically up until the first boss of like... I'm wondering if you have smaller narrative experiences in games that then have... And then you have larger expansions to these
the
games.
problem at this point is even pulling these kids away from a Roblox or a Fortnite. Now, the most success that's been found in this sector so far has actually been with Minecraft. Because Minecraft, first of all, does cost money. It's not free to play. And there are a number of single-player Minecraft spin-offs. You've got the Telltale Story mode, which as much as we can shit on it, was successful.
Yeah.
You've got the like the kind of RTS game. You've got Dungeons, which was like a bad Diablo
It was
clone.
a bad Diablo. Dude, my friends made me play through some of that, and I was just like, why are we playing this? It is terrible.
There should be, like... I think that what Riot is doing right now with League is actually pretty smart. Because League's audience is kind of capped, but interest in the brand is probably higher right now than it has been since the early days of League because of Arcane. So putting out stuff like Wild Rift and X2KO is really smart. And I think that is probably what people should start looking into, is like Microsoft...
The sarcastic one, you're absolutely right that business model for Hitman is shareware. You're absolutely right. And that's if that's the way you hook people, that's the way you got to do it.
Yeah, why not? Now, to be fair,
if you could send a demo disc to your friends, so be it.
Now, the problem is making video games costs so much more now that you got to make more money. And like Doom, I think, cost John Romero and John Carmack like a couple of Snickers bars, and like they split a Diet Coke, and then the game was done.
I mean, the game before Doom, Commander Keen was the one they were making before Doom. They quite literally were just programming it in the background while they were working on another game for another company, and then they published it independently.
Yes.
And that's how they made the money to form it.
And you can't rock and roll like that anymore.
It is so insane, just the Wild West that was development in the 90s.
The point being that those dudes could put out the shareware disc for Doom 1, and the sales that they did get, even if it was like less than a sixth of the total number of people that played the shareware disc, was still enough for them to make a shit zillion dollars.
The other thing, I think this could lead to a lot more RPGs having a structure kind of like a Bravely Default or like a Final Fantasy 3.
Elaborate on that.
Where you have a self-contained story that introduces a lot of the main characters and the main setting, but it's a smaller map that only introduces some of the overall mechanics that you then get through, and then you basically find out,
it would be like,
this is a much more massive quest, and there's a much more fully featured world.
Midgar and the flashback and the Nibelheim flashback are shareware.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's the way you do it, because then to play that by itself is still kind of satisfying of like, no, you're completing a goal and you have this self-contained story that's interesting. Sure. But then, honestly, that's a better example. FF7 Midgar plus the Calm flashback is a better example. Yeah. Because you have a fully feature-rich story where you're accomplishing something and actually a positive thing. There's a positive impact on the world just through what you're doing in the first 10 hours. Yeah. And then you get a hook for the rest of the game, but it's still a self-contained story if you want to see that.
You just make it so that in the shareware version, Midgard Zormer is impossible to kill, and if you try to get a Chocobo, they say you're going to have to get the full game to do this.
That's all you have to do.
Yeah. That would be an option, at least. Now, again, this wouldn't work as well in the modern day where game development...
what shareware? We're old.
This wouldn't work so well in the modern day when games cost... When, like, making a video game is like the GDP of a small nation, it wouldn't work as well, but... Maybe that's what you have to do to pull these kids in. I know, I saw. Shareware was basically, back in the day, being able to pass around an incomplete version of a game for free. Some boomer thing. That's right, Norwega.
Yeah, I mean, that's correct.
It was a physical demo. It was basically that there were tons... You could make a floppy of the first chapter of Doom 1, and pass it around and make copies of it easily and reprint it to other floppies. There's basically no copy protection, and it was distributed for free. I think it came with like sound cards or something like that. So tons and tons of people played the first chapter of Doom. And then you had to go to a computer game store and buy the full thing to experience the full game. But anyway, that was an early PC gaming practice. That was a 90s PC gaming practice, was basically distributing a physical demo that was a substantial percentage of the game. The idea being that it would encourage sales. And again, games cost so much back then and were so cheap to make that this was not a financial death sentence. Yeah, you can know what something is without knowing the name for it. It's fine. This isn't it's not a super complicated thing. It's an antiquated term. We're talking about it. We're using that term specifically to talk about basically the market and marketing dynamic that they possessed and how it's different from the current age of downloading a demo, because it just felt like you were getting a more substantial portion of the game. It was considered to have value on its own, basically. You get shareware with physical hardware sometimes, exactly. So it might be like, I just bought this sound card for my PC, and it came with a game with really crunchy sound effects and that shredding metal. So you just got equipment for your computer. How good is this equipment? I'll put in this game to find out.
Yeah, exactly.
In the modern day, that is meaningless.
It was. What's a modern example? Link's crossbow training.
Link's crossbow training
would be a. Granted, that didn't have a full game attached to it, but that's basically shareware.
The fact that Wii Sports Resort, not Wii Sports, the original Wii Sports was packed in and essentially a satisfying full experience, but also a small parsed down game by the standards of video games, it could be considered to fulfill the same function as shareware used to. Imagine if you were buying, let's say that there was cause to buy a Wii Remote accessory and like gyro accelerator for your PC from NVIDIA. And it came packed in with Wii Sports. And you played it and went, this is cool, and then you could go to a store. And then you could go to a store and buy Wii Sports Resort. Think of it that way. That's a good way to explain it. But anyway, I found a joystick at a flea market a few years ago, and it came with shareware for Wing Commander and Hexen, I think. Also good example. That's what I'm saying. It was a very 90s era thing. Because back then, PCs were super expensive. Accessories for PCs were wildly expensive. And PC games were wildly expensive.
There was also, I mean,
if you're sick of paying $60 for video games now in modern money, if you were buying a full-price PC game in the 90s, you were paying like $80 to $90 to $100.
And there was like a 60% chance that game was hot dog shit.
Yeah. Games used to cost a lot.
That's
more
why
money.
when Chex Quest got bundled with your bowl of Chex Chex cereal or wheat Chex or whatever it was, you were like, "Oh yeah, give me that Doom clone, baby."
Norway says, I'm getting my ass kicked in the background. With this on the background, I gotta get back to sleeping dogs. See you guys later. See you later. Good luck with those sleeping dogs. Let them lie. Don't wake them up. It's bad. Don't do that. Be sure to date Emma Stone, though, while you're there. But yeah, so back then, like, you were making so much off of, like, a single sale of the game that it didn't matter if 5 people played it for free. If 10 people played it for free and you converted one sale, it was worth it.
Yes, Ninja Money. A lot of N64 games came with the expansion pack and were like $80. Also, Donkey Kong Country was like over $100 if I recall.
But that was because every single cartridge had a custom sound hardware.
Yes,
in it.
I know,
like
but still, it was like $120 or something.
Yeah, it was basically like the Donkey Kong Country had
90s were wild with what they got away with.
Had basically like a built-in enhance what your system is capable of.
That's in like 1995 Bill Clinton bucks. So that's like probably $200 today or something.
Yeah, but hey, that Donkey Kong Country is real good though. If you can beat the first 5 levels. Imagine being a kid and you spent $200 on a game and it's too hard for you to beat it.
Dude, honestly,
that's how it used to be, kids. That's how the 80s and 90s were, kids.
It was really funny in 10th grade. They gave us all Chromebooks.
Now these kids just play Fortnite and gets their shit pushed in by the adults.
In 10th grade, they gave us all Chromebooks, and for the first about year or so, they did not patched the emulators that were on it. And it was hilarious because every single person got the SNES emulator, and they all got like 4 games for it, right? And the one you would see the most kids playing, I don't know why, but it was Donkey Kong Country. You never saw any dude past like the 4th level. It was
because
hilarious.
they were weak. They were weak.
Also, I don't think they knew what save states were.
That also
most
probably
of them,
hurt.
because
Probably
they
also
never
hurt their
used
chances.
an emulator. It was hilarious because that emulator was like terrible. It had like terribly distorted audio.
Was
and,
it
like,
as good as BSNES from the effing Clinton presidency?
Hey, Big Max. No, it wasn't actually.
Okay.
But I just remember that I almost beat Link to the Past on that thing. I had just finished Turtle Rock, and then they banned the emulator. I was so sad, man. I was so sad, and I got revenge by then emulating Mario Kart Double Dash on my phone and playing it during calculus class during senior year.
Ninja Bunny says, I also remember in 10th grade the exact same thing happened to my school.
Oh, that's awesome. But no, there was... I just remember in senior year, then I got Dolphin, and I was pissed because Skies of Arcadia had a lighting bug in the phone version, so I didn't play Skies of Arcadia, but on those emulators I had on my phone, I almost beat Ocarina with a stupid, like terrible, you can't do
touch
anything,
screen on your phone
touchscreen
interface
joystick, and until I got to the Water Temple, because the Water Temple was such ass on mobile, I was like, I'm not even. But then I did beat, which y'all have, or we have on film, me beating Double Dash and 100%
on your phone,
it
yes.
on my phone because
during the coded
because that was something I had been working through during senior year for like months in calculus class, just under my desk of just playing cups over and over again to get everything. And then I was one all cup tour away, and we got to that part in code, and I was like, this freaking sucks. I'm gonna go ahead and beat this.
But no, I think it's interesting that you've got like Wild Rift and X2KO, like I said, is League, like Riot recognizes that League has hit a kind of plateau, but the IP itself is still valuable. So they're making other products for it. This is why I've also suggested that it would be really smart, I think, for Square to start making single-player FF14 spin-offs, because you got a lot of people being like, I keep hearing FF14 is cool, but I don't want to play an MMO.
Yeah, it's completely inaccessible at this point, because there's so many expansions. And
you could definitely make... I mean, I don't think it's necessarily inaccessible.
The starter edition helps.
No, it's just that there are people who don't want to take the plunge. Yeah. And you need to get them in.
You got to get the gateway drug.
You need to get the gateway drug of being introduced to the world and the characters and going, oh, I see. This is why this is interesting. Yeah. Plus, all those guys who are already paying $15 a month to play 14, they will drop 60 bones to play whatever that spin-off is that's set in that setting.
Because 14's really good, kids. I hate that it's really good. I hate that I'm spending money on it, but it's really good.
I also think Fortnite's not a good one for this of like, how can we show, because my problem is like, as a kid, even if you were given bad games, you had a chance to stumble upon good games, which made you realize, oh, these video game things have artistic value as storytelling. This is what we talked about a little while ago with like Sonic Adventure 2 is not a great work of art, but as a kid you go, oh shit, like this is like a story that I'm playing through. Like it opens your brain about the possibility of video games. You realize it's not just like an interactive thing. It's not just an elaborate toy. Yeah. My fear is that there's going to be a whole generation of kids who just play Roblox, who just play Fortnite, who just play Minecraft, who think this is exclusively a toy for me to engage with my friends in. And again, like I say, then these people, even though the market is technically growing, less money is going in because these people are not going to buy consoles. They're never going to buy full-price games. They're going to stay in these ecosystems.
And that's what you hope, like, the few that are left. You hope the Zeldas and the Spider-Mans will do something about that. It's part of why I freaking hated Tears of the Kingdom, if I can get real for a second. I know I've talked about this a decent
because it feels like it has, like, no artistic merit whatsoever.
Literally none. I mean, even just the fact that no one remembers who Link is like the most fucking infuriating thing I've ever seen in a AAA game. Of just, like... What were they thinking? Straight up, what were they thinking?
Joshua, what if you didn't do everything in Breath of the Wild, though?
Oh
I would love to see. I would authentically love to see numbers.
It completely destroys your ability to interact with those characters in that world in a more in-depth way than you were able to in Breath of the Wild. It's like, we got through Breath of the Wild, and we were like, awesome. That was a great open world game. And yeah, the story was a little bare bones, but they've established this formula, and now they can do something a bit more guided and really make an interesting story to go along with it. And they went, why would we do that?
I would love to see numbers. There's no way to track this, but I would love to see numbers on how many people beat Breath of the
Ninja Bunny, you weren't
Wild.
insane. Trust me. So my experience after graduating college was 3 games over the summer before I started my job, and I was like, awesome, I can't wait to do this. It was going to be freaking Tears of the Kingdom, FF16, and then me and Jacob were going to play Heavensward.
From Final Fantasy 14.
From Final Fantasy 14.
The first 14 expansion.
Heavensward we kind of started on a whim, though. It wasn't part of the initial plan.
It wasn't part of the initial plan. It was because, like, he'd gone through A Realm Reborn, and A Realm Reborn's pretty mid. It's, like, inoffensive, but it's not that great. He'd beaten the patches, and the patches are good, but they're still not, like, amazing. And then we played Tears of the Kingdom, and it sucked. And then we played 16.
Didn't suck.
Okay.
I don't dislike Tears of the Kingdom. It's a 6 out of 10.
And then FF16, also a huge letdown. And so I was like, Joshua,
it was so funny.
let's play Heavensward.
I know it has
now.
I know it has this. So we should explain. So I was like, oh hell yeah, I can't wait. This first game is going to be.
Hold on, before we move into Tears of the Kingdom discourse, just hold that, right? Okay. I'm just gonna say really fast. Some avenues. I've thought about making a video about this, but I'll go ahead and throw some of it out there anyway. Who knows when I'll get around to making it. A few avenues of tricking the kids. So like I said, I think Riot's smart for making non-league games.
Seriously.
So there are a few other options at our disposal.
Everyone my age is like, oh yeah, I have friends who play League, and they say it sucks and that I should never touch it.
Fortnite and Roblox are bad candidates for this.
I legitimately, one of my coworkers, she was talking about, yeah, I'm watching Arcane, and I just call my boyfriend whenever like I'm confused about lore stuff because he plays League, but all of our League discourse has always been, oh, don't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
I'm gonna be honest, having watched Arcane, I don't know that you need to know anything about the games.
I know it was more. There were like a couple of clarifying points.
There are two things where it's like neat if you know about
exactly.
it.
And there was like things he was sharing with her.
Honestly, I think that knowing about League probably hurts it because there are characters who just seem like, oh, that's a guy, and if you know League, you're like, that dude's gonna get superpowers. But anyway, I think that, as I discussed before, Minecraft is a decent candidate for this because it's already a paid game, and we've already had some success with spin-offs that are, more like traditional games, shall we say. Here's what I also think they should do. Microsoft, I'm going to make a video where I give you this advice more formally, but it's Phil, if you happen to be watching this stream, let me give you
Shout out to you, Phil.
Let me give you some freebies.
We love you, Phil
We
Spencer.
love you, Phil Spencer.
Even though you've made a lot of terrible decisions.
Phil, you're doing a fucking bang-up job right now, my man.
That was sarcasm.
You're doing fucking great. Here's a couple of.
Please let Avowed be good.
Here's a couple of.
Don't kill Obsidian, please.
Please do not shut down Obsidian.
They're going to.
Here are a couple of free ideas for you on me. So there have been like major free Minecraft add-ons and some DLCs that are like more or less total conversions, but they're in Minecraft, right?
Sure.
Like there was one for Sonic a couple of years ago that was pretty robust. Okay, Microsoft, make the most robust one you've ever made, and it is a Halo conversion. It is the whole Halo ring in Minecraft. Traditional Minecraft enemies are there, in addition to iconic Halo enemies. And you can craft iconic Halo weapons. And there's a bit of a story mode in it. There are Marine NPCs, and they talk about Master Chief, but you only briefly see him in a couple of cutscenes at the ending of the campaign. Make this free on all platforms. Heavily promote it to all of the children.
All of the children.
And then, 5 months later, release the Master Chief Collection on Switch 2.
That's a really good idea. That's a really good idea, actually.
That's my first freebie for you.
Dude, it is so funny whenever you hear Phil Spencer talk about, oh, his dream is to buy Nintendo. I'm like, bro, the way things are going, Nintendo's gonna buy you.
He never actually said that.
Oh, did he not?
No.
That was fake.
The headline was Phil Spencer says that acquiring Nintendo would be a career dream. That's not what happened.
Okay.
So a bunch of emails leaked. During COVID, someone else internally was clearly in the midst of all their other floated acquisitions, floated buying Nintendo, okay? And then Phil responds and basically, as politely as he can, says that's not going to happen. That's just not.
That's funny. People are hearing this song and talking about how and ripped off Toby Fox. Yeah. This song is just Undertale.
This song is also, by the way, really good.
It's really good. It's not as good as the Undertale song.
And Walker in particular has a couple of tracks that feel very this
Undertale. Is very Toby Fox inspired. It's I will call it inspired and not a ripoff because I've heard some of Soken's stuff that isn't ripoff, and I know that he is a talented person.
It is hard to overstate how much these JRPG teams love Toby Fox.
Seriously.
They all love Undertale.
Yeah.
There was a joint interview with Toby Fox and Yoko Shimomura talking about their respective careers and how much she inspired him and how much she likes Undertale.
That's awesome.
And obviously there's that whole story about Sakurai and had Toby Fox over to his house to play Smash. And to talk about game development. But anyway, so Microsoft, that's my first freebie to you. That's my first freebie, okay? My second freebie to you. You actually have one other than Minecraft live service game that the childrens are populating.
The children.
And it's called Sea of Thieves. Make a $20 single player Sea of Thieves game that's like a mix between like an adventure point and click game and like a ship RTS that's on everything, including iPads.
Dude, I would buy that.
And sell it and make it really cheaply, recycle all of the assets from Sea of Thieves, make it so you can sell it for like $15 to $20 and you're still doing okay.
I would
and
buy
put
that.
it on iPads. And that will do well. Okay, those are your two freebies for today. I'll be back with another presentation at another date.
Okay, so I have to tell
you want to talk about Tears of the Kingdom.
I gotta tell my summer of 2023 story.
Fire!
So I get done with undergrad, and
kids do play Sea of Thieves, Ninja Bunny, especially now that it's on Nintendo Switch.
Kids do play Sea of Thieves.
It's on PC. You gotta remember. Here's the thing. This is when I was talking about. Sorry, one more comment on this subject. When I was talking about these kids not spending, I was talking about these will turn into the current equivalent of the Call of Duty and Madden only playing gamers. But they'll be spending even less money. It wasn't just because they won't be buying $60 games every year. It's because they won't be buying consoles. These kids are all playing on their phones, their iPads, and on PCs. They all want PCs. None of them want consoles, unless it's a Nintendo Switch.
It's true.
So no, kids are playing Sea of Thieves because it's on PC.
Yeah.
Anyway, continue.
Yeah, so it's right after graduation, 2023, and I'm starting my job in a couple of months, and we're like, okay, this is last summer, where we're going to be in the same location, but it's great because the catalog of games that came out is insane. We got a new Zelda, we got a new Final Fantasy.
And we also shot a mystery LP that you guys will find out about later.
That was really fun, even though I got frustrated at some parts, like a little bitch. Granted,
which will release whenever Uncharted 4 is done.
Granted, I was in a bad mood because of the two games that we ended up playing. I'm not gonna lie, that was part of it.
You needed to get over it, is what I'm saying.
I did get over it. I'm fine now. I'm over it. No, and so we boot up Tears of the Kingdom, and it was not long before we realized that there was a very major problem with that game, because within the first 2 hours, we're like, why does no one know who Link is?
Because you might have just rushed and killed Ganon, right? This is where I was saying, I want to see numbers. How many people played that game without even doing one Divine Beast before killing Ganon and then never did another run? Because I bet you it's like exactly zero.
It's none.
I bet not one person
I don't
did
think
that.
anyone, I'm going to guess 90% of the people who beat that game did every, I'm talking first playthrough. 90% of the people who beat that game did every Divine Beast and got at least half of the memories. And got their entire map filled out.
If you killed Ganon, you beat at least one Divine Beast. Or you played the game multiple times. If you only played the game one time and you killed Ganon, I refuse to believe you didn't do at least one Divine Beast.
Ninja Bunny, if you give us $15 million, I'll do a Getting Over It playthrough. Why not? I got halfway through it. I never beat it.
It is not a Getting Over It playthrough.
Why not? It's not a Bennett Foddy playthrough.
It is not.
I have beaten Quap though many times.
It is not.
The strategy is to just get down on your knees and then go.
Here's the hint, Ninja Bunny. The game in question is not a game that would be traditionally frustrating. It's not like it's a game you would think of as being frustrating.
It's a game that you would think of actually being very chill.
But there were 1 or 2 bits that went poorly, and Joshua was behind the controller.
We were also on a bit of a time crunch.
This is also true.
And that was part of the reason that I was very frustrated, because there were a couple things I did wrong to where it lost us a decent amount of time, and I was frustrated that we weren't doing it efficiently.
Sothral points out every race's leader knows Link, so that implies that he did do the Divine Beast.
Exactly.
But no other characters, including the Bolson construction. By the way, the fact that Terrytown exists means that you did that quest, but no one from the Bolson construction company knows who you are.
There is negative world building in Tears of the Kingdom, because lo and behold, it's another ancient group of people that built a bunch of structures, which we already did. So you're retreading the exact same ground. Instead of giving other characters more, like, arcs and actually, like, you have a cast. Like, Hyrule Warriors, Calamity, whatever the hell, Age of Calamity, like, shows you have a cast of characters that you could give interesting things to do.
By the way, Ninja Bunny, Sea of Thieves, as of April 2024, 40 million players. People are playing it.
But that's the thing. It's like, they had a roster after that first game where you're like, oh, interesting stories can be told with these characters while still in an open world environment. It can be done.
Yeah.
It's not hard.
It can be done.
Instead of making there be more memories or a lot of cutscenes involving these characters that we now know, they now involve new characters that we basically never interact with, and Zelda again, where she's
has nothing to do.
She has no agency whatsoever.
She has nothing to do, no character development to experience, nothing to learn. It sucks.
It's terrible.
It might be like, okay, so here's before I say
Demon King, Secret Stone. I see what you did there with the donkey reference.
Before I say the sentence that I'm about to say,
do it.
Tears of the Kingdom features a couple of extremely cool moments and set pieces.
The ending's good.
The dragon aha moment is one of those brilliant video game moments of realization.
Dude, it was so cool, because the way I figured it out was quite literally, I'm just up in the clouds, and I see a dragon where I've never seen one before. I take out my Sheikah scope and zoom in, and it shows a name of a new dragon that I haven't seen before. And I went, I get it. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, okay, that's something.
There's a couple of different ways you can realize that, and the experience of naturally going, wait, and looking up at that dragon and going, huh, is really solid.
Yep.
And the actual, like, climax is
really
pretty good.
It's really
Aside from that, I think I'm gonna say that is the worst story in a Zelda game.
Yep.
By percentage of writing.
No.
No.
Okay.
Because there are games with
Link,
because there are games with no writing in them.
Yeah, Adventure of Link.
For Zelda games that attempt to have a story, I think it might have the worst one.
People would fight you on Phantom Hourglass, but like of a console game, absolutely. Like post SNES and post. Yes.
Here's my question: does Phantom Hourglass have personality?
Yes.
Then it wins.
Damn, he got his ass with that one. No, but that's the thing. It's like there's a couple of the set pieces to
Seth
get to.
Rawls says the dragon aha moment unfortunately doesn't affect the story much. Yep.
Exactly. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And it's like a couple of like the dungeon lead ups are kind of cool. The desert one's pretty cool. It's like this little wave defense thing. It's way too easy, but it's fun. And then you have, I can't even remember what like a couple of them were. The Fire Temple had really good music. The Wind Temple had really good music. The Fire Temple itself was the only cool dungeon in the game. I really liked the Fire Temple. It was simple, but it was cool.
Ninja Bunny says that that's so many people for a game where you don't do anything. Talking about Sea of Thieves, I think you do things in it now.
You do.
I think now you do things.
I got into a stint where I played it during college with a couple of my friends, and there was stuff to do. We dropped it pretty quickly, but I mean, we probably played 10, 20 hours. I don't know. I think that each season has a bit of a story, Ninja Bunny, yes. But again, that's like a more recent addition, and also all the more reason to give it a $15 to $20 single-player narrative-driven experience. This is what I'm talking about. This is a good idea. Also, Ninja Bunny said, I mean, when I was a child, I spent full days playing Roblox work at the pizza place, so... I always forget how long Roblox has been around. Just play Papa's Pizzeria on cool math games. It's more fully featured.
I always forget that Roblox has been around for like a really, really long time.
I think that Tears of the Kingdom, Ultra Hand's sick. It's really cool. It's too bad that it barely works. I mean, it's too bad that my creation explodes after 30 seconds because they went, it would be too powerful if you could fly across the map efficiently. Even though that should... I've already seen this map, Nintendo. Let me fly across it.
I think did we say this on the last stream? In something we recently, I think it was in the last stream, we talked about the methinks the lady doth protest too much marketing line that they kept saying, we hope you look forward to exploring this unfamiliar Hyrule. It's like, it's the fucking same Hyrule, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, there was some cool...
It was a lie! They lied!
There was some cool stuff hidden in the underground. I liked a couple of the Yiga things down there. I
liked that all the new caves that they added. All the new caves they added.
Let's not talk about the caves. We'd be here for 20 minutes.
Lead to chests that contain outfits you got in the
time.
last game!
Oh my god, that was loud.
Sucks!
It's also great.
There's nothing to fucking find!
The fake Zelda, like, twist. It's like, oh, there's a fake Zelda that you're gonna find in the world. You're gonna find a fake Zelda in the world by hour 3.
In complete fairness, I probably called that faster than most people.
You did. You called that faster than most people, but 30 minutes later, we got one more piece of information. I said,
like,
son of a bitch, you're right.
Yeah.
And it was 2 hours in, and yet there's like 50 fake Zeldas around the map. Ooh, what could it be?
And so the child can point at the screen and go, Swiper, no swiping. No, Link, that's not Master Miller.
No.
See, I helped.
That's not Solid Snake.
I'm Solid Snake.
No, but okay, that's enough on Tears of the Kingdom. So we played Tears of the Kingdom, and that was kind of underwhelming.
And we don't need to talk about FF16. We've already talked about FF16.
We talked about FF16. FF16's narrative is garbage, and I won't. And you're allowed to think otherwise. That is your opinion, and it can be wrong. That is your right as an American.
I think almost every good idea that FF16 has is undermined in at least 3 different ways.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things in that game that I'll give them credit for, but there are so many catastrophic missteps that I really can't think very positively of it.
And then, okay, and then after that, Jacob's like,
you should play Heavensward.
We should play Heavensward right now.
And you
in
go,
like the 5 days before
and you
I
go,
leave.
Isn't it written by the same guy?
It was like a week.
And you say, isn't it written by the same guy? And I say something, I don't know what I said, but I probably said something like, yeah, but George Lucas wrote the prequels and you know, Hollywoodland Murder and Radioland Murders, but he also wrote American Graffiti.
And I was like, fair. And so we started it up.
I don't know if I used that comparison, but I basically said, no, it's nothing like this.
It was basically
just fire away.
And I was like, sure, might as well give it a shot. It's so good, man.
It's good.
It's so simple. That is what is so crazy to me about Heavensward is it doesn't do anything like revolutionarily well. It is just the most solid 8 or 9 out of 10 in like every single regard of telling a story.
Yeah. So it's a cumulative, just completely solid experience.
Yeah.
It's also, I think, a great case study for a broad problem with JRPGs, and especially with Final Fantasy right now, where like people are like, Final Fantasy has to have a world map and has to be a globe-trotting adventure. And one of the best stories in that franchise in years is about one country dealing with one problem.
Yep.
And just really dialed in on that.
Yeah. And there's still some low points. Every single FF14 expansion has like the one part where everyone's just kind of like,
oh my god.
But that one is relatively harmless. Like, if I'm being honest, it's a cool locale and you're not there long. And it's just such a solid narrative. It has one pretty good twist that you can see coming but feels really earned. It's got some very emotional moments.
I would say that the big twist of Heavensward is kind of like the dragon aha moment, where if you do see it coming, it's you do the 22 really jump street. Oh shit!
Yeah, which is
shit!
You gave me you basically, there was a moment about halfway through us playing that game, in which you basically said, "Hey Josh, isn't it weird that faction is doing that thing? They sure seem to be doing that thing a lot." And then
They've been doing that thing for 1,000 years.
And I was like, oh, I know what that thing causes.
I know what that thing does.
Based on what happens in 2.0.
I know what that thing
Oh,
does.
crap.
I didn't think about it because the context is so different.
Yeah.
It feels so much more like real world
Yeah.
compared to what was going on in 2.0, but I know what that does in this setting.
Yeah, and it's like, and that moment is really cool. There's a good core cast of characters. None of them are revolutionary. I say that. Alphinaud's arc in Heavensward is freaking awesome. It's so good.
Yeah, Ninja Bunny, I was about to say, no rush on getting into FF14. You got the Yakuza 8 to play. But FF14...
We might be releasing some content on this channel in the near future that may help you get into 14.
Don't say near future.
Near future.
Joshua and
I'm going to say it. I said it.
Joshua and I
Your
recorded...
move.
Joshua and I recorded a couple of discussions of... Like, we discussed... Like, basically narrative discussions. We discussed 1.0, 2.0, and the 2.0 patches. And we haven't recorded any more since then, even though Joshua's literally playing Endwalker right now.
I want to record more. I want to talk about Heavensward, man. Give me an excuse to New Game Plus it right now.
My problem is I haven't had time to do anything for YouTube, and this is not any offense to Joshua.
14 videos, Marinated Octopus. Videos.
This is not any insult to 14 or to Joshua or to those discussions, but the FF14 discussions are quite literally my lowest priority.
I know.
Of all the things that we've done.
Because you have shit taste. It's okay.
We've got a lot of stuff to do.
I know.
But anyway, 14 is easier to get into than you might think.
Yep.
The absolute most difficult thing is turning it on and understanding the UI. However,
it's like an hour.
However, if anybody wants to get into FF14,
watch Pat's video.
Watch Pat Stares At's like pre-Endwalker or pre-Shadowbringer streams. I forget which one it is. I can figure out which one it is and give you the link. I think it's his pre-Shadowbringer streams.
We never played 11, Victor.
Where he basically does like a 4 hour long of like, this is what you should do in these menus and how to lay out your UI and what all of these buttons do. He also runs through like some early game content to show you kind of how the game works that has been changed since he played it, because they've gone back and fixed a lot of 2.0 stuff.
Marinated Octopus, that firewood is fine. I thought it was goofy too, that it keeps coming back up, but it's fine.
It's a skill he learned. I think it is actually...
He's just happy to have a big brother, okay?
I think it's... or sister. I think it is...
No,
it's Estinian, sure. I think that it is perfectly suitable that this, like, college graduate, 16-year-old city mouse with
it's like, I can get firewood.
With no survivalist skills whatsoever is really hung up on that one time that he was helpful in Boy Scouts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I remember how to do this.
Yeah.
I know how to find firewood.
I can do that.
I think it's
cute. I think it's cute. But yeah, Heavensward is like really freaking good.
Mm-hmm.
The other biggest thing, Ninja Bunny, if you're trying to get into 14, is
Ninja Bunny's not trying to get into 14.
Oh, okay, what was it?
Ninja Bunny said, "I'm terrified of getting into 14." And then people in chat were saying, "You should do it."
Okay,
and
gotcha.
And
Well,
Ninja Bunny said,
say,
"I'm viscerally terrified of MMOs."
If anyone is trying to get into that game, just know that 2.0 is a complete slog.
It's very dull.
We've recommended in the past. I highly recommend watching the Playframe series of videos on 14. It's done by Dan. What's his last name? Dan Floyd, right?
Dan of New Frame Plus, formerly of Extra Credits.
Yeah.
He basically does a highly compressed, story-focused playthrough of FF14, which is just a good way of like going and like learning the story, even if you don't want to play it. It is because like watching a stream is like such a huge time investment because you got to watch them walk around. But that playthrough is like a lightning fast, comparatively, way of getting through the story.
Like that's what I did. I watched that basically 2 Christmases ago. And
it's a good playthrough in general.
Yeah, I watched it over the course of like a week. It was pretty easy to get through.
He's played up through Shadowbringers, which is like most of the game. This is like if you're curious about everybody says 14 is a good story. How do I get into it? That is a good that's a good starting point.
Yeah. And basically, it took like a week. And then when I went back to college, I just shotgunned 2.0 in like a week because I just mashed through the dialogue because I knew what was happening. And that made getting through 2.0 a lot easier because there's certain parts. Company of Heroes. that make you want to die.
You could always watch a compressed playthrough and then just skip the cutscenes, but if that sounds like a waste of your time because you're basically going through it twice, my recommendation of playing 2.0 is basically if you are talking to someone who is not a member of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn or the head of the city-state you're currently in.
Mash.
And if you are bored, mash.
Mash. Get the hell out of there.
If you are talking to anybody who is not in the Scions of the Seventh Dawn or a voice-acted character, and you are not interested...
And even the Scions, like 50% of the time, aren't saying anything important.
But my point is that I can't, like...
I know.
I can't shotgun
I was
say...
I was just being an asshole.
Say you can skip anything they're going to say, because they do have important stuff to say sometimes. So that is a good tip for 2.0. If you are bored by what's happening and a major character isn't talking, it probably doesn't matter one bit. 2.0 was made really fast, and they were just deathly afraid of coming up short after the response to 1.0, so they just needed more content.
If you really want to, watch a lore video on 1.0 and then watch an abridged playthrough of 2.0, or just watch a summary of it, mash through the actual game, get to Heavensward, and then pay attention. Or, sorry, no, get to the patch cycle for 2.0 and pay attention. The patch cycle is where the writing starts to get good. A lot of people say it doesn't really get good until, like, 2.5, which is wrong. It starts to get good, like, right at 2.1.
The things that happen in 2.5 would not be good if it weren't for the setups that are happening in 2.2 and 2.3.
Yeah, 2.1's still a bit weak, but it's
2.1's pretty stock. It's just like we gotta go fight a monster.
But at
there's
the same time,
there's some important lore stuff in 2.1, but it's not that interesting of like a story.
But the writing starts to gradually get better over the entire course of that patch cycle. So basically, as soon as you beat the final boss of 2.0, start paying a bit of attention.
So Yash said, "Did you guys intend to match today?" We don't match. So Joshua, duck low. Observe the color of these cushions. These cushions are in fact the same color. Now Joshua, come over here into where my red shirt is.
Okay. Look at that. Bright red, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, God. Ah.
Mine is actually a significantly
it's
darker
like burgundy
shade of red.
Yeah, we did not match. Okay.
But if I come over here, I look completely different.
Yeah. It's just the color
than
grading.
if I'm here.
It's just the color grading. No, actually, you should sit over there now.
No, I shouldn't.
Okay.
Get out of here.
Ah. Oh, that's fair circumvent. Slow down when you meet Horsefon. That's fine. That part's actually well written.
Yeah, everything in Ishgard you should pay attention to.
Everything in Ishgard during 2.0, you're absolutely right. Slow down for all that stuff because it's actually good.
Yeah, I would count that as a voiced character, but I don't think he's voiced when you meet him. So if it's not a voiced character, or if it's not in Ishgard, or you're not talking to a head of state, you're allowed to skip.
Yep.
Ishgard you should pay attention to.
Whenever
Ishgard
you
is
see
the only
snow on the ground, if you're barely paying attention, whenever you see snow on the ground, pay attention.
If you get to a place where there is snow, lock in.
Yeah. Because that's the good shit.
That's the best part. It is a self-contained story, kind of separated from the rest of 2.0, and it is more interesting than anything else that happens in 2.0.
What are you talking about, Circo Duck? It's not unflattering lighting. I love looking like my face is about to melt off from being so pale. It's good.
But yeah, no, so again, that's
great.
Another reason why I'm like, Square should make some FF14 single-player spin-offs, get people more invested in that set, get people who are on the outside, who have heard from their friends that it's good. But it is significantly... No, guys, it's not older. I'm sitting here because the computer's directly in front of me.
And he's the one that's running OBS.
Running the stream.
Yeah. It's very simple.
The reason...
Or at least that's what he tells me. I guess the computer could be over here.
We'd have to redo all of the wires to go over there. Also, then, again, it's also... I'm using the webcam in the computer and that webcam. So, I mean, I could be sitting over there, and you could be sitting over here, but then the computer would be over there, and that webcam would be here.
No.
So it wouldn't matter. But no, FF14... yeah, like the mobile version of FF14. Yeah. It is funny. The mobile version of FF14, from what little they've shown of it, seems to have significantly simplified UI, because it has to, and significant quality of life improvements that have not come...
a mobile version.
And so I thought for a little while that it was just like the same game on mobile, but no, it is a completely separate redo of the game.
Really?
Exclusive to phones, being made by outsourced to a Chinese company, obviously. It's going to start with Just a Realm Reborn because they are directly redoing it.
Wow.
There's also, you hear Minfilia say, "Pray return to the Waking Sands," and it is not an old recording of old Minfilia.
Because, no offense to old Minfilia's voice actress, she was maybe the worst one that wasn't instantly memed.
I don't know.
She was just consistently bad.
I don't know if they are going to completely re-record it or if that was just a little funsy for the trailer.
Gotcha.
Because I couldn't tell if it was new Minfilia's voice actress or it almost sounded like Ishtola doing a different voice.
Huh.
So it might have just been whoever they had in the booth.
Gotcha.
I don't know though. I have the hack theory that I also have a hack theory that it's a redub. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. They really need to like. FF14's making enough money, and they have enough complaints from certain sectors of the community right now that are probably fair. They need to go, gang, the next major content patch has been delayed by 6 months for us to instead focus on a massive overhaul of old content, UI, streamlining of systems, streamlining of glam, and fixing 1.0 monkey code. And there's going to be a test server where we are fixing all of this stuff, and you can come over here if you want. They need to just formally announce, like, we are not going to work on new content for a little while, and if you want to drop your sub for a bit, that's okay. They need to schedule in, like, a 6-month maintenance period. I sincerely think that would be good for them in the long run. How do I feel about Sam Riegel, Alphino? I mean, none of them are doing a great job.
It's so obvious that the voice direction is bad because, like, I've heard Sam Riegel and other things. He's a good VA.
There's plenty of good VAs in 2.0.
I mean, he missays Alphino's name. He says Alphino.
He mispronounces his own name
weird the first time
when he introduces
says it.
himself.
It's infuriating.
Like, you can tell that in the patches, it's obvious they had more time because everybody's performance improves substantially in the patches. Like, they're the same actors, and they're all giving significantly better performances. You can tell that in 2.0, they had 0 time, and that every take was the first usable take.
Yeah.
Because there are scenes where 2 characters will pronounce the same proper noun differently, because they just didn't have time.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, that is a game that is easier to get into than you might think. Getting over the initial, like, input issues of, like, navigating menus is kind of tough.
Dude, as someone who knew nothing about...
Sathral says, I should get some sleep. I mean, we're running out of time, and neither the union of light nor darkness has been achieved.
Yeah.
No, we'll see it. We'll meet again at the fated time. In the fated place.
We'll probably only be here for like 5-10 more minutes.
Yeah,
anyway.
we're quitting momentarily. I'm wrapping up this subject of conversation. Aside from the initial like feature shock of 14 as an MMO, like this is the most intimidating thing about MMOs is that MMOs have so much stuff in them that it can be hard to tell where to start. And in FF14, as with most MMOs, the control options are so maximalist because it's extremely customizable game.
That was the most intimidating thing to me for sure, because I'd never played an MMO before.
If you can...
Besides, like, goofing around the beta for Star Wars Galaxies, like, 15 years ago.
If you have the Fated Place, the Twitter graveyard,
Yeah.
if you have someone to help you figure out how to navigate the initial learning curve of 14, it's really not that intimidating. They have balanced the MSQ, or main story quest, so that if you're just doing exactly what you need to do to advance the main story, you will probably stay at the level curve.
Yep.
And you can pretty much only do the story content. And if you want, you can do at this point, you can do all of the 4-man dungeons with a party of AI companions.
Wait, did they go back and add trust to 2.0?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't like that when I played it.
No, it's now in all content.
Okay, that's awesome. Even though trust can be... I actually would recommend don't trust at the start, because...
Trust when you're learning your buttons.
Trust when you're learning your buttons and you think you'll slow people down. Unless you're like me and you play Monkey insanely well the first dungeon you ever do and a tank overpulls and you almost beat it on your own and you get and you immediately get all the player combinations. That was my brightest hour in all of my time playing FF14. It was like hour 2. But
getting into it, like playing it is actually simpler than you might expect. You read your tooltips, you learn what your buttons do, and it's not that crazy. It's the optional content where things get truly difficult, and then that's really down to what kind of experience you want to have.
Yep.
Sorry,
I got off track.
Go ahead.
The reason I would say not trust is because when you trust, if you die, you immediately have to go back to the start of a boss fight, whereas in a non-trusted fight, you can get rezzed.
Unless you're playing as a healer.
Unless you're playing as a
then
healer.
Then you're the only healer, and obviously you can't get yourself back up.
It plays a DPS first playthrough.
Unless, actually, some healers, and some, I think Red Mage also has re-raise.
Yeah.
Some people can get themselves up.
I would recommend playing a DPS first time through. That way, not the entire team is not relying on you if you're learning.
Yeah.
What I would say is that don't trust, because not trusting allows for a much more kind of ease of use at the beginning where you're not dying as much. The rhythm of the game isn't breaking down as much. And also, it's a more safe environment for learning mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
Trusting later on is, if you don't want to do the waiting and you're just trying to blast through the story, is probably a good idea.
Or if it's a situation where it's thematically appropriate to be hanging out with the characters.
Yeah. There's a few dungeons later on where you're like, I want to, go in here with my squad.
Also trusting is technically inefficient, just because they do damage worse than an effective player.
Yep.
But trusts also, since they're played by computers, to be clear, in case it's unclear to anybody, the trust system is just a system whereby multiplayer instances can be played with AI. I don't really know why they called it trust, because honestly, you're putting less trust in when you're trusting a computer that's going to play it perfectly versus trusting a stranger. So I don't know why it's quite called that, but whatever. But basically, it's like you can go in with a party of NPCs instead of other player characters. Sorry. Crud, what was I going to say about that system? It doesn't matter.
Sorry, I zoned out also, so I can't help you.
It doesn't matter. Who cares? There are certain things that you're going to have to play with other human beings. You have to. 8-mans, which are basically like the big boss fights, you have to play with other players. The good news is, if there are 8 people on the field...
Oh, it's playing Old Wounds.
If there are 8 people on the field and you fail, it's not that big of a deal.
I'm just gonna... I gotta hide my face while it plays Old Wounds.
Isn't it called that because Trust was in FF11? I have no effing idea. I don't know anything about FF11.
I just gotta be contemplative here while Old Wounds plays us out.
But
it's really freaking good, man.
The main thing to know about the challenging stuff in FF14, the optional content, which often also has a lot of really valuable story stuff in it, like the Whirlit storyline, really feels kind of not indispensable, but like you're getting some of the cooler stuff in the game by playing it, but it's optional. Yeah, that's correct, Ninja Bunny. And FF11 isn't real.
I agree.
It was called that, but I don't know I was called that in FF11, says the sarcastic one. Yeah, I don't know if it made more sense there. I've learned recently that people still play FF11. Yep.
Yeah, that's insane.
People still play EverQuest. People still play RuneScape.
But RuneScape is funny.
The
default character looks like Walter Witter.
The main thing to know about running high-end content in FF14, because stuff like Bosnia, or stuff like the Evil East raids, or the Alexander raid, or the Whirlit storyline, there's tons of optional content in FF14, and a lot of it has really, really good writing. The main thing is asking yourself, if you're going to play the really high-end optional content that's more difficult, what kind of experience do you want? For some people, they want to run difficult content like it's a puzzle with their friends, and they want to solve the puzzle. And for some people, that is fun. Figuring out the boss's attack patterns, and when he does this, what are we supposed to do to live through that? For some people, trying and dying is the appeal. For other people, they really don't want to do that. Joshua doesn't want to get hit with something and not understand it. He gets frustrated by that very easily.
this is the reason why I really like Souls games, is that when I die in a Souls game, unless it's just a one-hit kill immediately, it feels fair. And I can see, oh yeah, the boss was winding up for that and I needed to dodge a bit earlier. And that's immediately readable in most cases. Whereas
I don't...
in an FF14 dungeon, a boss uses a mechanic you've never seen in your life and it kills you and you go, well, there was nothing I could do about that. I mean, I could have guessed and hopefully gotten lucky.
I don't get as frustrated with guesswork in video games as much as he does, because I tend to be much more, and this isn't like a shot across the bow at you, Josh, or anything. This is just how some people are wired. Some people don't really mind repeating something over and over again to figure it out, and for other people, if they feel like they were in the dark and it killed them, then bad. Like, that just pissed me off, and I feel like I wasted my time the first time around. And it depends. Like, there's certain things that certainly annoy me as well if I feel like I died for no reason. But in certain instances, I can accept, okay, like, dying is part of this, and I'm supposed to figure it out.
Yeah.
Really, in many ways, Souls games are kind of like that, because it's about learning an enemy's attack patterns. It's just that it's less abstract than something like FF14.
That's the problem for me, is the abstractness of it. With a Souls game, I immediately know, oh, that guy shot that projectile at me, and I was supposed to dodge at this moment or hide behind
But here's
something.
the thing. Joshua over here, who is not an MMO mark, who does not
I
love
hate MMOs.
the frustrating guesswork of playing FF14.
It's not my kind of gameplay loop.
I said, okay, we're gonna do the Evil East storyline now. Watch this video that tells you what all of the boss's attacks are and what they do and how to handle it.
For reference, the Evil East raid is considered the hardest non-hard mode content in the game.
It is the hardest what's called savage or extreme thing.
Yeah.
At least the final leg of it is.
Yeah.
I showed Joshua all of that stuff, and it didn't make it... You may think that sounds like, well, then what's the point if he knows how to do everything?
The dexterity challenge is freaking awesome.
It makes it into... Because even in these raids, once you figure out the puzzle, it's still a dexterity challenge. So now for Joshua, it is just a straight dexterity challenge to be able to quickly recognize a tell and do the right thing to live through it. So
Yeah.
Joshua beat some of the hardest regular difficulty content in the game without dying, in some instances being one of the most efficient dudes on the team, despite hating the gameplay of Final Fantasy XIV. That's an overstatement.
That's an overstatement.
But
the reason I would say I don't hate it is because part of the dexterity challenge is I need to still be looking between two menus that I can't see at the same time, and muscle memory going, okay, I need to do this, now this, now this. Okay, this cooldown's about to be done. Okay, do this, and do all this while I'm also trying to keep track of where the enemy is. That's fun. That's really cool, and I like it. It's just too bad that the only way for me to enjoy it in most... Not the only way. I still enjoy bosses that I've never seen before, but I enjoy it the most when it is insanely hard dexterity challenges that I can predict.
Circo Duct says, Evil East raids were nerfed, it was harder at release, etc., etc. Yes, like, the damage output was changed, but the attack patterns and what you have to do to get through the fight is, it's more lenient on screwing up. But the things you have to, like, the what is considered not screwing up is basically the same. You can screw up a few more times and not die.
Exactly.
And also, I think that the bosses have less health now.
Oh, okay.
But anyway.
I think I died once on all three combined, which I was very proud
on all
of.
3 Alliance raids.
Yeah, I was really proud of that.
Anyway, point being,
We almost wiped on that freaking, it wasn't even the last thing. It was like this, it was like in leg 3, but like the second boss. Or
was it Sid? Agrius. It was Agrius?
No, it was Sid. It was Sid, I think.
Okay.
And I just remember it was like a team, and I don't remember. We have the footage. Like a team and a half wiped, and the only team that was still up was mine.
One of the alliances did not know what they were supposed to do during one of Sid's, like, one member of your party needs to run over here to put down a damage volume, and the other one needs to run over here, and people need to stand on this button, and one alliance just didn't know what to do, and they all died.
And then it was like, I think there were 3 members left from another one, because it was boxes of 3 that you have to stand in, right? And so there was exactly 3 people in one that didn't die, and then it was everyone in mine.
Yeah, but anyway, point being, I know nobody's actually starting it today. Very fascinating to me, sort of like I'm finally understanding the appeal of MMOs. Yeah, so Ninja Bunny, there's really 2 appeals to MMOs, right? For the high-end content in MMOs, well, so like the baseline appeal is often the social aspect. there's also the appeal of the completionist. Like, if you actually enjoy the grind of something, if you enjoy, like, I want to check all of these boxes, then MMOs have the most boxes to check. But the high end, like, so for most people who are really into MMOs that aren't Final Fantasy XIV, because Final Fantasy XIV is really different from every other MMO for a reason I'll loop back to in a second. But in most MMOs, the regular content is about increasing your level, learning new mechanics that have been added with this new expansion, picking up a new job or a new race or whatever, a new weapon type, learning new mechanics, getting your level up to whatever the new cap is with the new expansion, and then you and a gang of your friends all go into the extremely difficult content, which is basically a massive puzzle.
Yeah.
It is extremely difficult and requires group-wide coordination to respond quickly and efficiently to prompts, basically, while also doing damage. So when a new expansion comes out, it's all about the experience of hanging out with your friends, seeing the new zones, seeing the new stuff, and hopefully enjoying the grind. Though for some MMO players, they don't enjoy the grind. And this is where the microtransaction of, I'm going to spend money to just get me to max level. Just get me to the new max level. All I want to do is the high-end content. And then these people get in their groups, and they go and just run the high-end content. And initially, it is about walking into a new experience that is designed to be aggressively hostile to the player.
Yeah.
And figuring out how to thread the needle. And once you've done that, then it's about doing it as efficiently as possible. Once you've solved the puzzle, then it's about doing it again and again and again and optimizing it.
So where you can do the extreme level stuff.
Then, you know, later on in the year, an even higher, more difficulty version of it will come out. But specifically, it's about you're not going to get the loot that you wanted the first time you run it. So you're going to need to rerun it. So now it's a challenge for the group of, we understand the puzzle. How efficiently can we do this? How quickly can we respond to all of these prompts? Can we kill this guy before he even gets to his second phase? Etc., etc.
Ninja Bunny, I 100% agree with you because I'm the same way. I am not a completionist in games 100%. I will say doing most of the story content and then like throwing in a raid here or there, it's still a lot of content and it's going to take a while to get through. I would highly recommend, if you did get into it, pace yourself. Just don't don't try to get through all the expansions. I mean, like treat every expansion like its own short Final Fantasy game.
Yeah.
And then maybe if you're still in the mood, you'll finish the patch. Try to finish the patch cycle with it because it sets up the next thing. But
treat them like seasons of a TV show. Take a break, drop your sub, come back
take a break,
later.
and if you get to the end of the patch cycle and you're like, I kind of want to keep going for a bit, don't start the next one. Just do like a raid or two. Or just do some of the side dungeons. Like look up some quests that have side dungeons. And then take a break.
So this is
That's what I've done. That's why it's taken me 2 years to get through.
I want to say the second one is what I was picking up on, opposite of a completionist. So the first seems insane to me, and this is also something that keeps a lot of people away for the same reason. So for example, my friend Shayla is a compulsive completionist. To the point where if she's picked up one game, she pretty much can't play another game until she's done everything. And she doesn't have a lot of time to game in the first place, so she was playing Xenoblade Chronicles 3 for almost a year.
Oh, I can't imagine.
Because she had to do everything. Even when she's like, these side quests suck, like I have to do them.
Yeah.
Now, it's a good thing that most of the optional content in FF9 is aggressively hidden. I know. But a pressing thing of like the way she plays games is when she locks into something, she just locks in on it. She beat FF9 in like a week. She can't play 14.
Sarcastic one, I'm doing Hildebrand, but there's so damn much. I'm still on the patches for the A Realm Reborn Hildebrand stuff because there's so much Hildebrand, and whenever me and Jacob do it, we have to do the voices.
An inconceivable quantity of Hildebrand, you might even say.
Yeah.
My final comment on this, and then
much Hildebrand.
And then we got to wrap this up.
Awesome, I love it.
My final comment, and we got to wrap this up, is the way that FF14 is different from all these other MMOs.
I'm not gonna fish. You can't make me.
In most other MMOs, the narrative has essentially no value and is just there for flavor. And it is primarily a social experience, a grinding experience, and a high-end, difficult content experience. The thing that makes FF14 so distinct is that the essentially single-player narrative experience is actually the game's primary focus. For most other MMO games, I wouldn't even call it a secondary or tertiary focus. It just doesn't exist, period. This is why you can play 14 even if all of the MMO-y stuff has no appeal to you whatsoever. It is a single play. You can play it more or less as a single player game where periodically every 5 to 10 hours you have to do one fight with other players in it. It can be experienced in that way, which makes it significantly more digestible. But yeah, the thing about FF14, anybody who wants to play it, do not rush it. Do not try to get caught up. Don't be like, oh no, I need to get to the current content to get where my friends are or whatever. Don't do that. It would be like binging 10 seasons of a TV show in like a month. You will hate it by the end. Don't do that. Take breaks from it. Play a little bit of it. Complete story arcs. And then either take a break and do some side content, like raids or like Hildebrand quests or whatever else, or drop your sub for a couple of months and go play another game. But FF14, like honestly, the most intimidating thing is booting it up, and the UI is like miserable. But you can look up videos on how to fix that. You can look up videos on onboarding. With that, we gotta stop. We gotta go. You guys have a good evening.
Apologies for making this Bloodborne stream about half just us talking at the camera.
Nah, don't worry about it, dude.
Everyone hates when we do this, right? It's definitely not like viewership went up when we did this.
It's probably just more that we were doing it during peak hours. And
for sure. I was joking around.
Anyway, this will probably be the last stream for a while.
Yeah.
There may be one more. It won't be Bloodborne. I may squeeze in one more stream in the near future, and then there's going to be nothing for quite a while.
Probably at least 2 months.
But the main thing is that if I'm going to have time to work on YouTube in the near future, I need to focus on main channel videos. I need to focus on editing the Let's Plays that we have. I need to focus on editing discussions that we have. So, if anything comes out soon...
I want to do my Heavensward discussion, Jacob. You better release those 1.0 and 2.0 ones.
Hey, sarcastic one, there's you can watch the VOD.
Ninja Bunny,
of Bloodborne.
It's not near.
It's not near. We're not playing
Thank
near.
God.
Not playing near. What do you mean, thank God?
It's
no
just
near,
a very long game.
No near playthrough incoming. But anyway, this will be the last stream for a bit. Hopefully there will be a Sonic film trilogy discussion podcast up soon. Hopefully after that there will be a now very outdated, like 2-3 month old research log, and also a discussion
of fun one.
Another film discussion soon. We recorded a discussion of Mission Impossible 1 and 2, did another double feature type discussion. Hopefully this stuff will be out soon, but I'm really, really busy, and I've got a lot of stuff to crank through. But hopefully more videos come in soon, but they just probably won't be live streams, not for a while. But anyway, you guys have a good evening. See you next time.